Yeah. Check, check. This also works beautifully. Check, check, check. Hey, Chaz, can you hear me out there? Does it fills the whole everything? That's crazy. Give each one of these little tests, test, test, test. And one more. Hello. Microphone number 6. Yeah. and it just works. I'm like,
background fez as I greet everyone? Background fez, just for you in the morning. Where'd Lester go? Yeah. Hello, 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 and welcome to Progression Mechanics 2! Thank you so much for being here. This is the time that we're gonna switch gears from just saying hello to each other mornings to taking our seats because we're about to get going. My name is Chaz Evans, and I am a lecturer here at Northwestern University, as well as director of exhibitions and programs for VGA Gallery, which is an art gallery that supports artists who makes video games in Chicago. I am here with the Progression Mechanics Organizing Committee to offer a lot of thanks before we get started. First of all, thank you to the Garage for hosting this event for the second time. Hooray, Garage. Thank you to McCormick for supporting this event. Thank you to the Alumni Association for supporting this event, the Sound Arts and Industries program, radio, TV, film. Thank you to all these parties, or else we wouldn't be here today to enjoy a day of discussions on video games together. So applaud all those parties. So it's a very special thing, and the fact that we've gotten to the second conference is really exciting. Sort of the idea behind this, one of our missions or goals is that there's all these different stakeholders, very exciting projects being done about video games across Northwestern's campus, and it can happen anywhere. And there's really no venue for getting all of those video game interested people together except for this conference, right? We can sort of have a temporary convergence of all the Northwestern interested video game parties. But then once we get that group together, it's our opportunity to connect the Northwestern game development community with the game development community of the entire greater Chicago area. So welcome to people who are in Evanston a lot, and an extra big welcome for those of you who made the extra trip all the way up here to Evanston. Thank you. I know the hike can be quite a bit. So anything else I should address, Lester? So anyway, for those of you who traveled near and far, thank you very much for joining us. We have a big day of panels and keynotes right after lunch. We have Stephanie Bollock and Patrick Lemieux, who are both game studies faculty at UC Davis. And later at 4 o'clock, our second keynote is Robin Heineke, co-founder of Phenomena and also faculty at UC Santa Cruz. So before we get to keynotes, though, we start the morning off with two panels. And the very first is the one that tackles the question of esports, moderated by Lester Greenman. So please welcome the esports panel up here.
Should we turn off the music?
Yeah. Good stuff
Okay. Hi, everyone. So Chaz told you who we are and what we do here. So I am a lawyer at Northwestern working in IT. I used to be a lawyer in the video game business. I was at Sony for the launch of the PlayStation and Marvel and a couple other smaller companies you might not have heard of. We have a great panel. There's a fourth person I just spoke to on the phone and will be here momentarily. I'm going to introduce them by name and affiliation, and then when they speak, they may choose to tell you a little bit more about themselves. I'm going to have each of them speak for 5 to 7 minutes, and then we should have the last half of our hour for you guys to ask questions of them. So that's the format, and I will introduce them. This is Stu Grubbs of Lightstream. This is Fuchsia Rascal of Squid West. Jordan Curl from the Dallas Mavericks. And later we'll have Jason Greenblatt, who was at the first conference, and he's at Next Generation Esports in Los Angeles. So Why don't you start, Stu?
Had a couple notes, but hi everyone. So I've been involved in video games for about the last 15 years, starting in 2005 when I was getting my computer engineering degree. We started a small blog called GotFrag. Are they all on now? Oh no, that's a lot different. Now I can stop yelling. We started a small blog in 2005 called GotFrag that covered esports back when it was 50 kids in a basement fighting over a couple $100. We did, so at Lightstream, we build live streaming technology for Twitch, Mixer. We're built into the native experience of Xbox and Windows these days. Things are accelerating quickly, but live streaming as it relates to esports specifically, we tried to do live streaming back in 2006. You needed, as a viewer, this is pre-Twitch days, you needed something called a packet shaper to even be able to watch it. And back then, we fundamentally believed that getting on TV would legitimize this passion of ours. That if we could just get a competition onto a regular broadcast. And then this was attempted multiple times over the years. I think you saw it at DirecTV, did the Championship Gaming Series. You saw Turner Broadcasting doing what they are now. But some unreleased Nielsen data is really interesting in the fact that all that TV has done for esports is really help media buyers understand the space. It's helped sell media. But from an audience standpoint, it's actually had little to no impact. The primary device for people watching esports from like 10 to 17 is on a phone or a tablet. And for 20 to 32, it's PC. It's not even a television. So people are watching this in the native way that we've always gathered as gamers, and that's online and strictly online. And so, at any rate, that's a little bit about kind of the trajectory. I was in GotFrag. We got bought by Major League Gaming. I worked for World Series of Video Games, Games Media Properties, eventually the head of global marketing at SteelSeries, where we had the longest running esports sponsorship of 12 years of SK Gaming. And then I founded Lightstream about 5 years ago and have been building tools for creators ever since.
So my name is Fuchsia, and I've been in a competitive scene for about 3 years now. And I mostly play a game called Splatoon, which is on Nintendo. It's on the Switch. And I run Squid West, which is Midwest Splatoon players. We're based in Chicago. We run locals about every month in Chicago. And one of the great things that I really love about the Splatoon scene in general is that it's very diverse. The esports scene is not a wonderful place for women in gaming overall. There's a lot of harassment, but we take that and we really try to improve on that. In the Splatoon scene is something that we talk about a lot. And a really good example of this is that a couple of years ago, we realized that there were no women commentators at our tournaments. We talked about how diverse our scene was and how great it was that there were a lot of women involved, there were a lot of trans and non-binary people involved, but we didn't have the voices at our tournaments. And ever since then, we've been working on getting more women involved in not just playing, but being the face. And so when someone pointed that out, we were like, oh, that's not something we had thought about. It just kind of slipped through the cracks. And I think that happens a lot with women in gaming. They just kind of slip through the cracks. And I mean, sometimes there's a lot of other factors, a lot of harassment, but for the most part, especially in well-intentioned scenes, that just happens. So ever since someone pointed it out, now we have a pretty good ratio of women casters at both online tournaments and LAN tournaments, our national majors. And I even know a couple of people who identify as non-binary are casters, are regular casters, and it's really important to the scene because we preach diversity, and we are a very diverse community, but we don't always practice that. And so that's just something that's really focus of mine is diversity in esports. And we are always constantly striving to improve on that. Like now, one of the things that we're working on is commentators tend to use he a lot in their commentary, just is the default, and we're trying to get the language to be more neutral. And also, we even, when people sign up for tournaments now, we have them write down their pronouns so that we can have it for the commentators to refer to. And when we make graphic packages for our tournaments, we put their name, their weapon, their pronouns. And that's just something that we're constantly improving on. And I think it's important, even in a small grassroots scene, to start somewhere. And that's where we've been starting. So.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Jordan Curl. I am with Mavs Gaming. I'm the content coordinator for our esports organization that is affiliated with the Dallas Mavericks for the NBA 2K League. This is our second season. And a little bit about me, I graduated from Northwestern in 2018, got my master's from the Medill School of Journalism, and before that, I got my degree in computer science at Prairie View A&M. Originally wanted to be a game developer and found a passion in editing and also shooting and writing and creating videos. So I'm really happy with where I am right now. And a large part of what Mavs Gaming is, we play in the game NBA 2K. And we also are, although we are affiliated with the Dallas Mavericks, a lot of what we do, we can't really touch what they have due to legal situations that are still being worked out. But for us, we make sure that we promote our gamers, and we just drafted our first female to our league. And it's very exciting to work on a professional sports team. And I have a video that I want to show you guys that's going to introduce you a little bit more to what the NBA 2K League is and our second season here. So. Oh, okay. And while we pull that up, what it is going to show you is our 2K League draft. And the draft took place this past March in Brooklyn. So we were able to travel there, pick our players, and everything like that. So here it is.
This is the time, the final tweak. This is the last debate. Me and you locked in so we know which direction we're going to go.
Everybody, Dom here. We just landed in New York right now. We're on our way to the hotel. Just super excited to get my teammates. Can't wait to see who I'm playing with. Let's go get them. Let's see who we get.
I'm going to continue to do what I can to put us in the best position to win and, to get a championship. So the biggest thing is just thank you to everybody for supporting me, throughout this whole time. Even though we didn't have a good season 1, we're definitely gonna have a better season 2, and we're gonna make a lot of noise for sure.
I don't know, the biggest thing on my mind is just my players. I get 5 new individuals. I can try to mold into champions. And I think once they see the org and how we roll as a team, they should definitely follow suit. So hope they just get a team-oriented vibe from the guys here in Dallas.
Well, now it's the moment you've all been waiting for here in the 2019 NBA 2K League Draft. The managing director, Brendan Donahue.
With the 5th overall pick in the NBA 2K League Draft, Mavs Gaming selects Pete B. Baller.
Man, I told you, Chris Lee hat, man.
Nice to meet you.
I'm definitely really excited for the Dallas.
With the 14th overall pick in the NBA 2K League Draft, Mavs Gaming selects By Any Means Mo from Ohio. With the 4th pick of the 2nd round in the NBA 2K League Draft, Mavs Gaming selects Sherm from Michigan.
Hey, what's up, Dallas? This is Sherm. I can't wait to get down there, meet the team, meet the staff, and get ready for season 2.
There's a lot of leadership here, but think about on the court, where we can't say anything. It's up to them, so we need people that can step up.
Mavs Gaming selects Russ from Illinois.
I've touched on it before, but the 6 months I've been on retaining the grind. There was so much that went into it, and you know, to hear my name called right now is a moment that I'm just never gonna forget.
What's good, brother? Welcome to the family, man.
Mavs Gaming selects Grant Monster from California.
I was just happy to hear my name called and very happy to hear it was at Dallas with the team that they have.
So just to wrap up on my time, we also have 20 other teams in the NBA 2K League that we compete against each week in New York. And a large part of what I think is the future, personally, in my personal opinion, of esports is the franchise model. And when you can get that regional set up to where the teams are not only competing against the teams in other markets, but also regionally, so you can get your fans involved and also possibly get like local networks. Fox Sports Southwest is also in Dallas, so we work a lot with them. So trying to get the games out there in that way, and that's how I see esports and the NBA 2K League continue to grow.
Very cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Jason Gringlass. Sorry for running a little bit late with traffic. There was an accident on Lakeshore Drive, so it's coming from Los Angeles. The traffic is better because there's less craziness, but occasionally it goes wrong. So I'm an account executive at a company called Next Generation Esports. Next Generation Esports is the largest independent production company in North America to do live stream broadcasts and live esports events. Before my time there, I founded a talent agency out in Los Angeles that directly represented professional esport athletes, influencers, streamers, cosplayers, YouTube creators. And before that, I was an attorney that represented players here in Chicago. And before that, I was an esports coach for our Robert Morris University, straight downtown. So I've got definitely a lot of places that I could contribute to the conversation. But the overall, I guess, time that I want to take to chat is where I see from the position I'm currently at, where the market for esports is going to evolve, at least I hope. You never know if you're right about these things. So what we've seen in like the last 4 years or so is roughly most companies try to make money from games. We're seeing publishers and developers shift slightly to considering esports as a loss driver and just something that they add on to their program to more of a marketing vehicle for their games. So if you look at something like Fortnite, for example, Epic has made it very intentional that almost all their marketing dollars is going into their online competition. They don't call it esports, they call it competitive gaming or digital competitive entertainment. But we are seeing a different use of those dollars that would technically be allocated somewhere else. So I certainly think that we can all understand that when we drive past a bus stop, there's ads there, but I don't think anybody in this room could think that they've been motivated to buy a product from looking at an ad on a bus stop. And you can't allocate how much that money was worth to you. And I think from SteelSeries, understanding allocation and return on investment for whether you're giving product or you're giving money to a sponsor or a influencer or even a team, these are all things that are very important to our ecosystem in the space. So with more games, hopefully shifting that trend to spending their marketing dollars to activations or for online events or for live events where their games can be experienced and celebrated. Specifically, I'd love to see Nintendo celebrated far more. It's so cool to have the Splatoon player up here. Yeah, so I've definitely had like a long road to get to Los Angeles, and coming back to Chicago is really, really cool. And it's actually really cool to see everybody here in the audience as well. I really like trying to take a temperature of how many people are interested and where their passions are and why. I guess the other area to sort of jump into and then leave time for questions will be, if you're interested in getting involved in working in esports or working in video games, the best place to start is anywhere you can get your foot in the door. Just do. Whether that's community moderation of a subreddit Discord, or even moderating a subreddit, for example, or hosting grassroots tournaments. Some of the most successful casters and streamers have all been, pretty much self-built from the ground up. And actually, it's interesting from your world, in the Mavs gaming world, as a dichotomy to the Splatoon world. That boy Dimes, 3 years ago, he was a personality on Twitter, but he was pretty much respected as like one of the best 2K players around. And now he's far more than that. He's part of a larger brand. And that larger brand, which is Mavs Gaming, has to think about all of the other aspects of the larger Dallas Mavericks brand, of the location, of their geolocation of Dallas. And so Dimes doesn't get to be in that place if he's not doing everything he can to follow his passion. And even for all of those rookies that were just drafted, it's sort of like on a hope and a prayer, but eventually if you chase it hard enough and you believe in it hard enough, you could do something with it. So fingers crossed, Nintendo actually opens the floodgates and we'll do sponsored events, because that's really what it needs.
They do them once in a while.
Once in a while.
Not
Once in a
enough.
while. So Lester, without running the risk of taking like too much time and meandering over a ton of different topics, I thought I would just sort of yield back and be happy to answer questions.
Okay. So, so normally I would ask questions, but I think, I'd like to see to the audience first. We have people coming from very different backgrounds. We got the technology side. I'm interested in a lot of things that they've said, because you can compare esports to video games, and you can compare it to traditional sports, and then you can compare it to traditional sports that are very participation oriented, and so it's a very interesting business, and like I often say, it's a the video game business is a huge business, but people aren't in it, don't even know that, and people who are in it get it. Esports is like a part of that. It's also just getting so huge, and it's not as well known outside of folks who are in it. So anyway, I'd like to give you guys as much chance to ask questions. In the last esports panel, the questions went on and on and on. So anybody have questions for one of the panelists, or all of them? There's a gentleman right here. He's in the aisle right there. Yeah. Oh, that one, take that one, yeah. So we're live streaming and recording it, so let's wait for the microphone.
How do you see the relationship of esports with traditional sports changing over time? As esports perhaps took lessons from traditional sports, how is that shifting in the current landscape?
From a media perspective, I think some of the consumption models that I was talking about, you're starting to see traditional sports move in that direction. So it's actually, we were kind of born on the internet as terms of how you witnessed it and how you became a fan, and then how you interacted with each other as fellow fans. And you're seeing that now, obviously come into traditional media, traditional sports. But on the second part, I think, as a player in traditional sports, you make your money playing the sport. You get paid well to play the sport at a high level. I think the thing about esports is the people that are most successful in it are successfully building a brand around their identity. There were, my buddy Hector, who started Optic Gaming, I think did this exceptionally well, way before anybody else was. Twice, 2 different teams that he helped support, but Optic very early on, even when they weren't winning, had probably the most ravenous fan base in all of esports. And then they won a lot. But they were successful and they made money because of the brand. And so I think that's very different. I mean, yes, there are endorsement deals in traditional sports and all of those things, but your like primary wage at the beginning is to play the sport at a high level. And I think that's very different in esports. And so you almost have to do both jobs. You have to play at a high level and then also build a media brand around yourself in order to, if that's your primary driver. And so I think that's one way that they're very different, and I don't know if that'll diverge further or come back in, but.
I think to me, something huge that traditional sports can learn from esports is that a lot of esports organizations have, like Stu was saying, they've built this grassroots just based around content that's in a digital space, because a lot of the teams and organizations don't have that regional fan base, but the fan base is global because everybody can access the internet. Everybody can view that content. So even though like a lot of traditional sports have huge fan bases regionally, let's say something does happen and maybe the sport starts to be on a decline. Well, you have to reach a new market, new generation. Generation Z consumes the most content online compared to like our generation and older. So to me, I think that's something huge that traditional sports can learn. And also we'll see more of, I think we already see it with some organizations. Monumental Sports and Entertainment owns like most of the professional sports organizations in the DMV area, but they also have started taking over like some esports organizations. So they also have affiliation with Team Liquid, for example, Wizards District Gaming. You also see like the Sixers have Team Dignitas. So a lot of that is going to continue to happen. I feel like Optic Gaming is doing really well, so I don't think a professional sport will ever be with Optic, because Optic is amazing, but I think a lot of that will continue to happen.
So, depending on how friendly you want to get, Stu, I could disagree, but that's just the lawyer in me wanted to come out. I think both of you make great points. But we could. I think what's interesting is that, to your point, a lot of legacy sports, traditional sports, we'll call them legacy sports, that's just easier for me, they bring a lot of learning with them that esports can adopt. But there's a lot of baggage there, too, that esports can, at risk, adopt. And vice versa. I think there's a lot of new innovative thinking that sometimes maybe is not quite vetted enough for legacy sports to adopt. A really good point to this, which is the average age of the baseball fan, I think, is like 55 years old. I mean, baseball is statistically, by age, it's growing older, which means younger fans aren't getting involved in baseball. They're not bringing their kids. The schedules are still built like it's 1945, and we have time off at 3 p.m. on a Wednesday. There's no way you're filling a stadium then. So how does a traditional sports organization continue to sell tickets? Where do they make their money? Because it's not all going to be from concessions. So their season ticket holders and that white glove service that you want to provide to make them feel like they want to keep buying tickets year over year. Well, that's just a monetization scheme of having people repurchase a product. And I can't think of any industry that's done that better than video games, of microtransactions and of getting people to rebuy and reinvest into something that they love. And I think that's a massive area that traditional sports organizations can learn from and certainly adopt that innovative new way of engaging audiences. I would love to see, for example, the Chicago Bears reach out to a grassroots efforts and bring the Splatoon groups from the Midwest, host them at Soldier Field, and then have them do a throwdown. Why? Because it generates goodwill with the Chicago Bears, and I imagine you'd be way more inclined to support the Bears after that.
Probably.
Yeah. So I think that's a really important area. I think that there should be some learnings because it goes both ways. I think that esports can draw a lot of inspiration from traditional sports teams, but the biggest way that I see traditional, I guess, legacy sport interactions with esports tends to be through like the Houston Outlaws, for example, or Mavs Gaming, or areas where we've seen sort of a direct connection with like a much larger brand within the esports world, or within the traditional sports world, so Dignitas and the 76ers.
Yeah.
No, one thing to add that's like an obvious similarity, but it's worth pointing out, is that much like stick and ball sports, it's all best live. I'm not even a big baseball fan, but I love a cold beer on a summer day, and so I'll go to a game, right? So, but esports consumed after the event, it's all the excitement is in the live action, and so I think that's also a really important similarity, because thanks to companies like NextGen and other ones that are bringing a certain level of production value, you're able to enjoy it at the same level that you would traditional sports, along with replays and analysis and everything that comes along with that. So
you made an interesting point too about branding. See, I would imagine, while the Golden State Warriors have their own branding, they're certainly not the same Golden State Warriors without Steph Curry. And I think that we've seen in traditional sports for a long time that there's been individuals that elevate teams. Like the Blackhawks really weren't much anything to root over until Taze and Kane showed up in the new generation. And so I think individuals have often demonstrated the ability to be brand drivers for a larger organization. But where we see a difference in legacy sports versus esports is that if you have your own brand, you are more independently financially viable. You have a more safer revenue stream and a stronger revenue stream through sponsorship model deals, through live streaming, through subscriptions, through your own individual power as a brand. And those same tools, while aren't as easily readily available for someone like Steph Curry to take advantage of, because how do you live stream? I mean, I guess he could just set up a live stream on his backyard and shoot hoops and tell you how to shoot better. But he's already paid more than enough through endorsement deals and sort of that traditional model as an athlete. And so the incentive for that is different for those athletes at that level than what we see at sort of like an esports level.
Wow, good discussion. Who's got another question? You. Wait for the microphone. This woman right here, please.
Hi. So I was curious more about your thoughts on evolving from traditional esports in 2D to VR. Because I know it's not widely adopted yet, but there's a number of leagues that are playing. It's on a smaller scale, but it's also really exciting to watch because you're watching physically the players physically moving. It's draining, and you can see it on their face. And so when you see the movements or the game models like crouching, everything, that's what the players are actually doing. So I find it much more exciting to watch. So I'm just curious if you guys are trying to invest in that in the future, or do you see a future for it? Are you working with it?
Yeah, there's two really interesting applications of VR that I've seen. One is my friend Todd's company called VReal out of Seattle.
Oh, I know him.
You?
Yeah.
So Todd Hooper's been working on that for now a couple of years, but they've even taken traditional video games and made them more visually compelling to watch, like a Dota match that you could put on a VR headset and kind of get into the action and kind of hover over the table of play, if you will. But what I saw recently that I think is more in line with what you were talking about was out of Korea, where basically the games that are being developed for competition that are in VR have the entire sense of what we saw as Tron growing up as a kid. You watch virtual armor and ammo appear on a physical player that is moving at speed and with coordination, and so it's actually really interesting to watch. And they're using mixed reality to live stream that, so you can actually see the physical body in the virtual setup. That's me, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that the AR and mixed reality is probably going to be where I think there's going to be a larger sort of dig in from the industry. VR is challenging for a number of ways. Of course, we have to kind of get over the mind-body disconnect and the disorientation and the nausea that can sometimes be associated with it. And then, of course, all of the technology needs to be pared down so that it wouldn't be prohibitively heavy and cords everywhere, and then you need to have the right kind of latency and then bandwidth to be able to transmit the right kind of data to have people connected VR to move. There's an interesting question, I think, that's tied up in your ask of VR and the implication. And I think that Mavs Gaming actually has to contend with this a little bit. And that's it, like there's a specific question I think that we've posed as an industry when we've adopted a legacy sport as an esport, which is what is the sustainable model, what is the viable model for an esport when it mirrors what we already have access to in the real world? Yeah. You know, why do I want to tune on to Mavs versus the 76ers and watch the Boyd Dimes throw down, and when I could just turn on TNT and watch LeBron just be a remarkable athlete, or Steph Curry? And that's a fascinating question. And I think that inside your question of VR is, do we feel more motivated when we watch people physically exert? You know, is there an element of more sport when you see somebody physically exert versus when you can't see it? Say if it's more mental.
I think one of those for most people is far more approachable. Yeah. And so to watch somebody use a controller to do something that, yes, is a virtual representation of a physical sport, but I do feel like I could sit down and play FIFA at a decent level with my friends, but I would not compete with, you know, Cristiano Ronaldo.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I don't necessarily think from a competitive point of view, but just from like an audience perspective, from like what you are watching, and when someone tunes in. I'm not saying like when one of our generation who's sort of been immersed in this tunes in, we get it. But when you're thinking about baseball as that model, and you're saying like, how do you keep bringing new people in? And only esports is trying to do the opposite. At least the industry is. We don't have any problems bringing in young audiences. We are trying to bring in older audiences, more mature audiences, audiences that don't quite get it as quickly. So I think that there's something that you said, which is it's easier to understand. I think when people are physically exerting themselves, it's so much easier to say, I get it. They're working hard.
I do agree with that.
And you know, I think that's one of the reasons that CS:GO is like the beautiful game of esports. It's because it's, you know, it just looks like clicking on heads, but when that's all there is, you have to be exceptionally good at it to be professional.
Yeah.
So you can like that, you know, I don't know. It's an interesting question for sure.
Yeah. But VR, the people who play are typically older because the barrier to entry is higher because of the cost. So, like for instance, I play in a league, and the players we're all mostly older. We have like some people are in the 19, 20s, but most of us are 30s, 40s, even older than that. Have like families and kids. So I think it's a little bit different. Yeah.
No, I think that's actually one of the things we talked about, you know, a long time ago, is how young you had to be to play at a high level. In all the traditional esports that started the whole scene, you lose the sort of mental agility to, you know, flick shot and Counter-Strike after 25. At least that's what it appeared to be, right?
Yeah, there are almost no competitive players like over 30,
right.
because, and I know people.
My days are over.
I know people who like stop playing because they're like, I don't have the reflexes anymore. I'm like,
so to find an esport that like I can now join now that I'm in my 30s, it's nice. I'll be back in the scene.
You're absolutely right, though. I mean, like with the higher barrier entry, because there's more tech. That's, you know, not everyone can get into certain sports. They're just more prohibitive. Even legacy sports. You know, it's so much. Most of the world plays football because all you need is a single ball to play,
right.
And maybe just like a couple sticks outlining where the goal
Whereas
is.
hockey requires several $1,000s of equipment
Yeah.
to even like
Yeah,
start
definitely.
day one.
Yeah, or like, you know, even tennis, for example, you need to like have a net and carve out areas. I think there's something to be said about the ease of entry to it, and maybe attracting an older demographic.
Okay.
I just want to touch on something really quick that Jason mentioned. I think the question you bring up about how do we, you know, showcase to people, like, why would you want to watch virtual basketball over real life basketball is something we ask ourselves every day when we're trying to, because our goal is not necessarily to hit 2K fans. We're trying to hit basketball fans that also happen to like video games. Right. So I think a large part of it is a struggle in our second season. And a lot of people think, oh, we can play 2K, it's so easy. But when you're out there against like a Dimes or some of the other best players in the world, it's very difficult. And it's a totally different build. So a lot of what we're trying to do is also elevate the build, similar to how like League of Legends does. They have a separate league like with ranked. So a lot of what the players go through, they go through a combine, and evaluate who is the best player in the world and their stats and everything like that. But it is something that we ask ourselves every day, and we're trying to bridge that basketball fan who loves video games and also people just who love video games as a whole too. So yeah.
Yeah, and I would say overall though, I mean, sports simulator, esports is usually really small but really enthusiastic communities compared to like the big players in the esports space as far as titles go. But like kind of ravenous fans of 2K and ravenous fans of Madden back when the Madden, what was it called? Madden League, whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay, now let's this gentleman over there in the far corner.
Hi. I wanted to talk a bit more about traditional sports or legacy sports and esports, a similarity and a difference. I think that both require devotion to be at their best, and I think that that's kind of the sports fantasy. But I like the term legacy games because it's so difficult to find an esport that has, a big legacy. You look through eras of basketball, and yet games are being iterated on over and over. Updated Splatoon, then there's Splatoon 2, right? I come from the Super Smash Bros. Melee community, and that's an old game, and something about that is untouchable. But you look at Nintendo, and now they've released Smash Ultimate. It's in many ways a concession to that community, but it's also definitely pushing back. And the people who are good at Melee, they are not good at Smash Ultimate. And that's, for a sport, it keeps it in its infancy forever. I wanted to ask, how do you move forward out of that? Is there a path? Is anybody working on that? Or is this it?
Go ahead.
You want to take it?
Well, I was only going to say that I was going to actually say something earlier that esports is different than traditional sports in the fact that we might not ever have kind of a dynasty-like sport. That being said, Counter-Strike's on its 20-something year.
Yeah.
2 decades of basically the same game with minor differences. So I would say Counter-Strike's probably the closest. StarCraft might have made it had the scene stay alive, but I'd say Counter-Strike's the closest thing to that. But you're right. I mean, the mechanics change in most of these sports to really compare apples to apples, other than CS.
Yeah, I mean, Melee's still big. I go to a lot of Smash tournaments because we put them on with the Splatoon tournaments, like Smash and Splash is coming up in Wisconsin, and it's
I love that name.
it's great. It's at the Wisconsin Dells, so
it's awesome.
But it's crazy to see like all these Smash players roll up with their huge TVs, but like they're still playing. I know a lot of Smash players tried out Ultimate and went back to Melee, so Melee's not going anywhere. It's not evolving. It's never going to change, but they'll bring new players in with Ultimate, and they'll bring like a new facet of the scene. But that might also get more people interested in Melee just because they start talking to these other players who prefer Melee, and then they start playing that. There's like Smash is especially like one of those that's constantly updated. We just got a patch this past week, but the scene is also like very fragmented. You have your Melee players, you have the people who play Smash 4, you have the people who play Ultimate now, and I think what would really help is to get that to be more cohesive, because there's going to be another Smash game down the line, and people will still keep playing those old games, but you need to figure out how to get everyone kind of into the same, not all playing the same game, but like to create that legacy, getting them more cohesive together.
I also wonder if, just thinking here, maybe instead of looking at it in terms of the game's legacy, maybe the players and the organization's legacy within the game. So maybe that's how you bridge that gap for people. Like, for example, I'm just thinking about like TSM. They've won so much in League of Legends. And, you know, going back to how Jason talked about Steph Curry and even Michael Jordan for the Bulls, you know, you're connected to that person because of their success. So that's what an organization and the game can build around and showcase their legacy within the game. So
I would say that the FGC as a larger conceptual entity is the legacy. If you talk to Street Fighter players, even Street Fighter V pros, they'll tell you that their favorite Street Fighter was like Third Strike, I think. I'm embarrassing myself if that's not what it's called. I love FGC, but I'm no good at it. Maybe if I spent more time at it, I could be. In fact, that's the game we should be as we get older. It's very clearly proven that with Daigo you can be good.
Yeah, right.
But I think that the FGC is an interesting place because there are so many different cultures that get smashed together. There are so many different communities that interact with each other through a shared, lived-in space. It's probably the realest form of grassroots esports out there. It's not fabricated. It's just people literally lug their CRTs to hotel rooms from across the country and throw down. So it's great. I think that Melee will always have a special place in people's heart, but there's a certain amount of, I think, lip service that the publishers and developers have to pay to the fact that we live in an attention economy, and that for people to have a business, for Nintendo to have a business, they need to sell video games. So they have to come out with a new Smash. They have to get people interested. For the same reason that the Melee players will try it, they'll most likely buy it to try it too, because they're that passionate. And I think that there is a place where the path forward can either come from the community, as we've seen with Smash and Splash or Genesis, and even Evo started as a community outreach, but it has to come from the publisher. They're the IP rights holder. They're the ones that can flip a switch and shut a tournament down and just stop it from existing. And I think really when it comes to Smash, you need Nintendo buy-in. And that might be the biggest wall to get over in all of esports, is getting Nintendo to tip the hat to say, yes, we know it exists, and yes, we know we put Splatoon in an arena and in a commercial to sell the Switch, but let's actually see you support it.
I've always said that the fighting game community could be probably the top of esports if they could get their stuff together. But I mean, it is the most approachable to watch. I mean, I could bring my grandmother to a fighting game tournament, like that guy's gonna beat up that guy. And it's like, it's really easy to understand. But the community, with all the good stuff about the fighting game community too, it's just highly disorganized and there's a lot of infighting. And if that ever became cohesive, I think fighting games would probably rule most of esports.
Yeah,
the community's awesome.
The FGC is a lot like boxing, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, really, like I think FGC just needs promoters.
We need a Don King for that.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
And even then, boxing has its limitations in terms of how much it reaches our current audience and how much the generation responds to it. But I think with all of the different various types of I guess games that you could be playing in the FGC, whether it's something like Mortal Kombat, which is made by here in Chicago with NetherRealm Studios, to Capcom in Japan or Nintendo, or even the sort of the more anime fighters. There's a little bit for everybody, but they all fundamentally do the same thing.
And for what it's worth, I'm also terrible at fighting games.
we should play each other.
Okay, we start
the old man's league.
How about this gentleman right in front of you, who's holding up his hand a little bit?
Hi. So, sort of jumping off of his question, I've got a question about the long-term sustainability of this, because a unique challenge that traditional sports don't face is there's not a new football every year. I guess it's expanding more on the longevity of these games, because a lot of times they're sort of vying for attention. How do we fight these games suddenly falling into obscurity?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, football hasn't changed in how many years? Baseball hasn't changed in how many years? Okay, for you diehard fans out there, I understand that they've
the
made
fundamentals,
some changes.
the fundamentals haven't changed.
True.
The sport is completely different.
Right. It's exactly right. I mean, when you change the special teams rules on like running back and
Player speed.
yeah, exactly.
Agility.
It's a
everything
little
about
bit like a patch, but it
equipment.
hasn't changed the
And
game.
it's like something like football's like sped up like 50% or something since just the 80s or 70s.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, but the underlying core gameplay loop of that, if you're thinking about it from a game design perspective, the core gameplay loop of football hasn't really changed. Baseball hasn't changed. Basketball hasn't really changed. How it's played has been iterated on, and that's really where the competition lies, is who does something different and who's going to do something that's going to keep the competitive edge. So I think from a team owner, from an organization, for the Mavericks or the 76ers or the Bears or the Golden State Warriors, they're all asking those questions because their sports are old. So how do you keep people's attention with it, and how do you keep it fresh? Esports, on the other hand, doesn't have that problem. Their games are always fresh, they're always new, they're always exciting, they're always interesting. But how do you get people to stay once they're there? And I think that there's 3 categories that esports can fall into. You can have acquisition to get new players through the activation of your events. There's monetization. You can monetize through these events, or you can retain players through it. And I think you can have 2 out of 3, but I don't think you can have all 3. And we can see from the international, for example, in Dota, it's massive. Every year, it's sort of like this huge crowning moment for esports because of their prize pool and the technology that they show off with AR and mixed realities. And then you look at Evo, and it was like the first year was held in Japan a little while ago, and it was also a smash hit. I think there's lots of really interesting ways that which larger communities sort of celebration of a shared interest goes a long way to keeping these games around. And publisher support. It goes back to publisher support. I mean, the reason that StarCraft no longer is broadcasted on TV in Korea, really, is because of Blizzard. And how the publisher interfaced as the rights holder with a broadcast organization in Korea, and to what licensing fees and what hoops needed to be jumped through to do that. And in that gap, in that tension between those 2 entities, the OGN and the KESPAs just said, we don't need to do this. We'll just put on this game called League of Legends. It seems pretty hot. And that's the death of StarCraft, essentially. And now you have StarCraft 2, which is trying to revamp that. But it's how much is Blizzard putting in and supporting it? And we can see sort of the inverse of that equation, which is, can a company want something so bad but ultimately not succeed on the merits of the game? And that's Heroes of the Storm. So, Blizzard basically propped up Heroes, turned it into an esport, really supported it, and it just didn't take off in the way that we see Smash take off, or the way that we see League supported, or CSGO. But again, it's the level of the support. BlizzCon every year was a great hit for Heroes of the Storm, but it just financially didn't make sense for the publisher to do it. And I think that's probably the big question that companies like Nintendo probably are trying to struggle with, which is, how do you make it financially sensible to support the product once it's out there?
Anybody else? Another question? I haven't done anybody from this side. You want to speak here? This gentleman in front.
I see that Quake shirt out there.
From a game design perspective, what makes an esport fun to watch, and why do big games like PUBG not necessarily take off in the esports world?
Ooh. That's something that game designers have been trying to figure out for years now.
That's like the secret sauce of what my company does.
Some games are practically unwatchable, and then somehow have this massive competitive scene that comes up around them. And if you don't play the game, it's very hard to enjoy watching it at a competitive level. And then other games you just would think would never have a shot, and just pop out of nowhere. So no, I don't have a good answer for this. I think there's such a variance of games that have turned into high competitive play, that it really just comes down to one thing: is it fun to play, and is there a sharp enough mechanic that can be leveraged via skill to build a competition around, and is that gameable? And if it's not cheaply gameable, then then the level of competitive play stays at a level that you need to practice for, and so the community rallies around that. I mean, what do you think makes Splatoon scene is what it is here?
It's just fun to watch. Like it's got a low entry to understand. Like
Paint everything.
To watch a tournament, you shoot paint and then there's like the ranked game modes, which are like a very clear objective. It's not everything all over the place. It's very focused.
If you had to explain Platoon to someone who's never played before, right? And then you were told to explain baseball, who had never seen it before. Which do you think is the easier to explain?
Probably baseball.
Really?
I
I'd say it'd be
so.
Splatoon.
I don't know. Well,
I was thinking Splatoon.
I mean, like if you're talking about like the base turf war, that's easy to explain.
Right. Yeah.
I call it extreme paintball. You cover the map in your paint.
Yeah.
But like the ranked modes are a little more complicated.
So there's more nuance to it, but I think the approachability of a video game directly kind of corresponds to how well people are going to buy into it. Now, that's not necessarily true for legacy sports because we've had them around for forever. But man, trying to explain, imagine you meet an alien who's never been to Earth before, and you take them to a baseball game, and you'd be like, yeah, so technically right now the ball's in play. No, it's not. Okay, but we're still in the game, and this area is off limits, but this area is good. But after here, actually, it's okay again. They'll be like, "What? How did you possibly come up with this?" We're like, "We were bored. It was the 1860s." So I think to a certain extent, approachability is huge. Color
I guess
is also
I didn't
huge.
think about baseball because I grew up playing and watching. So that's the thing about baseball, about a lot of legacy sports, is that we grew up with them. So we know their mechanics like already. We don't think about them. So a lot of getting people invested in esports and watching them is there's an entry point that maybe they don't understand it right away. So getting people to understand the game at a base level is not something that they grew up with, and we have to think about that to get new people interested in.
Rocket League's actually a good example of something that was just really well done. Anyone can play it. It's very easy to explain. It's soccer with rocket cars. and you see it and you're like, I could do that. And everyone played for a while.
And then you try it and you realize, I can't
And then
do
you
that.
see a guy who's like balancing the ball on the tip of his nose as he flies around and it's just, then there's a high level of play too. And so it's everyone can play. And with enough practice, you can do some pretty insane stuff.
And from a developer perspective, from a design perspective, I think PUBG was designed to be played. I don't think it was designed to be watched. I mean, from a player perspective, it's terrifying running through an open field, not knowing who's seeing you as you rotate from one circle to the next. That's compelling gameplay, right? Like, I've watched horror movies and been calmer. But from an audience perspective, it's really boring to watch Running Simulator 2017. Like nobody really finds that engaging, not unless you have a very, very, very talented caster group behind it to bring life to the game. That's probably some of the challenge of card games too, because there's no inherent action in card games. It's just card interaction. Not even the players. I mean, like players generally don't talk enough smack between each other. That's why I love the FGC. You guys are just like the villains and the heroes of the esports world. But the casters have to bring life and meaning to what's happening on the screen to really make the audience have any form of buy-in. So there's like this weird weighted difference between in card games and in certain battle royales that the casters have to have over the actual gameplay, specifically for PUBG.
Okay. Last one or two questions. Who else? All right, you. Yes.
Test. Okay. So just starting off with an example, when I was a kid, I played Pokemon on the Game Boy.
Same.
The first question I'm asked is,
Red
are
or
you
blue?
a boy or a girl? And then I noticed in the future Pokemon games, they now ask you, what do you look like, even though you're given like masculine and feminine options. So what do future game designers do that might affect the diversity of an esports community? In particular with Splatoon, I believe, I haven't played it, but I've seen when you create your player avatar, it doesn't default to like a boy or a girl. It forces you to choose between one of the two. are there any like noticeable changes in like games today that are more inclusive and might lead to maybe more diverse esports community?
Yeah, so Splatoon, you choose between either a boy or a girl, and then you choose between an Inkling or an Octoling if you have the expansion pack, which is just your species. And it's actually like it's laughed about a lot in the Splatoon community because most players choose the female Inkling even if they're a guy, and like so many people play as the female Inkling, and which when you're
is that an art choice or is that like what's the?
They just think it's cuter,
Yeah.
better hairstyles, and I don't know. I know that it makes it a little confusing when you're casting tournaments because you want to default to female pronouns for the female Inkling, and it's not always the case, but I think having that option there to choose which gender you want to play as is important to get more people who aren't just cis male into the game, just because they don't feel excluded. And I think that's the important thing. Like, if you're excluding people right off the bat, that's not going to make me play your game. I have definitely not been interested in games because it doesn't give me the option to play as a female character. So I think that's like a really important thing to keep those options there. I would like to see even more options because when you start up Splatoon, you definitely get asked, are you a boy or a girl? Or do you want to play as a boy or a girl? And I have friends who are non-binary and they don't want to play as either. They just want to play the game. So it's still like having a lot more games have that option now, but it's still not perfect. And I think
awareness like really, has built to the level that it is in the last like year and a half, 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so that now gives, you'll see those games with that, mindset released in 3 or 4 years because that's how long a development cycle is. So you'll start to, I think, and games in general tends to be, I think far more progressive. I remember playing, Dragon Age and some of those other games where you could pursue a number of different paths for your character that were not traditional in games, and it's a matter of the game designer being representative of the times, and so but the nature of game design taking years, you'll see those things start to come out, I think, in the next few years, and it'll just take that time.
Okay, well, I want to thank everyone. Those were great questions from the audience, and a great panel. You guys were wonderful in all your areas. So we'll I think we're taking a break before the sound panel, and then Stefan will have some great people on the sound panel. You guys are really good. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Thank you,
For those
Lester.
of you who are wondering, the restrooms are back across from the elevators. We have coffee here. We certainly welcome demand. So if we run out of coffee, we will just get more from downstairs.
Thank you very much for coming.
over so you guys can sit together.
Oh.
I trust them for this thing.
Yeah.
Watch, you're just gonna have like a weird rash. I said,
Hello.
You're just gonna get a weird rash. I have a toddler. There's always a weird rash.
Hello again. Hello.
Nice mics. The wireless 58s.
The battery come out? I'm doing that.
I was just getting a microphone.
I'll do it.
As long as hello.
Check, check.
Do any of these microphones work?
Hello. Nope.
Thought I heard something.
No. Check, check, check.
It's in my head.
We're about to resume, so please begin. We just have to speak up.
Maybe they're just running off.
No, they've got batteries. Did somebody turn them off?
They're showing display.
Check, 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 check,
Okay,
check, check,
hello?
check.
Is the
For
mixer
some
off?
reason, these are no longer connecting to it.
Did.
I don't know. It's a good question.
It was
Wah, wah.
No, can be loud.
Somebody has to know how to operate that thing up here.
I have no idea.
One of us can figure it out.
Surely.
Our credibility
Surely.
go right out the door.
4 audio professionals
What's
can screw in
this?
this light bulb.
A pantometer? What's that? Yes.
And we're back.
This works.
We are resuming, so please find your seats. A couple additional announcements. And while we check these microphones, please, if you'd like to post about any old thing that happens here today, use the hashtag ProgMech. We also have Twitter and Instagram. And let me be honest, the Instagram needs a little love. Could you please give a little love to the Instagram account? It's not that deep yet. And that's also ProgMech. We're about to jump into the sound panel, but before we do, I wanted to ask all of the conference associates, our volunteers, to please raise your hands and be recognized for the awesome work you're doing for us. Thank you. And it's insanely quick turnaround time getting set up today. We couldn't do it without you. So now we are going to resume with a panel about video game sound, moderated by Stefan Moore. Please welcome them. You have a question? Oh yes, we are right now streaming live on the Progression Mechanics YouTube channel, and it will also be archived there into the deep future. So once again, welcome Stefan Moore and our expert sound panel.
Thanks. And greetings to the deep future, whoever you are. Everybody wave to the deep future. Hi. So I'm Stefan Moore. I'm a professor here. I teach in the Sound Arts and Industries program, which is a part of the Radio, Television, and Film department in the School of Communication. And I'm going to slowly drift over here and turn off these clouds of gentle music from Fez that have been playing to sort of bring us in. It's sort of appropriate. Okay, it's all right. I can run my own AV. It's good. Maybe I'll get a more sort of like generic background. Oh, that looks great. Okay. Hey, we're sort of DIY here. We can do it. I put this panel together largely because I'm really interested in what these folks have to say. My practice is more as a sound artist, composer, maker of installation art. And this last year, I taught a class in audio production for VR sound. So I'm starting to slowly understand some of the tools and things involved in making sound for video games. And I'm a pretty avid gamer myself. So all of this sort of leads me to be very interested in the kinds of things that these folks have to say. So I want to very quickly tell you who the panel is, and then they can tell you in a little more detail who they are and what they do. Directly to my left is Scott Smallwood, who is a professor of music composition at the University of Alberta in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Next to him, we have Sean Gallagher, who is the lead sound designer for Iron Galaxy Studios, one of the largest indie game studios out there here in Chicago. Next to Sean is Victoria Salazar, who is a sound editor for Noise Floor, which is an audio post-production company here in Chicago. And finally, George Huffnagel, who is the senior sound designer at Jellyvision. So greetings to the panel, and now maybe we'll start with George and come back this way, but just invite each of them to spend a few minutes talking a bit more about what it is that they do. And I asked them to talk not only about their positions and their jobs, but also because of the sort of strongly freelance nature of a lot of the stuff that happens in the sound world, to also just talk about their practice and what it is they do as artists and how that gets involved in the video game world. So, George.
Good afternoon, everybody. Wait, afternoon? Almost. A lot of familiar faces here, so it's good to see some of you again. As Steven said, I'm a senior sound designer at Jellyvision, which you might know from the 90s as You Don't Know Jack's game series. And they had a game development company internally called Jackbox Games, which works right above us directly. But the bones of the games from the 90s still exist in the company, which are primarily based on interactive conversations and sound effects. So we build interactive conversations for complicated problem-solving issues like choosing your benefits, or you're going to go on a leave of absence of work, which there are numerous rules and things. And so we make it in a fun, humorous way. And I am one of the co-sound designers there, where we record voiceover, record sound effects, and develop our own sound effects library, write music for videos. We do live action stuff. I do sound design for sets and post-production, so we kind of handle all pieces of that. In addition to my work internally there, I do a lot of freelance work as well. So I'm currently working on a 36-book children's series of classic children's books, in which they'll be put out for Android and iOS at some point. I'm currently working on a podcast with a coworker of mine at work, where we're talking about communication skills, so that's a whole other skill set unto itself. And I'm also working on a new game for an indie developer called Super Space Club for Android and iOS and desktop. But most recently, I worked with a developer here in Chicago, Trinket Studios. There's Tom out there. We worked together over a period of 4 years on a game called Battle Chef Brigade for consoles and computers as well. So we kind of do a swath of different things with a lot of various skill sets.
I'm Victoria. I'm a sound editor at Noise Floor, and I do field recording, and I curate sound effects libraries for them. So we make and sell sound effects. And a lot of the stuff we do is for video games. We work with a company out in Seattle, and we basically do their cutscene cinematics. So we get a bunch of sound effects from them, and like my main job is to make sure we get a variety of performances, because you know, if you have the same sound come in a video game, you want to have that like difference, a variety of sound, so it doesn't feel so repetitive and takes you out of the game. So that's kind of mainly what I do, and I'm also an assistant, so I prep jobs, do all that stuff, and we work on films. We do location audio, so I do location sound. Yeah.
I'm Sean. I'm the lead sound designer at Iron Galaxy. My day-to-day is managing just about every aspect of sound for all the games that we do. We do a lot of port work, but we also do a lot of original IP. You might know us from some of our bigger games like Killer Instinct or Dive Kick. Both of those came out a few years ago. Again, my day-to-day is a lot of management of both contractors, being the only kind of sound designer at Iron Galaxy, but also a lot of hands-on work. I've got to make the sound. Basically, if there's a sound that goes in a game at Iron Galaxy, I've got to touch it and hear it in some way. Outside of Iron Galaxy, I do a lot of freelance post-production work for advertising and television. And yeah, I think that's about it.
Great. I'm Scott Smallwood, and as Stefan mentioned, I teach music composition and technology at the University of Alberta. I also have a research group there called Audio Games Lab, and we're working on sound-based games, which I can talk about more later. But we also have a game certificate program there that I teach a lot in. So a lot of my teaching involves working with students to make sound design and music for games.
Great. So that's who we're talking with. I have a bunch of questions that I could jump in and ask them, but I'm wondering if anybody wants to lead off from the audience, if there's already anything that anyone wants to jump on. Sure.
Generally, in the kind of game design world, what percentage of studios do you think are mostly working with in-house designers versus just like purely freelance or contracted out other
Groups.
I think I can speak to that a little bit. I'm very fortunate in that I have a full-time gig at Iron Galaxy. That's not the norm in every studio. I think it really depends on what the studio needs and whether or not they're willing to kind of make that commitment to a full-time employee. There's a lot of other factors that lead into making a full-time hire for any discipline. So it really depends on the studio size and whether or not you're willing to have the work for that person. Iron Galaxy is fortunate enough to have several different projects going at a time where I've always got something to do. But I have several friends that kind of just work on a freelance gig-to-gig basis. If I had to put a percentage on it, I would say it's nearly 50-50. But, yeah.
I think it also depends on whether you're talking about indie games or larger company games. Typically, AAA game studios, if they have a business sense, will have an approach where they're doing back-to-back titles, where they have sort of a waterfall effect. As one team's finishing up one piece, another team's joining in, and you'll find that those teams swell and contract over that time period. There are some that are hiring contractors because they're entering the final push, and they will let them go at the end of that. And that's the expectation too going into it. It's usually 3 months, 6 months, maybe a year, depending on what the needs of that. And I've seen other companies as well, especially in Sony, like in California, where they will share people across studios to people, like the people who did God of War, The Last of Us. They'll invite people over because they're done with their titles, but they have the talent right there. So why need to onboard somebody entirely? Indie studios, I think it's almost entirely contract work based on the nature of things having to evolve quickly, and they can't really hire a full-time person if they don't need the sound person. It doesn't make a lot of business sense in that regard. But I've been part of games where I will start at the beginning. They don't need me for some amount of time. I'll come back, we'll revamp stuff, and then there's another period of time. So I'm not full-time with them, but I've been with them through the scope of the project. So I have an idea of where they're going with it, and we've had conversations ongoing. So, yeah.
I should also say that, not every studio that has a full-time, in-house sound team isn't also contracting. It's like that's kind of the nature of Iron Galaxy. We do that for every discipline. If art needs to staff up all of a sudden with tons of VFX artists, we won't necessarily go hire 15 VFX artists. We'll contract them out, and sound is no different for a majority of these studios, I think.
So I'm not in a traditional game studio, obviously, but we have a connection with BioWare, which is also in Edmonton. So I'm somewhat familiar with how they work, and I know that BioWare has a team of sound designers that work for them. They do occasionally farm things out. Obviously, for things like the other two pillars of sound in games, sound effects and music, they typically farm those out, obviously, for big projects.
Thanks. There were a couple other hands that went up right around the same time. I don't know if those hands still exist. There it was. Hi. Sure. We have a microphone for you.
Oh, hey. My question is more about music in games, and what I've seen is like procedural generation has been a trend in game design. I'm wondering if that's going to be a trend in music design in games. If you have any thoughts on that.
I think we've seen some of that already. Indie Space is a good place to watch for some of that. What's the exploration game? It's kind of 8-bit, pastel-colored walking simulator. I think it's... somebody said it? Proteus. Proteus is a good example of that kind of, where it's all procedurally generated synthesis. And I feel a lot of Max MSP work carries over. I'm seeing more people being invited to the table with Max MSP skills.
Max MSP?
Yeah.
Yep.
The procedural generated.
Max is a programming environment for sound. There's a bunch of other languages too that are being used in games as well. Pure Data, and Chuck and Super Collider, I think, is a little bit.
But I haven't seen it at the highest level yet. But I don't doubt it will find its way there.
Okay.
I feel with VR, like there's a lot happening there that we don't know is going to happen. They talked about it last with the esports panel, obviously, but I think it's going to affect every discipline in some form. I know Magic Leap is trying to make waves with their technology in Florida. They've been at it for 10 years, and they've put out the hardware for dev kits and things. And I've seen some really interesting things there in the same kind of thought process behind it, where we're not putting in hard assets that are, you know, rigid to the design, but based on the user behavior. So that's always a little tricky to find out where that's going to go. That's what I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, a couple more hands.
Thank you. So I have a question. As the sort of tools for sound design and game design are being more democratized, are you seeing the role of the sound designer and sound implementer sort of merge in any ways, or are those things staying more separate in the current industry?
I've definitely done both.
Mhm.
Yeah, I've been doing more of both. So it's kind of like you kind of have your sound, the initial sound, and you have your idea, and if you can implement it, you can control it more. So it's easier for the sound designer to be more creative for it. So.
Yeah, I think that it's a design aspect of it, you know, plays into it as well. It's I can design a sound better if I know how I'm going to implement it later down the road. So I think more and more you're seeing this shift towards a sound designer and someone that would implement the sound, maybe a programmer, an artist, something like that. They're kind of absolutely merging. I mean, for me personally, there's not a sound in there that I'm not implementing myself. And I think that's like the normal like kind of expectation these days is that you can kind of do a bit of both. I find that there are still people that do like have a specialty, technical sound designers that might not do design work, and then sound designers that rely on a tech designer or a programmer. So, but I think, yeah, again, it's becoming the norm.
Yeah, I agree. From my perspective, I do a lot because I'm working with on games that begin with ideas about sound mechanics and how they can be used. Most of the work that I've been doing and some of the people I'm working with start out as concepts in our head, and then we immediately are designing and also programming how those sounds are going to evolve in the game, for sure. And I think kind of jumping on this other question about the generative tools and other things, I think as we're starting to see some of the larger game development engines like Unity and Unreal implementing coding languages within them, that's Pure Data a bit, but also Chuck and CMix and some other languages where you can actually compile and have some really powerful tools for doing sound design within the actual programming environment. It's a really exciting trend, and that's one of the things I'm extremely happy to be working in these days.
Yeah, the visual scripting aspect of it has changed my career, you know, immensely. When I started, there weren't these tools. I started in the UE2, UE3 days, and to do anything visual was kismet at that point, or you learned C++ and you learned how to compile and you got Visual Studio, and it was a huge pain. Nowadays, half of my job is doing Blueprint, you know, scripting.
And I think also, just to kind of add to this, is as you work on more games, your mind tends to gravitate towards the thoughts of a game designer and less just strictly sound design, because you are essentially a game developer in that environment. Depending on your role, it might shift and change based on the responsibilities of the project. So if it's 3 people and you're the only audio person, your responsibilities are quite big in relationship to the project. Whereas if you are a 8 to 10 person team, you might focus more on just one slice, which makes sense because the game's obvious scope is so much bigger. But like a technical sound designer, I've seen people who were either, you find all avenues of experience coming into audio, but people who were strictly in programming, or I know the gentleman over who's technical sound designer on God of War. He was here in Chicago, Roel. He came from a chemical engineering background, and so he had a very different mindset coming into it, but he's really good at implementation and coming up with tools as a way to get sounds to behave in a certain way in the game. But then you also collaborate directly with the designers and programmers. There's a limit to your skill set, so you have to ask, could you please implement this tool for me, and let's try it out, which then opens up the opportunities for experimenting, therefore.
Yeah, technical sound designer is this kind of new term in the industry that has kind of already existed for several years. We're kind of putting a name on it now. It's like someone that, like as George said, might think about systems or might be more technically minded, but there's no reason that they couldn't design necessarily, and they absolutely need to work within the sound team to, kind of make the full cohesive, soundtrack.
Kind of think of like a visual effects programmer.
Yeah, or a tech artist. I mean, it's similar. It's like they're working on these systems and maybe a little more high-level technical aspects of the sound. But again, there's no reason that they might not also have design chops, and oftentimes they do, and it's kind of beneficial to them to kind of know that language as well.
Here comes your microphone.
Thank you. Hi. I was wondering if you can just give us an example of the design process, the creative process for designing sound in a game. The reason why I'm asking this is because I've worked with sound for films, also music, but I know video games are much more interactive. And if I look at something like Mortal Kombat, for example, the players are making sounds with each motion, and that, I don't even know how that works. So I was just wondering if you can just explain that.
I think just having variants of things. So like for Mortal Kombat, you have you want this guy to grunt, right? Because he's fighting. But then you're going to have 20 different versions of it. And then you can randomize it, do whatever you want to it. But in the end, it'll be different each time for the player. So if you have a really long fight, it's not going to be a loop of the same grunt. And that'll take people out because it's okay, it's the same sound, it's getting annoying. So if you have more variants and of length and the way he says it or she says it, it'll help the game and the story too.
And do you have to code that?
So I worked on Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
A portion of it, there is some coding aspect to it. We were talking earlier about the technical sound designer. There's a guy over there that's been there for years, and he came from the Midway era, and then before that, even kind of the arcade and pinball era. It was in Chicago, at least. Dan Forden, he does a lot of scripting specifically for Foley movement, things that would normally be done on a fine level of detail that you can't kind of just place an event in. You kind of need a little more granularity in it. Yeah, there's an aspect of it, but again, it falls into this technical sound designer middle ground where it's, probably a more specialized thing. But yeah, as Victoria said.
You can definitely randomize things.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hundreds and hundreds of assets that you have to not all think of from the beginning. Usually a lot of games, I'm writing one right now, an audio design document, which is kind of your Bible going into a game, knowing kind of sets the groundwork for how you want the game to end up being once it finally ships. Takes weeks and weeks to write because you have to think through all these processes, and you're not necessarily beholden to them. But I think the biggest thing about making games or making sound for interactive media kind of broadly is being flexible. It's really, really difficult to say, come in with the exact same workflow for linear media, for example, knowing I'm going to put this sound exactly right here and picture is locked. Games change constantly. So something that you were loving one week might now no longer be applicable because it's changed entirely during a prototype or development phase.
It's a lovely part of the process.
Yeah, and it's fun. You kind of have to force yourself to revise and let go and be fluid with the process.
I can give you a kind of a funny example of that, actually, a really specific example. So the other day, so some of you I'm sure know this trope in games. I think Antechamber is an example comes to mind that has this where you walk to the end of a hallway and you realize you can't go any further, but if you turn around, the map has changed. You all seen that trope before? Okay. So I'm working on this game, and my graphics person gave me a map with a hallway that ended that was supposed to have a door in it, a doorway in it, and it was. So I thought, maybe I'll use that mechanic. But of course, I'm constantly trying to find excuses to think sonically about these problems. And so the first thing I did is I just coded the solution to do it the way I described it. But then I thought, okay, so what would be an interesting sound way to do this? And I thought, what if you walked into the end of the hallway and you heard a sound and you couldn't make out what the sound was? It was kind of low and going, vroom, vroom, and you realized that as you turned, the sound was scrubbed through, and so that you're actually playing through the sound faster or slower. And if you turn fast enough, it actually causes the sound to play normal, and then suddenly you turn around and you're in the new space. So that's an example where I just thought of that, and I didn't have any sounds ready. I just coded it right then on the spot just to try it out, and now that's part of the game. So it was very much like just a problem I had to solve because of a bad map or bad instructions probably that I gave to the graphics person, and it ended up with this really cool mechanic that I'm actually now using in the game in a couple other places.
That happens a lot in games. Yeah. You'll start with an idea in your mind of how you might want to make a sound or you might want to implement it, and then by the time you actually get to that stage, it's either completely different or you stumbled upon something new along the way, or this happens often. You design a sound, you get it all the way through the process, you implement it, you play the game, and it just sounds terrible. It just sounds terrible once you get it in, but it sounds perfect over here in your DAW. You're like, why doesn't this work? And it's just because there's this magic thing that happens with interactive media where you can't put your finger on it, but something about interacting with it directly just changes your perception of just about everything. Visually, audio, it's all
totally
kind of interconnected, and you find yourself revising a lot in that way as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi. I'm really enjoying hearing about all your work. And this last question sort of touched on some things I wanted to ask you about, which is one is scope and the other is space. And in the case of scope, games are indeterminate in terms of length, but I'm interested in hearing in terms of music or sound design if there are scopes beyond the event. You're supporting an event with a sound effect that you think about, how you think about that, and especially in music. And then spatially, given the spatial aspect of games in the world, how that enters your sound design. And if you want to comment on that directly, or just maybe include comment on those things as you're talking about particular other topics. Thank you.
I'm hugely affected by space. Just as I'm like Stefan, I'm a composer and I do a lot of installation artwork. Actually, I kind of found my way into doing sound for games through installation work and through a real interest in the way sound works in a space. So for me, as I've started working on this latest project, I'm actually finding that I'm having a lot of trouble feeling like I can conceive of the music. I'm doing music and sound design together, which I think is also a trend more and more these days, especially as music expands its language to sound. So sound art, for example. But anyway, what I find that keeps happening is that I'll start to compose a bunch of tracks or stems or whatever that I know are going to go into a certain level, and then I get into the level. And I realize, the light's not quite right here, and I work on the lighting, or I have someone help me with the lighting, and then I'm kind of running around in the space, and I stick my sound in there, and I'm like, no, this just does not work here. And it's because the space is too big for this sound. Maybe if I add some reverb to it, or I think about parsing it out into pieces, and I start really actually composing the space with the sound. And it's only because I can work directly in the environment that I can work that way. And I have a feeling that's more and more common as well. So yeah, space is a huge factor for me. And even color and the way things look and the tonality versus the color of the space, all of those things are huge influences on the way the sound ends up being implemented.
Do you find that you have to change instrumentation a lot of the time? You have to go bigger with your instruments?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I had my steel pan in my studio the other day, and I realized, oh my God, this is the instrument that I need in this one space. And I actually had it in the studio for a completely different reason. Yeah. I was preparing for a concert that I had to play, and I was like, this is perfect. Yeah, it totally happens.
I feel like it's a series of just what if questions. What if I tried that? Yeah. And then you're like, I did that, but you really didn't. You just accidentally found the right solution, kind of. You trip and fall into the right idea. Yeah, but I feel like space, it's tricky because if you're in a 3D space versus a 2D space, obviously there's a lot more into the thought of, well, how does this sound over there versus if it was right in front of me? So we're talking a lot about reverb and EQ and effect of the space behind it or in front of it, occlusion, those kinds of issues come up, and that also adds some X factor, exponential problem solving that you have to think about beyond that. And your question was about music. Yeah. Did you work in Killer Instinct, right?
Towards the end.
With Mick.
never worked with Mick. Mick was off the project by
The
then.
score in that was so glued.
Mick Gordon.
Yeah, Mick Gordon does a lot of like really intense stuff. Doom.
Very in your face.
Yes.
He's got a very like hybrid rock orchestral style. It's very punchy and just right here in your face, aggressive.
What was outstanding about it in Killer Instinct was it's this fighting game, but all the music was glued directly to the actions of the players. So if they were in an idle state, there was a music idle state. If they began to move, the music began to move. If it got really intense fighting, the music got more intense. Everything was layered and very thought out from the beginning.
The document to go through that priority system was like 2 pages long. It was ridiculous. It took, before I was on the project, we did season 2 of Killer Instinct. I should specify. Season 1 was done by a different studio. That studio, Microsoft Studios, and the audio director over there had come up with this priority system when they began talking to Mick from the very start, like, hey, here's what we're looking for. We really want to make sure that music is synchronized with every moment and every beat. And to get it done was an arduous process. Just having it in Wise was this massive hierarchy of events, but yeah, complicated.
Yeah, so like the top level thought, of course, is planning for all that. But once you're in the mud, you just have to get muddy.
Yeah, and it takes a long time. It's a very lengthy process to make something really synchronous with the action, music specifically. And I find you mentioned something earlier that I think is a common trend. It has been a trend for years now, but I think you're starting to see it kind of circle back, which is more musical elements in sound design. You see it especially a lot in like UI and HUD elements, where you're looking at musical elements that can, kind of play to an emotion better than a sound specifically would. So you're finding people that for me, example, I started in music. I didn't know that I wanted to do sound design, so I've been a musician my entire life. So I've got a keyboard on my desk, and I've got several guitars, and I find myself often, and I know George is probably like this as well, incorporating musical elements just into my sound design. I think George is fantastic at that. He's much better at that than I am. He's one of the best people I know at that. But
well, thank you.
Could you comment on the musical organization, either structurally, tonally, et cetera? I mean, that would be interesting.
That's a George question.
Yeah, I went to school and grad school for music composition. I started late in undergrad with that, but it's always been in the back of my mind. But I think we consume so much Western music that we understand implicitly the language of it, just how things begin, how things get intense, how they resolve, this sort of gravitation of tonality in that way. So I tend to think of that. And when, like in Jellyvision, we have a lot of flowcharts of how things can play out. And the user's experience, follows some version of that, but we don't know when they're going to get to the end of the flowchart because they have all their own circumstances of what brings them through that. But I think about the beginning of that and then the very end of that. And there was one project we worked on which had this pie chart. It was graphical, and it was explaining some financial wellness issues, like how to plan for a budget. And that seems like a conversation if you're going out for coffee, which is very dry and kind of uncomfortable. But this is a computer sort of telling you how to work through it. And as it would go through the chart, it would come on and off with different pieces, and it got kind of complicated. So what I thought of was using a musical tonality system to kind of signal to them that this is the end of the conversation now. We're done talking about it. So it was just a very subtle, using musical language, a 1-4-5-1 kind of approach where we have, we're starting here at the beginning of the chart. Here's the kind of complicated section, and then this is what you're going to take away from you with your budget, and then that's it. And then once the chart exited the screen, then you got the little key, and then you're like, okay, I'm done. And I didn't tell them, this is what's happening, but that's one way to design sort of a flow without necessarily controlling the situation.
Like a subconscious resolve to it.
Yeah, and so you can plan that. It wouldn't work for everybody necessarily 100% of the time, which is where the user testing comes in. But at least I tend to think consistently musical ideas are really helpful in informing people's decisions.
Another example of that came up in my game is we're working on a puzzle mechanic for a kind of rhythmic doorbell that you have to solve in order to open doors. So you sort of press on this button and you have to learn a pattern, an in and out pattern, and the bell rings. It creates sort of a little melodic pattern. And we decided to have each door have its own sort of little musical motive. and that each level would have its own tuning system. And so all of the doors were part of a tuning system for that level, and so the motives were taken from that tuning system. For example, one of the tuning systems is an equal temperament system that instead of being 12 notes for the octave, it's 5. So it's basically a pentatonic system, kind of like a Palog or a Slendro scale in Japanese gamelan music. And so we thought it would be fun to have other levels have different tuning systems. And then we used some ambiences from those bell sounds to populate, to create some of the ambient structure, or just the ambient spaces in the level to kind of unify the tonality of each level. So that's kind of another example of that.
I feel like Nintendo is like the best at this.
Oh yeah.
From their user interface, the Switch to me has the most pleasant user interface I've heard in a long time. And it's not that everything you touch has sound, it's just where it occurs is subtle enough. So I spent like some 2 to 3 minutes just scrolling on my library of games back and forth.
I did that too.
Just to hear, I'm trying to figure out at what point the velocity change kicks in.
It's very subtle.
There's like a key switch in the programming where if you go fast enough, the repetition, it's sort of like a rate of fire. It kind of like kicks in and the sound effect changes. And just that subtlety is like being that considerate about every part of what you're doing will really add just nice intangibles to the design. Yeah.
Oh boy. Let's see. Maybe over here, and then Philip, and then over here, and then in the back. I don't know. I'll try and remember the order of this. Actually, let's over here. Yeah, this one. Yes.
So, apropos of being considerate, for mere mortals who don't know anything about sound, I am a mere mortal. I do a lot of other parts of development, but there is a vast universe of music and sound that is completely, pretty much unknown to me, unknowable to me. Can you talk about working with people who don't know sound? Can you talk about what you might want people who don't know sound to, what you wish they might know? It's kind of like
client ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just if a lot of people like default to like music descriptions, and I'm not a musician. I know a little bit about music, but I really just like am into sound design, and I use music in my sound design, but like very minimally, just because I don't know a lot about it. And a lot of clients tend to lean on like weird descriptions of like this song right here is, and like the guitar goes up like half a step or something, and you're like, okay, how am I gonna use that in my sound design? Like what? So I feel like that's kind of difficult, but I think just kind of talking to them like beforehand and seeing what they want for the final product. Like I do a lot of like short version and like short films. So kind of being like, okay, there's a lot of like special elements that we want to have in theme here. And if you want it, like, it depends on how they want it to feel. So if they want it to feel like very light and like airy, you kind of want to use like higher frequencies. So you want it like bells and stuff like that. So I try to like talk to them in that sense where like, how do they want people to feel at the end of the film? And if they want it to be heavy, then we'll use like lower frequency sounds and stuff like that. We'll try to like develop it in a way where a person walks away and they're like, I feel just like really heavy. Like I just like feel down or something. So that's kind of how I tend to go about it.
So much of like an audio professional's job is like taking, because there is no really great descriptive language for audio. It's all kind of borrowed from like a visual medium or like a tactile medium. You know, someone might say this feels too hot or too spiky or too sharp. And it's kind of our job to interpret what that means. And it takes years and years to figure out what that means. And then even then, it can be different from person to person. So it's a difficult process. I don't think any of us really expect anyone that isn't, you said a mere mortal. Sound's not magic, by the way. Anyone can do it. So we're all mere mortals. But I don't think we expect anyone to kind of have this understanding fundamentally and think the same way about any of us do about sound going into it. It's a process, it's a relationship, and you kind of have to find what that, you know, common ground is for every person.
And I think it's based off experience too. Sorry, it's just like it depends on like what the experience that person's had. So like me and you probably think of sound totally differently, but like we understand each other. And
Yep,
like,
and that's fine. It actually brings a lot of kind of inspiration and levity to like every single moment. It's like that's the same reason that if we were given the exact same scene or part of a game to design sound for, we would come up with totally different stuff. So it makes it really exciting.
I was just going to say, I work with students a lot who work in teams, and many of them get concerned about music or sound, feeling like they don't know about it, and they want to, but they have certain ideas in their head about what should be in the game. So this is a little bit of a pet peeve of mine. It might be a little bit controversial, actually, but so we use GameMaker currently for the engine. So they're basically just making kind of top-level sort of Zelda-like games, grid-based games. And there's a tendency for the students to feel as if they must put a musical loop in every level. And I try to convince them that they don't need to do that. And instead of using the really horrible MIDI assets that the students get to pick from, unless they're composers, in which case they at least get to try their hand at making some of their own, and I can help them with that. But instead, I try to encourage them to just go out and make field recordings with their H1 and or with a little digital recorder, and to think about the soundscape of the level rather than the level having to have a musical loop that plays over and over and over again. Because obviously, and this is a style difference, and this obviously has to do with what your preferences are when you play games. For me, I'm one of those people who always turns the music down unless I really like it, or unless it's hitting me right in the game, it's helping me play the game. But as someone who's maybe a little bit older and somewhat opinionated about music and maybe jaded even, I tend to be very picky about the way music sounds in games, and so and I think students are worried about their game sounding good, and so sometimes I just say, don't worry about making music, at least in the way you're thinking about it. And I try to give them some tools for thinking about making their own sounds that can be musical, or can at least paint a sonic picture of the space that they're in that's interesting, and that promotes gameplay, basically, and exploration.
I saw nods. I guess that was not too controversial. Yeah.
I think one way, and this is a skill set you develop over time, is offering lots of fishing lines for how to get what you want out of a person, like that doesn't have the language. One, maybe you start with email and you try to get the right idea across. And then if I'm not understanding them quite right, I'll ask them to, if it's a musical reference, to provide something that they like that they're thinking of that they like. So oftentimes when they want a style of music, they will have something in their mind already from another game, but they just didn't express it, and they'll find a YouTube clip. This is what I'm looking for. This pace, the words like pace or loudness or synthetic, things that are really easy, kind of pick off a tree kind of words, I tend to go to. And if it's a sound effect and we're not quite getting it right, I'll have them record themselves making it with their mouth. Just tell me, make the sound you want, and you'll get like a percussive sound or something with a long tail, or just in person at work. That's the best. I work with a lot of writers, and they don't have that language, but they know what they want. And I'll just sit with them and they'll wow, 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 wow. Oh, okay, cool. You want sort of a modulating tone? No, I think I know how to take care of that. So you just wrestle with the person you deal with. And some people are very, very particular. Like they'll push back on several points, and you make sure you have a contract that says no more than 3 times until you pay me more money. But that's kind of what you have to work with. Every person is kind of have empathy for where they're at.
Sometimes that person's even yourself. Like I'll do a lot of that too. The mouth sounds thing is like, I think that's just an audio person thing to kind of think in that way. You've got a picture in your head or a kind of an audio thought in your head. I'll record it into a mic in my DAW, and then I'll design to it just so that I have like kind of a rough sketch of how I think it should sound. Maybe it doesn't at the end, but it helps. It's any way to kind of bridge this gap between someone that might not know anything about sound and then you, which still doesn't know everything about sound, figuring out where that common ground is.
It's a very common strategy in film music as well. My understanding is that Danny Elfman started out his film music career as what they called a hummer. He carried around a little voice recorder with him, and he would hum things into it, and then he would get help from his orchestrators to figure out. I think now he probably does all that himself. I don't know. He's got pretty good, but anyway.
Danny who?
Danny.
I think we had Philip next, and then up here. Okay.
Thank you. Well, first, going off of that, there's a nice little video on the Sony Santa Monica Instagram of the sound design for God of War, and even Corey Barlog does the mouth sounds thing. Like, there's a video of him saying, like, describing his conversations with Mike Niederquell, just being like, "Vroom, zoom," for like the Leviathan axe. So he does it too. But my question, so yeah, Stefan said that he taught a virtual audio production course in the winter, and a couple of us were in that course. Russ was a TA. But we were talking about space earlier, but I wanted to ask, what are your personal experiences right now working with ambisonic audio? And what do you see in the industry being experimented with beyond just like what we see right now, just being used in like VR headsets and such?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I have not had the opportunity to work in ambisonics in games yet, although I'm planning to start doing a little bit of that this year. I have worked in ambisonics in installation environment situations. In fact, Stefan and I both together took a workshop on ambisonic sound at Impact in Troy, New York, which was a really cool opportunity. They had set up in 4 different studios a dome of between 48 and even more, maybe even 96, I forget exactly.
64 in the big one, yeah.
A dome of speakers over your head. And we were able to take some of our compositional ideas and plug them into SPAT, which is a series of plugins by Earcom that works in Max MSP. And in doing that, I had a kind of big aha moment in my head about some of the things I was thinking about in games. I've done some work with binaural audio for sure, but I still haven't started working with ambisonics in Unity yet, but I'm planning to look into that. And I'm very interested to hear what these folks have to say about that.
I unfortunately have a very similar experience. I have no game ambisonic experience. I've worked a little bit in binaural. We haven't done really much VR at Iron Galaxy, and I haven't in the past because it's really only become a thing in the last 3-4 years. So I don't really have much to speak to it, but I think it's definitely the way of the future. I mean, there was just an article, I think Verge or Wired published about PS5 and their new capabilities, and there's a dedicated chip just for audio processing. They calling it 3D audio chip. A lot of that's just going to be HRTF and ambisonic processing because it's very expensive.
Yeah, we've done a lot of like, not for games, but we've done interactive media, and yeah, I don't know. It's very interesting. We've done very little of it, and it's mainly for like car walkthroughs or like vehicle showrooms, and you can walk around the car and like hear it and everything. So yeah, we haven't really touched on it. It's weird because it's like people want to do it, but like no one really knows how to implement it really. So it's just in a weird space right now.
It's also not needed in everything yet.
Right.
Ambisonic, yeah, go ahead.
It's a way to describe how a sound moves around in a space by having lots and lots of point sources, and instead of using the traditional what we call vector-based panning, so you think about a stereo field and you've got a sound that's moving back and forth, you're essentially changing the amount of signal in each speaker and creating the illusion of movement. Ambisonics does that, but using a different process, which it has to do with phasing. But it's a lot more sophisticated. One way I like to think about this, and I have a feeling, I don't know if it's going to go in this direction, but if you think about the way lighting works in games, and where you bake something versus you have like a skybox and the sort of the issues of real time versus baking and all of that, I think that sound is going in a similar direction. I think we're going to see. I've heard the term audio skybox, for example. You can kind of imagine that there's a grid of virtual speakers over the entire game, and that you're now routing your sound through this dome, and then you have this head-related transfer function stuck on the head of the player, and as the player moves around, it's literally moving through the space in the same way that the lighting skybox is constantly sort of changing the way things look as you move different angles and stuff like that. So I don't know, but
it's kind of the difference between, I like to think of the difference between like a 2D audio presentation where you're kind of panning linearly between channels and then adding one third dimension to it, which would be like height information.
Height, yeah, exactly.
So now you can not only pan between channels, but you can also go up and down. So you get this fully three-dimensional kind of audio object. And it's a channel format of, kind of a way to record at the source, but you can also upmix and downmix from it. It's very new. It's like the newest audio kind of craze right now. And as Victoria said, I don't think it's quite ready to be used and everything. I don't think people know what to do with it or how to do anything with it quite yet. Well,
I'm seeing more field recordists record in that format. There's some.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Well, what was that like?
It was we got new equipment and we got the Ambio, the Sennheiser Ambisonics mic. So I just took it to a Force Preserve, and it was just really like had to listen to binaural, but it was just very interesting to I don't know. It was just weird. Because it wasn't like a normal like stereo field where you have your left to right. It was like
because our ears don't hear that way.
Yeah,
it's like a spherical, it's a spherical microphone that has a whole bunch of contacts on it, and you have to have a recorder that's capable of recording the signals from all of those in exact phase with each other, right?
Oh, yeah.
So. And actually, they also have to be at exactly the same level, or it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's
so
weird.
I've done a little bit of work with the cheap Core Audio for channel one.
Yeah, Rode does
and
have
had some
one.
pretty good success with that. But again, I haven't tried to implement that in games yet. But it's pretty exciting. It can be really fun.
My experience mainly was when I was in grad school, and I would go to like a Seamus conference, which is the Society for Electroacoustic Music in the United States, and they would have 8-channel, 16-channel speakers. And so there's a huge point of entry technology. We talked about that at the esports panel, this point of entry with VR. I feel like that's still going to be some time before it's commercially implemented on a regular basis. I feel like it starts from the audio world. I feel like it's starting in the recording environment. We're starting to see it in larger AAA studios, which I think is where we're going to see that. And once PS5 or whatever it's called, probably PS5, it's going to be called, I think we'll finally start seeing it. But you need to have a speaker set up appropriately at home, and most people, I think, don't have. I mean, 5.1 is pretty common now, but like there's 7.1 and 7.1.4, or like Atmos surround sound, which you go like to the IMAX theater to see. That's still all super, super new. So I don't know, but it's pretty expensive, but cool.
Yeah, I would only add to the definition of ambisonics, just that the ambi part of it is that however the sound is finally realized or finally deployed is kind of left until the last minute when it's decoded. So you keep everything in 4 audio streams or 9 audio streams or however many you've set aside for the level of resolution you want. And then you say at the last minute, I'm going out to headphones, so decode this binaurally, or I'm going out to a 5.1 system, so decode this in surround.
It's like ambisonic at its raw state is useless. You kind of have to decode
right, exactly.
it
needs
into some
that
kind
final
of format
decoding
in which you
stage.
could hear it.
Yeah, that's what I didn't get. I was like, okay, but it's just like it's gonna be 5.1, so it's gonna be the same thing. So.
But what's really cool about it is that it eliminates the problem of the 5.1 system having to be exactly sort of like perfectly situated. Because as long as you tell the software where your speakers are and how far apart they are from each other, you can actually get a pretty good image out of it, even if the speakers are not like perfectly in line with your head the way it's supposed to be when you're doing gaming in a 5.1 system.
I just taught a class on it, so I could talk forever. So I'm not going to. And instead, the next question was up here in front.
Thank you. Hi. I always sound weird in these things. My question points towards rhythm games and whatnot. I've played a few and whatnot, and a lot of the times the sound and the music and whatnot, like on the easier settings, it's as easy as 1 button, 2 button. You're playing everything. But when you get to the harder difficulties, you're playing almost every instrument in the song. And to me, it just seems like it's really chaotic. I'm just wondering if any of you have like any experience with that playing or aiding in the making of games like that, just to understand the workflow that goes into it.
You know, late harmonics.
The only experience, so I'm not a fan of those games. I'll say that right up front. But I know that there are some that are done really effectively. The only experience I have with that at all is that issue that mechanic that I was describing earlier, which was this sort of push button mechanic. That is essentially a kind of small little rhythm game, and it's implemented in my game and it works pretty well. But one of the things that I find tricky about it is that you do need to give the player a little bit of play on either side of the beat, so to speak. And because because the in and out is not always equal, right? It might be dong, 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 or something like that. And so you have to be careful to give the player a little bit of play, but not too much, because if you give them too much, they may play that rhythm exactly right, but slightly at a slower tempo, and the first 3 will work fine because they're within the tolerance. But then when you get to number 4, it gets off, and the player's like, well, I played it like I heard it before. I know this was right. And it's like, no, it just has to be a little bit faster. So that's something that we're struggling with a little bit with this mechanic. It's a tricky one, but that's all the experience I have with it.
I mean, I love Parappa the Rapper back in the It was one of my favorite games, and there's a lot of charm to it, I think, is part of it. I've not worked on it, but I imagine that you have to have a very strict pedagogy when you're making these games in terms of how you introduce people to them. And I feel like now we're dealing more with accessibility in games, people being more conscientious of it and allowing people to play a game that would have, some people just don't have a good sense of rhythm. So how much forgiveness do you have? And I remember it was Rock Band. You can set a mode. It's meant to you are free to play along with whatever is happening. There's no, just an open track, and you can kind of just listen and play along. So I feel like there's a sort of free play you can invite people into if you wanted to. But I am a fan of those games, and there's something kind of funny about it. I know it's not a real instrument. I know I'm not rapping, and it's a dog rapping, so there's already some silliness to it. But I don't know. Have you ever?
Yeah, I've played them before, but I've never had to program one or anything, or do sound for one. I was like a huge Guitar Hero fan, so I would do that. But yeah.
But there's like at Harmonix, the sort of place that this really became huge. They had people were essentially music sequencers, which are they would program all the notes to time out exactly when a person would trigger the note and it would display it on screen. And I imagine with MIDI, which is the digital information coming at you, there's a level of quantization, like where it falls on the grid. I can imagine from that, there's an epicenter of where the note is, and then some radius out that says if you hit it within this time zone, you're okay. But then if you move up to expert mode, you better get it or you're gonna miss. So that's just my thought process of how you would program this, or at least design from a design standpoint, how you would formulate.
I can say too that I think this trend towards generating the notes and the sounds on the fly in the game rather than having a fixed score that's moving and you're basically a kind of score following situation, but where things are actually being synthesized in real time. I think that those will enhance these games quite a bit, because then you can make decisions about how the actual instrument sounds if you miss the beat. You can have it synthesized differently.
Mm-hmm.
We're actually doing that a little bit with this little small mechanic I described, where if you hit it wrong, you still get a sound, but it's the wrong sound, and that's because they're being generated. There's a little bell model essentially that's actually ringing a virtual bell rather than a recording. And so we have control over how the bell evolves, how its attack is, how it resonates, and all those kinds of things. So yeah, I think it could be interesting.
There was this gentleman back here said his hand up for quite a while, and this might be our last question, but I'm going to say, as this walk is taking place, that the next thing to happen after this is going to be lunch, and I encourage you to follow up individually with these folks and continue conversations. Just an hour obviously does not contain everything we have to talk about, which is great. But go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name's Matthew Kurbis. Quick question. This is for all the panelists. I'm curious as to how what you do intersects, if at all, with voiceover and that relationship generally, and then maybe one word of advice for a voiceover artist's home studio, the number one thing they need to make your job easier when it comes to you.
I'll answer first because I think I'll be the quickest. So in the games that I've been working on, I'm actually specifically working with no dialogue. I'm interested in sound games that don't have any text in them at all, that don't have any language in them. So I'm not doing any work with voiceovers currently. However, I work with a lot of students, and obviously that's a big part of the games for them, is making dialogue, hiring, or not hiring, but asking their friends to be actors and recording. So the advice that I always give my students, because one of the biggest problems, and I'm sure that everyone here will agree, is the problem of like just the plosives that pop the microphone, and those kinds of technical issues. And also, obviously, just noise, background noise. So one of the things that I always encourage the students to do is to put the microphone here. It's much better when they don't have money to buy all the expensive stuff. And then you can make your own pop filter with a pair of pantyhose and a wire hanger. And you put that in between your voice and the microphone, and it eliminates 80% of that problem. And then obviously just finding a really quiet space to do the work is important.
If we're going down the line, yeah, voiceover is I could talk for an hour just on voiceover alone. It's one of the more complicated aspects of a video game, just because it involves so many different disciplines, or at least can, and it can be quickly cumbersome and expensive and time-consuming. I think voiceover is something that you need to think about when you're starting a game, that you want to implement it. It can't be kind of a last step, because everything will suffer. I don't know, I'm trying to remember the rest of your question, but when you answered that, the first thing that I thought of was George, because he just did a talk on this last year, didn't you?
I did?
Yeah. About voiceover in...
Do you want me to give the talk now?
Yeah, please. Yeah. Everyone stick around.
I'm going to go get my laptop. I'll be right back. Yeah. The best... Okay, two pieces of advice. Sorry, roll into one. The best advice from fellow voice actors would be to take acting classes. Be an actor first, then on mic. Because the best ones are good actors. I would go to a website called transom.org, which is part of NPR's broader coalition. They have a lot of workshops for mainly field reporters, but also people who are recording pieces for the radio. And it's sort of DIY, quick and dirty approaches to being on a mic, and how, like, if you're at a hotel, cover yourself with a blanket and then stay in, a pillow fort, exactly. But they also have sort of scaled tiers of like good, better, best. Like if you can afford the best, great. But if you can't, here's some really good point of entry options. But also, if you have some funds to build out a studio at home, there are a lot of companies. GIK Acoustics in Georgia, I believe, or Atlanta. They will help you give a recommendation for how to pad out your studio. If you take pictures and give them measurements, they'll say, okay, here are all the reflection points in your wall. Here's what kind of mic are you using, because that's going to have a big impact of like where the audio is coming in. And then also like what you need exactly for like a quick and dirty setup. They also have options for like mobility. So if you can't always have it up, here's a piece of equipment too. So those are the two pieces of advice I would say if you're concerned about recording quality, for sure. And you do a lot of voiceover too.
Yeah, we mainly do it for like commercials and like short films and stuff like that. And like from a mix standpoint, it seems to always like you have to dial down your sound design and music for when the voiceover is happening, because it's telling the story. It's part of the plot and everything. But yeah, we just keep the mic at a distance. We usually use shotgun mics, actually. We don't use large diaphragm, if you guys know what that means.
Gotta have the right room for it, though.
Yeah, so yeah, we use the Sennheiser 416 mostly. And then, yeah, it's just
why do you think that is? Why would you use shotgun?
Yeah, I think, my bosses use it all the time, and I think it's just because they like the sound of it a lot more than a large diaphragm. And for a lot of the commercial work, you need the voice to pop through because you only have 10 seconds or 15 seconds.
And you can get further away from it.
Yeah.
We had a Foley artist visit us, I think, last year, and say that they record everything through the 416 just because that's what everything else is recorded through, and so it gives a unity of sound.
Yeah, it all sounds. Yeah, we use it for everything.
Yeah.
It's also a very natural sounding mic. You get right up on an LDC, and it's all of a sudden you get the proximity effect. You don't want that. It doesn't sound natural. You put it in a game or movie, and you're like, that voice is in my head.
Yeah, especially
keeping a distance from the mic helps.
Yeah, and when the VO talent doesn't really know how to doesn't know mic technique, it's helpful.
Yep. It could be moving around. It
captures.
Still pick it up. This pinpoint directionality.
Yep.
Yeah.
But if you do want to go for a large diaphragm, the gold standard I think is still probably the Neumann U87.
Oh yeah.
It's a wonderful voice mic. Just
$3,000
silk.
mic.
It's gorgeous.
How much is it? Great mic though.
It's like over $3,000.
If you have an inheritance you're trying to spend down quickly.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
field recording.
Depends on what you're looking for.
We'll talk to you
What are you
after.
looking to record?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess for the new Ambisonic world, it's the sort of, what is it, the Zoom, is it the F8 or
The
the
F8
Yeah,
and the F4 will both do it for you.
And the sound devices Mix Pre.
Those are great.
Just got new
yeah,
firmware.
the Mix Pre 6. Yeah, so it's how many channels do you need simultaneously?
Mhm.
But that's
Yeah.
the. I have some bad and good news, and I'm going to look at my panel to see if they give me like, please don't say this as I say this, but lunch is en route, but it is delayed a little bit, and I've been encouraged to take another question or two, if that's all right with you.
Fine with
Are you not? Everybody looks good.
I have nowhere to go.
Nobody's turned white or anything. Good. All right. Let's. How about here? And then we'll go over here next.
That's weird. Okay, just a pretty quick question. Are there any tools you would recommend offhand for someone doing indie game design for a smaller game, for composing music, and just something that's good for all-around composition?
Whoa, not a quick question.
That's such a hard
Whoops.
question. You mean you don't mean in terms of the game development tools? You mean just for making the
Yeah.
okay? Yeah, I mean I always like to. I use a lot of different things. I think like industry standard is Pro Tools, of course, but I'm a big fan of Ableton, especially if you're doing loop-based things, because it's such a good environment for trying things out. It has that performance side, which is just really useful. I think for the bang for the buck, Logic is pretty great. Logic X, if you're a Mac user, because it comes with lots of instruments and effects, and it's a very, very powerful tool. Pro Tools, and I'll obviously Audacity, the gold standard, no, let's say bronze standard, cheap as free cross-platform editor is great, but it has its limitations, but it is free and it's a great little program. It also has a little language you can use, and if you're geeky, you can learn Nyquist.
This is a great answer.
Yeah, if there's one more that I can throw in there, if you're looking for something affordable and very powerful, I think Reaper is fantastic.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Reaper.
Yeah,
Excellent.
Reaper's becoming kind of the de facto new norm for game audio, just because it does so many things really well for that workflow. But as you mentioned, Logic, Pro Tools, we use Nuendo at Iron Galaxy. Yeah, Cubase and Nuendo. There's so many options. It really is. It's hard to say that there's one option that is best for everyone. I think it really comes down to the individual and your workflow. And so many of these DAWs are customizable now that it ends up not really mattering what you choose, but what you make with it. So find one that works for you in your budget, and you can probably accomplish all the same things with all of them.
By the way, if you're a creative cloud user, if you have Adobe stuff already, Audition is also a really good just editor for doing. That's actually my go-to sound editor at this point. It doesn't have any MIDI capabilities, but it's really quite powerful. It's just as good as the old Sound Designer or Peak. Actually, I used to use a lot, but good program.
I love Audition.
Most of these, I would say, are pretty cross-platform
the
at this
pretty
point.
much only exception, I think, was Logic, which is Mac only.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you had your hand up next, and then we'll keep going.
Thanks. Hi, I'm working on a game that I'd like music to be an upfront element, but the sound effects also need to be there, and they need to communicate things like enemy hit points and vulnerability states and all that stuff. So I was wondering, how do you manage the relationship between music and sound effects when they're sort of sharing the same bandwidth? Like, do you just use general mixing techniques, or is there some sort of approach and mindset that is specific to video games?
You can do in-game mixing with the tools you have. Most have. Unity has a mixer in the latest version, which came out a couple years ago. Unreal, I mean, they're all live mixing you can do. Are you talking about, are you doing the music and audio, all the audio yourself, or are you talking about when you hire somebody?
It's a solo project, so I'm doing it all myself in Ableton Live.
Okay. Well, it depends on your workflow. But if you are doing like hard assets and you're doing everything in Ableton, you could ostensibly mix in Ableton, at least as a starting point, and then port that in and then do the final mixing within whatever game engine you're doing if it has the tools that you need. But yeah, from a game environment, it's a different mindset. Like Sean was saying, the sound effects you create inside of a DAW don't necessarily work when you transport them into the game based on how it feels when you play. I would get as much though into the game as you can and then play it and see how that sounds. I think doing the real-time playing is going to be the biggest benefit to you, to know what's working and what's not. Because if you're creating a track on its own, put it in the game and there's sound effects playing, there may be parts of the track that don't mix well with the sound effect that's currently playing, but in a different part of the track, it might work well. So it's going to have to be depending on what you're doing at any given time in the game.
Another thing to consider really is, I mean, this is kind of a simple thing, but when you're making sound effects, you're generally making lots and lots and lots and lots of really short sounds, depending on environment you're using. And that's why I find that a really good sound editor like Audition is really helpful, because I mean, when you're in Ableton, you're kind of working on tracks really, and you're making things that are going to be layers, and generally they're going to be a few minutes long, or maybe they might be a little shorter. And Ableton is great at making loops, but it's well, two things. So for shorter sounds, just having a good work environment for editing those sounds quickly and being able to do batch processing and those kinds of things, that's why I like Audition, because it's really powerful for doing that kind of work. Also, learning how to make ambient loops is really important, and Ableton is terrible at it. It has a built-in feature for taking portions of your thing and creating a loop, and it tries to do the crossfades for you. It doesn't work very well if you're working on really ambient sounds. And so that's the kind of thing that I've learned to do by hand in Audition. There used to be a great tool in Peak, if anybody remembers that program, called Crossfade Loop, which doesn't really exist as far as I can see in any of the newer apps. So I've kind of learned to do that by hand in the multi-track side of Audition. And you can find lots of YouTube videos about how to do that, but that's an important skill to learn, I think, when you're making sound effects.
Yeah, making sure that your elements are like cohesive with each other as well. It's like, to George's point, you want to make sure that if you've got a music track that's a whole bunch of, percussive, for example, if someone's hitting a trash can the entire time and then your effect is also a trash can, it's going to sound like the music regardless. You want to make sure that you've got some contrast in there. So it's from a design approach as well. But then just simple, most common mixing techniques that apply to linear media or really any audio media can be applied similarly to games. And a lot of them are just borrowed.
Okay.
Thanks.
Let's see, maybe back here? Yeah, right there, yeah.
Hey, my question is directed towards Sean. Since you guys work on a lot of ports, do you find there's a lot of technical issues with porting audio from one game to another?
Oh yeah, yeah. That is the majority of any port is coming to terms with and figuring out how to solve all of the technical issues from porting from one console to another. Audio, fortunately, is usually in a good spot there. A lot of the projects that we get have already, used middleware on. When I'm speaking about middleware, I'm talking fmod, the way that those programs are structured makes them very conducive to porting to different systems because they're already supported via that middleware. So really, the hardest job is on tech. It's getting everything from that game on one platform into the other one, and audio pretty much just gets the latest API for whatever middleware, and it works on the new console generally pretty well. Might be a little bit of overhead back and forth that you've got to combat with. Real-time DSP, those are always huge overheads that we've got to consider depending on which platform you're porting to. But generally speaking, I haven't had much problem porting from console to console.
I'm going to interject a question here real quick of my own, which is we've been dropping the names of a lot of different software packages throughout the course of this. Game Designer, Unity, Unreal Engine, some of the middleware you were just talking about, Fmod and Wwise, and then sort of the big DAW discussion we had. I'm wondering if you are looking at maybe a new freelancer you're going to hire in to do some work, or if somebody is looking to get started in the industry as a game designer, what would you advise are the things you really just need to know? What are the software packages that are most critical to since you're often, I guess, probably in positions of hiring some of these people, what is it you're looking for on the resume?
Well, you're doing some learning right now, aren't you?
Yeah, right now I'm learning Wwise and Fmod. A while ago when I first started, I was just working in straight in Unreal. So like learning the fundamentals of like what your programmer's talking about is really important because it makes your job easier in the long run, just so you like kind of have an idea of how you can program it, so you can better explain to them how you want them to do it or something. But yeah, I'm learning Wwise right now, and I've worked in Fmod just a little bit more. But
where are you going to learn that?
Wwise has a free course. You can get certified so that the test costs like I think $300 a test or something like that. But the whole course is free, so there's like 6 chapters, and it goes through. The first one is just the basics of Wwise, so learning the fundamentals of like how you can make an event, program it, and get it into a game. The second one's about interactive music, so about like layering music and having it interactive and change. So if you're about to die, the music gets more intense. And I think the third one is about optimization, so it's about like DSP and like how much space you have and can use. But yeah, it's really helpful actually. Like you don't have to take the test and get certified. You can go through the whole course and just take quizzes for free, and you learn everything except you're not certified. So it's nice. It's really helpful. Yeah.
There's also a program that I took several years ago called the School of Video Game Audio by Leonard J. Paul. Mm-hmm. He's in Vancouver. He personally monitors the coursework, and it's usually 8 or so weeks. It costs a little bit of money, but it's just an intense learning experience, and you have a demo at the end of it to show. So if you, I think the demo is always sort of the point of entry for most hiring in the sound field. So having demonstrated through a video, linear video, but a capture of your work in one of these middleware is probably going to help you out a ton. And also if you can talk about your process when you do it, that's also going to help back you up. But the School of Video Game Audio teaches Wwise, teaches Fmod. It has a Max MSP component or pure data, these visual programming environments. Also Unreal, I think they've started branching out, in Unity too. So he's brought in his coursework quite a bit. So I would look into it if you have some spare funds to do that too. But the community itself is very helpful. Yeah. Game Audio World, if the hashtag of Game Audio is a good kind of bat signal to put out there if you have a question about something.
There's also a really good Slack channel.
Mm-hmm.
That was really helpful.
Yep.
A field
Matthew
recording
Martinson.
Yeah.
Contact him on Twitter if you're in the industry and you just want to get into the Game Audio Slack and learn a bit about Game Audio.
Yeah.
He's super helpful. Yeah, Game Audio, like you said, is just a really super supportive community. I find that there's a lot of learning going on because these tools are constantly changing. And like what was accessible to me starting out versus what's accessible to somebody that's starting out now is so much different. Like you can go download Unity and Unreal right now and start learning it. When I started, none of this was available. Mm-hmm. You couldn't find any of that stuff online. Not to mention, like, if you had a problem with any of those as you were learning it, it was all figure it out on the fly. So now it's just, I think, get your hands on this stuff because it's accessible to you and figure out what, like Victoria said, like, how to communicate with the people that will also be using your tools is super useful. I can't tell you how many times it's come to my benefit not being a programmer, being able to speak to programmers in their language, just by way of learning these same tools that they're dealing with.
I would have a slightly different answer to this question because I'm working more in a research environment, but I agree with everything I heard about Wwise and Fmod and Pro Tools as a DAW as being industry standard. In my world, in the research environment, again, Max MSP, as was already mentioned, and Pure Data are the two probably most widely used audio programming environments. And for me, that's important if I'm looking for a graduate student who wants to work on some cutting edge generative audio stuff. We do need to have someone who has some programming chops, and those are the two most likely environments that people are going to learn in school that give them both experience with programming and an understanding of how to do that with audio, which is very specific. There's also some text-based languages, sound-based languages that I like a lot. Chuck is one that I'm using a lot. Chuck is now integrated, is possible to integrate in Unity with a plugin. So you can actually do Chuck scripting right within C++, which is really exciting. It's actually why I don't use Fmod or Wise, because I'm using the Unity engine with Chuck, and it's very powerful and really, really cool. Super Collider is another one that's used a lot in the live coding community. So again, this is really just a question about programming, but specifically audio programming, and I think that those environments are ones that I look for.
And you'll find often too, it's like once you become integrated with a team, there's a good chance, if they're an established team, that they've developed a workflow that's conducive to the games that they make. So a lot of the tools that you're learning might not necessarily be the exact same tools that you end up using. For example, anyone that comes and works on audio at Iron Galaxy, we use a proprietary audio system. It's not Fmod, it's not Wise, something totally different based on Unreal, and we've built that out ourselves. So that obviously is learning in itself, and so I don't expect anybody to know that, because how would they? So I think it's just coming into it, if you're just starting out, learn the tools that are accessible, but know that you'll likely have to adapt those in some way.
That's a good point. Just being able to pick things up, actually. Being able to like say, hey, can I learn this in a week enough to be able to at least have a conversation about it.
Totally.
It's really important.
All right.
This is the longest panel I've ever been on.
I know. You guys are. But you're holding
Thank you
up.
for your patience.
I'm going to punish you for your competence and your ability to hang on. Let's do one other question here in the back.
Hey, thanks all for an amazing panel and also for going into overtime. My question for you is actually, and you've talked a little bit about this, audio games and the types of games that are designed for folks that either are low or no vision or sound first games. I'm really curious about the types of games that you think are out there that are doing interesting things in that field. And also, if you're designing with that type of perspective, how does that change your process, your sound design process?
What are some recent ones?
We did that a lot on Killer Instinct. One of our biggest players was a guy named Sightless Combat. He goes by Sightless Combat Online. And he's pretty popular in the gaming community, not just for being vision impaired, but also because he has to play games through audio. So before I got into the project, one of the biggest things that we did was invite him out to the Microsoft Studios out in Seattle and have him play previous and competitive fighting games and tell us what he's looking for. And so that influenced us huge from the start when making KI. It was, how do we make this game not just for people that can see it, but with an audio first mentality? So it's from the very start, thinking about how we're going to design complex mixer and docking systems to make sure that everything that's most valuable on screen is not just seen, but also heard, or maybe giving cues to things that aren't necessarily seen, but should just be heard. It's kind of like an audio first mentality that you've got to go in with from the start.
I agree. This is an area that I'm really interested in. I've surveyed a few games that have like no visuals or very few visuals. One that comes to mind is a game called Blindside. I think people have probably heard of that. I think it's it's been a while since I played it, but it's kind of a horror game. It relies a lot on the kind of simulated environment. There's a lot of text in the game, a lot of dialogue in the game. I think the Papa Sangre games come to mind as well. Those are also, I think those are, those are also very dialogue heavy. Which isn't so much my interest, but I think that they're pretty successful games. The one thing I'll say about this is I can't. There's others that I've played and I can't remember them, but my impression from most of the ones that I've tried, and I've tried a few, is that they're not very good in terms of simulating an environment. And I think that the ambisonics question that came up earlier is one of the things that's going to be the big answer to that question. The ability to really simulate how sound works in a space and complex spaces with lots of different reflective surfaces and absorbent surfaces. And if you just, one thing that might be an interesting little exercise sometime is just to get up out of your own bed and close your eyes and try to make your way to the bathroom. Do that a few times and just pay really close attention to the things that cue you to do that. They're not the things that you think they are oftentimes, and it's really, really hard to simulate that stuff in gaming environments right now. But I think that is going to get better, particularly with ambisonics and with Google's new Google VR stuff. With the Resonance. Thank you. The Resonance stuff is pretty interesting. Not so good yet, but the Reverb Zone stuff. But I think that stuff is also getting better.
Yeah, refining the spatialization abilities of a lot of these engines is kind of the next step in the progression of like accurately placing audio within an environment. So the problem is that our current consoles don't really support a lot of those out of the box, and then also they're very expensive in terms of resources. So it's managing those two aspects, but also finding out what's important to your game. If spatialization of a particular asset is super important, then you should probably focus resources on implementing some sort of tech solution to make sure that it's more accurate than something out of the box. One of our games that we're working on right now isn't necessarily going to employ like an HRTF-based solution, but just like ITD and ILD, which are like interaural level and interaural time differences, which give you like your first clue into how and where a sound is playing. And that's way cheaper than doing something like HRTF or IR-based or ambisonic-based audio. So it really comes down to what kind of game you're making and what is most important and for who your audience is.
That's a great point. I should say also, I meant to say this before, but that reminds me. Sound games don't have to be 3D. And actually, I think that's probably the most interesting place to work right now. And I'd like to see more games thinking about 2D space or even not space at all. Like, what would it be like to have, like, I don't know, a Words with Friends style game, or a game that's just, you know, the kind of game that you play on your phone that it doesn't involve wandering around, but actually still involves sound. I think those kinds of games could be really interesting, and I'd like to see more of that.
Yeah, one of the big examples that I can think of off the top of my head is there was a game that came out a little while ago, and it won all these Game Audio Network Guild Awards, and I think it maybe even won a BAFTA. It was called Hellblade, and Hellblade did almost nothing with 3D audio point source. It was all done binaurally with 2D assets. So they just threw it in the game and had it play as is, but it was designed more of like a linear medium, as if you were like walking through a story. Think of like the old like Tim Schafer games. It was kind of more linear driven, kind of point and click. But it was all spatially. It was all spatially oriented in a way that didn't involve any real heavy duty processing. Just my mic.
Maybe that was our cue.
My battery died. Yeah.
Okay, well, when the batteries start to die, you know it's time. I wanna thank our panel for going into super overtime here and for being so generous with your knowledge and everything. And thank you all for your great questions. I had a whole list of questions in case the conversation died down, but I didn't have to use any of them. So. A great session, and I encourage you to continue the conversations more one-on-one as we move into lunch. I guess it is still en route, but should be here very shortly, and that's all the news I have. Is there more news? Nobody's coming forth with any news. Sandwiches very soon. Okay, we're going to try and keep to the original schedule, but... Yeah, okay. So once again, thank you very much, and let's have a round of applause for our panel.
Oh yeah, I work with him. Oh yeah, he's a great guy.
We worked on a project together. It never came to anything.
Yeah. Yep. I work with Joe every day. I talk to him in the kitchen. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Joe's a fantastic environmental artist. Really knows his stuff and like just the best guy to talk to. Yeah. He's a great guy. What's your name?
Mike Schmidt.
Mike. I'll tell him I ran into you.
Yeah. Cool.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah. Take care.
Yeah. You too.
Thanks for sharing your knowledge.
Absolutely. Happy to be here. George called me up on a whim and wondered if I could come down, and I was happy to do so. So. It's been a lot of fun.
I'm learning.
Awesome. That's what's most important. I think all this knowledge is useless if you can't share it.
Right.
So,
so I would
That went really well.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
It's so
Yeah,
great to meet you. And,
blast.
And,
yeah.
I mean, some really interested folks here. And also, I mean, I didn't, you know, you can vouch. I didn't feed anybody any lines, but like. This whole class I taught was like all dual resonance and stuff. So there's actually like a few people here who know a lot about VR audio because they went through this 10-week session and put together a bunch of stuff, and they were all just sitting there just like, yeah, like
some people are like, oh, this is the future, and like people are gonna have to learn this, and they're just like, we're ahead of the curve. So I'm like, it was great to hear that is. I mean, who knows how it all plays out in the end, but yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Depends on how much we can implement it and do it efficient, make it sound good, you know. But I think learning it is the first step. It's all still so new. It's like most of those things are in some sort of beta phase at this point.
Right.
So especially implementing them into like Unity and Unreal, it's like it's all brand new uncharted territory.
Yeah.
It's all changing at the by the
Hello? Yes.
You can definitely introduce us. You can definitely introduce us. I was just gonna, let's just put it as an email to myself. If you want to look at it another time. It's just sort of saying where you teach, and the kind of things you like to do, and the book that you publish. That's fair. Okay. Anything else that I should know?
I like to save time. I feel like there's always a divided opinion on like introduction.
I think it's going to be perfect. I believe. Hey, Stephanie. I mean, I was like kind of looking forward to like my introduction time. We definitely want an introduction. Otherwise, it's going to be weird. Where these are the lunches over there in the corner?
Yeah, they're over there.
Shaz, when are we going to start? Very soon. Although it's been used to refer to a wide variety of activities related to
be careful. Your So we're gonna when we side chat, we should.
Dun, dun, dun. The event is about to begin.
Hello. Cool.
All right, I will try to do this not quite so loudly this time. All right. So thank you for coming back to our panel. So thank you. So that's not the title of the panel. That's just the title of Tom's talk. So the panel is on the developments in the games industry. So very broadly construed. We have a great panel here. Starting from that end is Tom Eastman of Trinket, then Adam Boyce of Iron Galaxy, and then Beck Halstead, who is currently independent. And I'm Rob Zubek, I should probably say who I am. I run a company called SumaSim here in Chicago. So I will let the panelists introduce themselves and talk more about themselves. And the general format of the panel is going to be that we will start with sort of lightning talks about the topics that the panelists wanted to share their thoughts about, talk about themselves and a couple interesting things, and then we're going to switch to a conversation. It's going to be, I have some prepared questions for the panel, but I'm also going to ask you folks to ask your questions, and especially for the students in the audience. I know there's a number of students here. Please definitely feel free to ask, because we're here to talk about the games industry. So without further ado, I will probably start with Tom.
Hi. This isn't working yet. Turn it up. There we go. Yep. Okay, this one's not dead. All right. So I'm Tom Eastman. I'll give some context probably now. So I studied computer science. I interned and worked at Garage Games, which made the Torque game engine, which was Unity before programming was easy, I guess. And I interned and then came to Chicago for Wide Load Games here in Chicago. We left Wide Load. I joined two of my co-founders, Ben and Eric, at Wide Load, and we started Trinket Studios in 2012. We made 2 mobile games, which are not important, and then we spent a long time on Battle Chef Brigade. So Battle Chef Brigade is a fantasy anime cooking competition where you hunt monsters for your ingredients. So there's hunting, there's cooking, which is sort of this puzzle we'll get into a little bit more. And then you serve the dish to judges just like Iron Chef or Chopped. There's lots of story, and then there's multiplayer. That's all you need to know. So the interesting thing that I want to talk about really quickly in this speedrun talk is about how a lot of the stuff, now that we're done with Battle Chef, we just have to ship the art book, and then the Kickstarter will finally have been fulfilled from 6 years ago. That a lot of the looking back and trying to figure out what we can do better the next time, there are a lot of lessons, but they're hard to distinguish the good parts about what happened from the bad parts. And I think that's an interesting and important lesson for a lot of students in particular, but this is also the only thing I'm closest to being an expert on because it's the game I just made. So I figured I'd share. So on the one hand, we made a game that we're really proud of. On the other hand, it took 5 years. If we had taken 2 years, it would have been a smash hit, and we would have been really happy with ourselves. But time is a cost all of its own. So we had a ton of time to iterate on it, and part of the reason we were super proud of this game is because we had a long time to make it that thing. Another issue sort of related to that is that to figure out the process of making a cooking game where you can't lick your screen, we didn't have enough alt control experience to really taste the monitor. We had a lot of challenges that we sort of took on as like, these are our indie challenges, but didn't prepare us to take that long, or the number of things that we had to figure out. We made a hand-animated, hand-drawn game, and that was sort of good. It stood out sometimes, and people call it beautiful. On the other hand, some commenters will say it looks like a Flash game. And so the big, I think, takeaway for us was that we tried to do a lot of things on this game, obviously. And the things that stand out to players are the things that we should have spent the most time on. Some things are just nice. Like, it's nice that the game's hand animated. The reason people buy the game is because it's an anime cooking competition where you hunt monsters. It could have been puppeteered and it would have been fine. It wouldn't have affected the actual reviews or conception of the game, except for a few people on Twitter. We spent a huge amount of time figuring out how to make a cooking system and really analyze like the chemistry of cooking, trying to envision cooking as poker hands, trying to really analyze the difference between pizza, quiche, pie, tarts, casseroles, and then trying to just get rid of deep dish pizza in the game. And that's one of the reasons we ended up with fantasy, because we realized that, you know, making like your grandmother's lasagna may be very difficult to capture in a video game. Like, making a free-form cooking system is really hard. On the other hand, so we ended up with a match 3, which on the one hand I'm super proud of, because it ended up being this like compound puzzle system where each piece of cookware has a different system within it. But no one cares about that. No review ever said like, hey, it had a cool twist on a match 3. Like, the whole game is a match 3 with a twist now. And that's just sort of goofy more than anything interesting. Another weird thing we did was come out the week of Thanksgiving, which was encouraged by a certain platform holder to be in a platform holder direct. You had to say, hey, we're going to come out this holiday. And we had a publisher who potentially could have told us that was a bad idea, but during the era of Switch Mania, whoops, I gave it away, made it very, like, everyone was like, you need to get on this platform as quickly as possible, because every game that comes out, you're just going to sell fewer and fewer. We learned later that it's perfectly okay to say to the platforms, yes, I'll do whatever you want, and then delay your game after they give you what you wanted. But we did the right thing. But the key is that I still don't know if this is the wrong decision. Like, we were the only game that came out Thanksgiving week. We did get featured more on Steam as a result. We did sell twice as well on certain platform than Steam. So maybe it was the right decision, or maybe we would have sold way better if we'd waited till after the holidays. Who's to say? There's another reason why it shouldn't take 5 years to make a game, because if you just make games every 2 years or 1 year, then you can try these different things and know yourself. So this is another weird thing. We didn't even realize this until far after launch, that there are no Steam tags for cooking or food. This is an argument. I think there's a broad argument to be made that if you want to stand out, you can you want to be outside the norm, but you don't want to go too far. I didn't think that this was too far outside the norm, but apparently it is for Steam. And yeah, burnout is very real, and I don't think there's anything really to talk about other than we didn't think we would experience it to the degree that we have. We also just got our versions of the collector's edition, and our merch should go on sale next week, even though the game's been out for 2 years. That's just unfortunate. Yeah, so thank you very much. There's my dog. Happy to give advice to any student who wants to ever email me or reach out to me on Twitter. I'm @TrinketTom. Thank you.
All right, I guess I'm next. Hi there, I'm Adam Boyes. Tom, it was good talk. I think Thanksgiving was the right time to release the game. I have some experience at another unnamed platform. I think it was a good idea. Anyway, I'm going to combine my intro with my micro talk. So I've been in the games industry for 23 years. I started in a small town in Canada at Electronic Arts. I was lucky enough to apply. I left my job at Costco to start testing games for $5 an hour. I was somehow chosen through no fate of my own and no official training. I won the lottery like I used to think. I spent some time in Chicago, moved down here to work at Midway Games in the early 2000s, left for California to work at Capcom, and then at PlayStation, where I ran third party for about almost 5 years. At PlayStation, it was really neat because I was able to oversee all sort of publishers and developers. Got to build all the policies for the PS4, launched PSVR, the Vita, PS4, and got to work with some of my favorite creators through all the years, helped Yu Suzuki fund Shenmue 3, got to wrestle Crash Bandicoot rights out of Activision's hands and bring it back to the people, helped negotiate all of the LucasArts back catalog to come back to Tim Schafer and the crew over at their studio. Why am I blanking? Double Fine. Duh. Sorry, Tim. Hopefully you're watching. And now I work at Iron Galaxy Studios here in Chicago. We have 140 employees across 2 locations, one here in Chicago, one in Orlando. I left PlayStation not because I didn't like the job. It was an amazing opportunity, and I loved it very deeply. But I was tired of making deals for other people, and I wanted to make content again. I kind of thought about my whole career and the most happy I was in my career, and so I decided to join forces with the one and only Dave Lang, who is our founder and is a shambling, walking shout monster. If you've ever seen him, you can Google him and see a lot of really bad videos that he's ashamed that are out there. And they're still live, and he has not watched any of them. So we're in a really interesting place in the video games industry, the most exciting, I think, in the history of the industry. But it's still like giving us a unique set of challenges. So right now we have the most amount of platforms ever before, right? We have the most amount of sort of technologies, new input devices, new things happening month after month, whether it's AR, VR, mixed reality. We're making games out of everything, which is super neat. We have the most ubiquitous access to technology than ever before, right? We can basically download and make games tomorrow with anything, just with the computer that we have, or borrow a laptop from our uncle or aunt. We also have the most amount of money being invested in video games and sort of like interactive entertainment than ever before. So that's pretty amazing. And there's also a huge amount of consolidation happening in the industry. A lot of studios are getting gobbled up. So there's a lot of exits, a lot of people making a ton of money. Now, all those things are amazing, incredible, and awesome, and blue ocean, but it's still one of the hardest times ever to be a game developer, right? We're still facing issues of crunch. We're still facing issues of overtime. We're still facing a lot of topics that are pushing, discussions around unionization. We have a lot of studios that try. People are mortgaging their houses to try to make great content, and they're throwing, into basically a lottery ticket system, and a lot of them are going out of business and losing their homes, and that's crappy. So the one thing I want everyone to take away from, and this is why I wanted to make this all about answering questions and trying to help as much as possible, is there's a way to stack the deck in your favor when you're trying to make content and be successful in the games industry. It might mean sometimes foregoing your master dream and your big vision to try to make ends meet in the short term with that sort of like longer term goal in mind. It is very exciting. There is a lot of money there. You can build stability. You can build safety. One of the remits when Dave Lang started our company, he said, I want to retire working with my best friends, making awesome games together. And in 10 years, we've never taken external investment, and we've never had a layoff. And that's, I think, akin to the reason why we have created that stability, is because we want to have a safe place where we can all work together with a great work-life balance, but also be able to eventually, after 10 years, where we recently are working on a new IP. So it took a long time, but sort of sometimes you have to make sacrifices in the master vision. Not everyone does. Some people get lucky. Some people, it's through blood, sweat, and tears. Tom touched on that. Making your own dream isn't easy and doesn't always end up in the cool story that Tom's ends up in. But you gotta keep driving, keep hustling, and I'd love to help as many people with advice of stories that I've seen over the years, because I've seen people that were trying to make ends meet turn into bajillionaires in the independent development scene, and I've seen people lose everything. And so don't want to focus on the negative. Let's focus on the positive and see how I can help. That's it. Thank you.
Hello. It works. Cool. I'm also going to do a kind of introduction, semi-lightning talk thing. My name is Beck. I am a freelance concept artist. General introduction, I initially studied industrial design for 1.5 years down in Cincinnati. I got tired of drawing hair dryers and hardware, so I transferred up here to Chicago for game art. At that point, I was in school for 5 years. Between my 4th and 5th year, I interned at High Voltage as a 2D art intern. I took a complicated. And then immediately after that, I worked at NetherRealm as a associate concept artist. I quit that contract early because I was paid $11 an hour and it sucked. I then finished college here in Chicago. I was immediately hired at Blizzard as a concept artist, texture artist on World of Warcraft. That was very cool. I moved out to California 2 weeks after I graduated. I started 2 weeks after I graduated, and that was fine. I moved back a little bit less than a year later because I could not afford to live there on my paycheck, and because I missed snow for some reason. I'm now currently freelancing full time. I've worked with a variety of clients in the last year, including, The Molasses Flood, which is the company that made The Flame in the Flood. I'm helping them out with their next project. I've worked with Phoenix Labs, which created Dauntless, which is a game I think still in early access. I think it's still pre-release.
I think so.
Yeah, which is a very cool, stylized, Monster Hunter-esque game. I'm working on a board game. I've done a lot of Dungeons and Dragons supplemental content, illustrations, etc. But I've been doing freelancing for about a year, and I just want to talk really quickly about 3 things that are great to get in a studio before you start freelancing, and also 2 things that are really, really hard about freelancing that make freelancing kind of suck, even though I love it. So the 3 first things, and I'm kind of targeting this specifically at students or people who are interested in freelancing. Some of these are a little bit more obvious than others and are talked about a little bit more commonly. The first being when you are in a studio before you freelance, you get the benefit of networking very organically. You're meeting a lot of new people. You're meeting people that you directly want to work with in the future, hopefully, etc., which is great. That's just built into working in-house for a while. Along with that, you're also getting the experience of working with teams that are tangentially related to what you're doing. Even when I was working as a concept artist in-house, at some points I was creating concepts that were then passed to outsourcers. That's the sort of experience that you can't get if you just start freelancing, if you just start self-employed. By working in-house, I was able to actually work alongside 3D modelers. I was able to work and communicate with gameplay designers, animators, etc., and that's really, really valuable. The third thing is credibility, which is really important, unfortunately, in the game industry, is that if you have a certain resume, you're going to have work, probably, as long as you don't screw it up, which is very possible. By having certain companies, projects, etc. on your resume, it's much easier to find freelance work. If I didn't have Injustice 2 and World of Warcraft on my resume, I don't know if I would be able to freelance right now, as an example. There are 2 things that make freelancing really suck, and they're things that I've been thinking about a lot recently, and the first one is creative isolation. When you're working in a team, especially this type of small team that we're seeing emerge more recently, in which it's a small team, it's more diverse, socially, etc., you have the benefit of creative diversity. You have a lot of people coming from different backgrounds, they have different ideas, and people are bouncing ideas off of each other, even if you're, at the end of the day, still sitting at your desk and getting work done. When you're freelancing, you don't get that diversity. And And that is very, very hard. And because of that, you end up in a creativity bubble. You're not benefiting from the ideas, from the input, from the discussions with other people that have other ideas and a different background than you. And that can be very, very hard to overcome. And because of that, you really have to force into your workflow a certain amount of socialization, research, etc. But you can't. But even when you are doing that, even when you're going out of your way to like research more, etc., you're still only picking from you're only able to pick from the stuff that you know, from the sources that you know, and that can be really stifling. The second thing is skill and feedback isolation, and this is a really, really specific thing, especially for people who are coming out of school, who are working around a junior level skill level, is you can't seek feedback. I was working on 2 contracts for like 4 to 6 months, and they were both under NDAs. They were the only 2 contracts that I was working the whole time. And because they're under NDAs, because I have all this like red tape, I'm not able to go out and seek feedback. In order to improve, in order to get better, I have to make my own stuff on my free time. So on top of working 2 contracts, networking, social media, speaking to clients, I have to also create my own work. And that's exhausting and it sucks. And at the end of the day, you know, I'm talking specifically about like new grads and students, et cetera, but we're all students and we're all learning. And in order to actually keep growing, the best way to do that is to have feedback from other people and input from other people. When you're working in a studio, you're able to get critique from people who are, you know, at your skill level and coming with a different background, or people who have been working in the games industry or art or whatever for 20 years, and that's not something that you can get while you're freelancing. So my suggestions is that what it really comes down to is you have to force socialization into your process. You have to be able to talk to other people. And one of the really cool solutions that we've been seeing is the emergence of very small companies in which people are working together and they're able to be very interactive. I have a friend out in California who's starting essentially an art outsourcing co-op. So they have 5 artists that distribute the tasks among them. They have a producer that handles intake of work. And because of this, it's 5 people and they're able to share what they're working on, even though it's all under NDA. They're able to provide feedback and critique and stuff, and I think that's really cool. So, yeah. Thanks.
Awesome. So I'm going to start maybe with a question, then we're going to take a question from the audience and then sort of ping pong back and forth. My question for the panelists is kind of open-ended, but it touches on something that Adam said about this being a very interesting time in the industry, right? Because we have this enormous just number of platforms coming out, right? Sony just announced a little bit of technical details about the PlayStation 5. Of course, Google is making waves with game streaming, and other platforms have done that or are being rumored to be doing that as well. We have other things. We have, VR is going strong. Other kinds of platforms. Of course, there's mobile and all that stuff. All the PC stores. And then on top of that, there's the creative element, all the engines, all the tools, all the kind of different things. How do you position yourself in this kind of environment, right? That is so completely open to all sorts of things. Are there things that you're pursuing? Are there things that you're really excited about that you think that the industry is going to go after that you're interested in?
No, sorry.
Oh.
No? All right. At Iron Galaxy, it's kind of interesting because we get to touch everything, and we've sort of created this because that stability was one of the cornerstones of the company sort of remit at the start. We started almost with purely engineers, and we purposely try to work with as many different teams and partners on many different technologies as possible. And so we created, at any one time, we're working on 12 to 16 different projects, and we've done mobile and AR and VR and a little bit of everything, right? Unity, UE4, Switch, PS4, Xbox, PC. So it's a little bit, as long as you start, I think, with trying to trying to have sort of technical diversification, I think it's interesting. At the start, it's very hard because you kind of have to focus on one thing like Beck was saying, you have to, if you focus on one thing and get good at it, right, then hopefully you can expand into multiple things and above and beyond. But I think for newcomers, it's really hard. I think one of the important things is to try to go where there's a lot of cash coming in with a new technology, and that's sometimes an easy way. Oftentimes it's easy to jump in late to that stream. I know when Facebook games started becoming popular, people would jump into that, but oftentimes that was like 18, 24 months after the money had all been spent. And we even had that where when I first joined Iron Galaxy, we had an original VR IP that we were pitching, but it was quite a large budget, and we were past everyone had locked in their yearly spends, all the platforms, and so we sort of missed that boat. But now we can go into meetings and say we have a lot of experience on a lot of different fronts, and that in what we've sacrificed we've sacrificed that ability to be super creative, because we have to be where the money is in order to create that stability. But then what we try to do over time is accrue enough sort of profit so then we can invest in some ideas that we have on our own on new and emerging technology. I love all this shit. All the new stuff happening is so amazing, and we always love dabbling on it, right? We played with some HoloLens stuff, some Magic Leap stuff, a little bit of, a lot of VR stuff, and it's super fun to keep people sort of creative and on their toes. I think it's really exciting, but it is difficult. I think you have to try to find what you're passionate about. If the passion meets where the money's going, then sometimes you can meet in the middle and be successful.
From our much smaller scale, as a 3-person company, we don't care at all about trends. We try to stand out as much as possible, and that almost always means the mantra we always go back to is work to our own strengths. Don't try to follow trends or make trends or anything. Just make stuff that we're good at. But in the larger, if I was the head of some very large company, I think there's a pretty strong trend amongst young people into things like group chats. And if you view Pokemon Go, Fortnite, Minecraft as semi-structured group chats, there is a sense in which I think AR in particular, and not VR and not Google Stadia, are pushing in a direction where you can do fun stuff with your friends, or if they're not there, you can still do something that they'll appreciate later, where you're building a social network and space with your friends, even when they're not there, or when they are there, or even when some of them are there. And I think AR is the place where all of that is going to make a ton of sense, and VR doesn't yet make a lot of sense. But if your school becomes a semi-structured fun place, I think that's a direction I suspect the industry, or I suspect the biggest games will be in. I don't think that's going to take away from a lot of the current stuff, but I think the next phenomenon on the scale of Fortnite will be, or maybe 2 after that or 3 after that, but something like that, in AR semi-structured social space.
I think just from an individual standpoint, like Adam mentioned, a lot of people have different approach regarding what they want to be good at, what they want to market themselves to, et cetera. And I think it is very, very important to have one specific thing that you pursue to a point at which you are clearly marketable, you are very clearly good at this thing, and then expanding from there. When you're trying to tackle everything all at one time, first of all, it's overwhelming. Second of all, it's really resource consuming. It takes a very long time, and at the end of the day, being able to just get to a point with one thing, whether that's a game or a skill or whatever, getting to a point at which you are floating is the first thing that you have to achieve realistically. Making a game, making a project, getting really et cetera, that first one probably isn't going to be this huge explosive success. No. So realistically, regardless of what you do, you have to have these realistic expectations and just start with a hope that you can float by and then build from there. Staking everything into one thing alone is really high risk, and it can lead to a lot of discouragement and burnout. So there's definitely a balance there between generalizing, but also having one thing that's just this works, even if it's not the best thing in the world. This is working, and I'm able to float along with this. I'm able to build off of this and build a foundation.
Cool. So let's turn the question over to the audience. Does anybody have a question at this point? Yes.
Hi, I know you guys have mentioned, I think, a multitude of times now, the idea of burnout, and I was wondering what the panel's experience has been with burnout and how you have gone about dealing with it.
I can start.
Tom's probably got a lot to say.
Basically, I mean, there have been a lot of stages. Like, we shipped Battleship Brigade, the first version, on Switch and Steam back in November of 2017, and we're like now finishing up. And like, my Twitter presence has gone to like almost nothing. I was like unable, like I would get like very worried whenever I'd see Steam notifications, like, oh no, what player is gonna have like connect their Polaroid camera as a controller and they're gonna be complaining for a week about this, or so it was like scary to see Steam notifications. For a little bit, our Discord, our like official Discord was fun, and then like it was like, oh no, what are they gonna complain about, or what exciting thing are they gonna be talking about? And I'm gonna feel like, oh, like that's gonna take us a year to implement. Maybe we shouldn't do that, or like, do our sales figures justify this? There was just this sense of like making games isn't really fun right now, and we didn't do well enough that we can just be happy yet. So we immediately went into like, okay, we got to start porting to the PS4. We got to start adding DLC. We got to start like try to do a big update to try to fix things we didn't like about our launch. Like, we didn't like a lot of our trailers. Maybe that was one reason we weren't a smash hit. So maybe we need to like creative direct our own trailer. So it was just like, there's stress of like normal work, but then it starts polluting everything else, where it's just like not fun to be doing the work that you previously enjoyed. And it's just like in slow gradations you get out of that, and I think it was just time. Like right before launch, it felt like, oh, I can't wait to be done with this and like do a game jam or something. But like then for 2 years, a game jam felt like that would be the worst thing ever. So I unfortunately have only experienced it this one time and don't have any advice other than time passes and you get over it and you start working on a new game and then you're excited again. A lot of what I've been thinking, like why it was such a silly meme-based talk or post-mortem, was that those are the things that we've been thinking about, like what could we do better? And the biggest thing I think is pushing more towards like, we're building a portfolio. We don't need to check all the boxes on every game. We need to just learn as we go. It's okay if like 10 people on YouTube say the game looks like a Flash game, we don't have to care, even though it's very hard to accept. And a lot of those things like I understood beforehand, but until you go through it, you just like aren't ready. So I'm like way better at like not working past 5 p.m. and stuff, whereas before it was like, this is it. This is our indie chance. We can't stop. Luckily, we've done well enough that we get at least like a year of chance to trick another publisher into giving us money. But like that's part of the pain, I think, where you don't know how to make decisions, because like if Battle Chef had just been a terrible flop, you'd be like, okay, just like start talking to other Chicago studios. And if it had been a huge hit, then maybe I would have like bought a boat and gone in the middle of Lake Michigan and been happy. I don't know. But that inability to know how your choices affected your current state is very difficult. Like leading up to launch, it felt like we'd put in 4 years at that point. It felt like going to like graduation day of college, and you like walk up there, and then they're like, gonna give you a diploma or not? But then it turned out you'd get like part of a diploma.
90-day payment terms.
Yeah, and you're like, I guess this is a career.
Burnout is like something to avoid, in my experience, at all costs. Like if I am in a situation and I'm experiencing burnout, like I will do anything to avoid those symptoms. And those symptoms show up much earlier than I think people expect. Like people are like, cool, I'm super depressed. I want to lay in bed all the time. My body is breaking. I have burnout now. It's like, no, like it happened like 6 months ago and you weren't paying attention or you didn't know the symptoms or whatever. And an issue with this industry in general is that people have very, very short careers. And a lot of that is because burnout and low pay. Like those are the two main things. There's more to it than that. But like when we're in these junior positions and we're young and you know, we don't have a lot of leverage, et cetera, like it's really easy for us to be taken advantage of. Unfortunately, in the beginning of your career is also the worst time to experience burnout, because then you'll get really tired and frustrated and have a really, like, you'll quit. You'll just leave because it's better for you and it's the right decision. So just in general, like, I really recommend looking into the symptoms of burnout that are less intense than the ones we all are pretty easy to recognize. That's really, really important. Avoiding burnout while you're in school, while you're post-graduation, while you are in that first job. Those, I think, are the 3 hardest times to avoid burnout, depending on like the cycle of production that you get into. But if you get burnout when you're 24, you're going to quit by the time you're 30, and then bam, you have like 40 more years, 50 more years of your life to put food on the table. So yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, I think the industry is architected to be predatory in that way, which is super unfortunate, because it is such an amazing, glamorous, awesome place to be, and you want to do whatever it takes. And I remember when I got that job in QA at EA, and I was like, whatever, what are we doing? We're working as long as we can. Okay, I'm going to start drinking coffee so I can work 36 hours in a row. We had a leaderboard for who could work the most hours in a week.
That happens.
It was fucking stupid. And when I sort of reflect on my career, like, I was part of the problem for the first 10 years of my career, because it was not a mandate from management, but it was just in the blood, right? You look at each other and you're like, we're working, right? This weekend, just only work all the time, and you're sleeping 5 hours a night. And it's awful, because it sacrifices everything. And when you don't have a relationship, or now I'm married with 2 kids, and you know, my wife, at one point I was dating a girl, and she was like, you must be cheating on me, because there's no way that anyone works that much. I'm like, no, this is a real thing. And so she one time like followed me to work. I'm like, yeah, dropping me off, pick me up. It's awful and it's really bad. But I think Beck actually is a great example. The most important way you can impact change to go in the right direction is to take a stand. And when you left for the pay that you weren't happy with, and left because you couldn't afford the housing, that's the stuff how you make a stand. And not enough people, I think, feel empowered to take a stand. That's why even when I left Midway and I went to Capcom, everyone was leaving at 6, and I was like, these lazy sons of bitches, they're everywhere. And then a year later I had a baby, and I was like, this is the greatest ever. I get to go home every day at night and spend time with my family. When I started my own company, so I was at Capcom for about 4 years, then I started my own company, and much like Beck's story, it was all encompassing, and I reverted right back to 16-hour days. I would carve out time for lunch with the family and dinner with family and stuff like that, but I was just pushing myself too hard, and I never set those limits. And I think setting those limits is absolutely critical. And I think even when you're looking at a job and asking about that stuff, because it's a big topic right now. It's a big sort of outrage. The reality of it is, vast majority of massive studios out there still crunch their people super hard. They come on Twitter and say that they don't, but they're lying. They absolutely do. And so either you take a stand by working at a company that does balance that. And the other interesting thing is especially as students, we had this situation, we work very closely with a bunch of different colleges when we recruit people. And part of our talk that we give when we talked about Iron Galaxy is we talk about work-life balance, and we talk about not needing crunch. And I got feedback after we had hired a bunch of interns, and they're like, yeah, you guys focus a lot on that crunch stuff, and it made us feel like you're hiding something. Because that's cool, but like, we've never had crunch, so we don't know how bad it is. So you talk about it so much, it's meaningless to us. And that was really eye-opening for me, because I'm like, to me, it's everything. To me, like, having dinner with my family every night and having weekends where I do no work at all on the weekends and we're just building go-karts with the kids is absolutely the most important thing to me. So I think it's important about taking a stand, making sure if you're looking at jobs at companies that you try to build one. I know sometimes when you're doing your own thing, it's near impossible. Like, there is no, it's all on you or nothing. And we see a lot of people that are in Tom's situation maybe don't have that I guess home run sort of hit, and then they just burn out after that. So I think you got to be super, super mindful. Make sure you know what you're getting into. And even though your body's like, I can handle it, I'll just go till midnight every night. Don't do it, because it's gonna shave years off your life. You're gonna look like me at the age of 40. You don't want that.
The unfortunate reality of like working on getting your way into the industry is that a lot of those junior roles are exploited. And as much as we want to be like, some important things is like ask about overtime, crunch, etc. while you're interviewing. Try to get an honest answer out of them. If you're working somewhere, a lot of places will describe their overtime as voluntary. Actually go home. Be one of the people that go home so other people can feel like they can go home too. Unfortunately, a lot of the reason that a lot of people do take on that voluntary crunch is because wages are low, especially at junior levels. And so people need that extra time, those extra hours each week in order to pay rent, and that sucks. So, you know, something that you can do for yourself personally is honestly, like, there is an option of like not working in games immediately, building up some leverage, building up some like marketability, worth, etc. And then using that to shift your way up into a position in which you have a little bit more leverage, you have a little bit more options. Telling people like, don't work in the game industry at first is not like the coolest or sexiest thing to say in like a con about games, but like it's okay to work elsewhere first because you're also going to be paid more, and that means you'll be paid hopefully more when you do get into games. But like take that stuff seriously. Go home at 6 and like set rules for yourself whether you are working in a studio or not. I don't work on Sundays. I have a lot of days that I work a little bit too late, and that's kind of like self-implied as someone who is still trying to push a lot of growth into their work. But like when my partner comes home at 6, like when he comes in the door, I turn around and I close Photoshop. Like building these structures into your everyday life so that you don't normalize these 12-hour work days is really, really important so that you don't have those habits when you do enter the industry, and it's just like a normal day to you. So yeah, just be aware of how much time you're putting into work. Don't break your body over this industry. Games are great. It's not worth that though, I promise.
And this is a super interesting topic because quality of life and sort of making the industry better have been a topic of conversation at GDC, this year, previous year, and so on. I'm gonna take this in a slightly different tangent and maybe look at the sort of plus side, not of sort of overwork or something, but the particular situations that we find ourselves in. So I'm really happy that all of you were able to be on this panel because we have such a great cross section of Chicago, right? We have AAA, we have like a smaller team, indie, we have freelancer. I'm curious, what's your take maybe on the opportunities and the sort of benefits of being a company your size? Whether you look at it from the perspective of somebody running the studio or from the perspective of a student joining a company or like joining this kind of a studio or team or this kind of a direction. What do you think's cool about like doing what you're doing?
I can go first.
Sure.
So as a freelancer, obviously I have a lot of agency over certain aspects of my life, which is really, really nice. From like a health standpoint, surprisingly, freelance has been really, really good for me. I don't have the pressure to crunch, stay late, etc. Other than what I imply on myself. I'm the type of person that like, I need 9 hours of sleep every night. I can do that here. Like I can sleep in until 9:30 every morning if I need to. When I was in California and I had to go, drive an hour and a half every morning and evening in order to get to work because the traffic is so bad, I couldn't do that. I was up at 6:30. I was like out the door in 15 minutes, like throw a shirt on, like hope it's on, not on backwards, get in my car, drive drowsy, get like a cup of coffee, etc. Like I can sleep every night. If I said like one thing, I think that would actually be the like most impactful thing. On top of that, there's a lot of like, I'm able to fortunately like pick my clients. Like I'm at a point in my freelance career which like, if something doesn't sound interesting to me, if it doesn't sound relevant to me, if the pay isn't what I expect, then I can like try to pass that on to someone else. Like I don't want to just like turn off that opportunity and walk away. I want someone who needs it to get it. But I think like just to like kind of give a little bit of context for like the foundation that I've built in order to freelance, I have like 25,000 followers between Twitter, Instagram, and ArtStation. Most of my work comes entirely through Twitter, or ArtStation, which means that there's a lot of networking that I've established, that I've completed, and now I can benefit that through like social media and stuff. Everyone finds me through there. I haven't hustled and looked for work in like 8 months. It all comes to me. And because of that, I'm able to build up a network with other freelancers, and we're able to bounce work off of each other and collaborate and stuff. And that's just like, that's been like a really healthy, like empowering thing for me as someone who left working in studios. So.
For us, I mean, it's a super exciting time because we work on such a vast array of different things. So the thing I like to say is that if you want to, spend Midwest or Florida prices on housing and stuff like that, then you can still work on Blizzard projects and Bethesda projects, and we've worked on Destiny and Crash Bandicoot and Skyrim and Fallout and Diablo 3 and so many other things, plus new IP stuff. So the way we look at it is a pretty exciting way to get in the industry, get a ton of exposure. I think we've worked on more shipped games than any other studio in the world because we work on so many products per year. So everyone gets so much experience on a vast array of things without having to move somewhere and have exorbitant California rents and stuff like that. So
$1,800 a month, baby.
Yeah, that was crazy. So it's really exciting for us. We're currently growing and hiring a lot of positions. We have a pretty robust intern program too. We convert most of our interns to full-times at the end of the contract. And the work-life balance is super key to us too. So even if some other studios, even though like we were working with Telltale on 7 Days to Die, they go bankrupt. We didn't lay anyone off. They laid off everyone. And so it's kind of ironic that we were being paid by them. They weren't able to pay us in their bankruptcy, but we were able to absorb that. And yet they're the ones that had to lay off everyone and we didn't. And that to me I'm super proud of that factor. And that to me is, those kind of values are super important to working at a studio that you're proud to be a part of because you're working on things that are bigger than you, but also working with so many amazing partners that are making you better than you would be if you're just working on making cleats at one company for 10 years,
Like along with that, just like really quick, a really important part of that and something that I have built into my work as well is just like risk mitigation. Like that was like one of the issues with Telltale is like they had income from like 2 or 3 different sources, and on the same Thursday, 2 of them were like, sorry, we don't have any more money for you. So Friday, they laid everyone off. That's like literally what happened. When I'm taking on like 2 or 3 contracts, similarly, probably in concept to the way that your company works, if someone is paying me late, if someone doesn't pay me on time, if I have to go hunt money down, that's fine because I have like another contract or 2 to pull from, which I think is just in general a really important thing to keep in mind as risk mitigation.
I think from my perspective as a 3-person company, from the very privileged position we were in where we had savings from Disney basically when they bought Wideload, we were able to start a company, and in effect we got to take on the responsibility of people who would have been seniors at Wideload, even though we were juniors. In effect, I get to act in some way like I'm equivalent to Adam. I could be like, yeah, I'm a studio head, ha ha ha. But that's like
you are.
That's a real thing.
You
and
absolutely
I didn't
are.
do anything other than like sacrifice a whole bunch of years of my life. But I wouldn't have gotten any of those responsibilities. And like I got to take on production duties, like interacting with very expensive lawyers, dealing with publishers, dealing with the press, like getting really good at doing interviews. All of those things would have never happened if I was still at even a 40-person studio. Like I'd just still be junior programmer, and there'd be like still 10 other people who would, even the programmers would never get to talk to like press or something. And all that's super valuable stuff for your career, but you're just never gonna be able to do it in a larger company. Maybe at Iron Galaxy, I don't know. But there's like opportunity, there's an ability to be a leader, even if you're in a really small group. You get to then theoretically leverage that later in your career. We'll see when I try to find a job again. But I think that has been super valuable, like being able to do a ton of different jobs in the industry, figure out which ones you really don't like doing. I discovered that dealing with payroll is not enjoyable. And so we can figure out how to pay for that. We can figure out how to pay for that or make sure that in the future I never take that on again. And I think that is so valuable. Later in my career, I hope that it is valuable and it pays dividends when I can be like, yes, I experienced this similar pain to you. I'm glad that I don't have to do it, but I appreciate that you're dealing with it.
Well, I think that actually raises a really good point. A good lesson for everyone is to like triple down on the stuff you're really good at and you love, and try to offload all the shit you're bad at. I've spent too many years of my career trying to get better at stuff that I'm just awful at and never will get better. And maybe it's one of those old age things that you're just like, forget it. I'm just going to do stuff that I love, and then hire other people to do the other stuff.
So I'm actually going to use the privilege that I have as the moderator to ask you another question. Now put yourselves in the minds of a student, right? Graduating maybe sometime soon and thinking about getting into the games industry. What kind of advice would you give them? And this is very open-ended. Like it can be anything from like getting a job or like what to do in your academic career in order to be better at whatever future job is going to be, or whatever. What do you think would be a thing that you would like to convey to students?
I think Beck's talk nailed it. I think it's about like networking, about meeting people that are making awesome stuff. It's about trying new things and building portfolios and building content and showing that off. I really love, like, I feel like you judoed the system by taking those jobs and doing a lot of cool stuff super quickly to be able to leverage it and empower yourself now to do whatever you want. But everyone's path is super different. I think the one thing that most game developers have in common is none of them went to business school. So if you really want an edge, every studio head needs a business person, and very few of them have them, right, Tom? Yep. It's a really interesting thing. So if you do want to go into engineering, for example, doing a double major or something like that, and econ or something like that would be super smart. But it all depends I like people building things with other people, right? Shows off that you're collaborative, shows off that you're smart. The more stuff you show, the more passion you show, the more knowledge you have. Even if you want to get into like social media management and you're running like a Destiny 2 guild and a Apex Legends guild, like squad, stuff like that is super important. Anything you can do to sort of leverage yourself and get a lot of experience is important.
On top of that, get outside of games. Something you mentioned was like gain a like double major or like gain a minor in business. Like go outside of games, and whether that's like in school, like getting like maybe you can minor in like graphic design or like some other sort of like visual traditional field, some sort of like business or like anything. When all of your inspiration and all your time goes into games, you're going to be doing the same things over and over and over again. And a really important part of being in games and getting into games is having something to offer other than the 500 other people that are applying for the same junior job. Anytime that I've been a part of the interviewing process, the people that stand out are people who have something on their resume that isn't just, I made 6 video games, I worked at my video game college department, I did video games, I love video games, and I play video games. Those people, all like the people who stood out were all people who had something else. And I think it's also very important to help avoid burnout is like if you're, the way you relax, the way that you work, the way that you meet people and everything is like all video games, you're going to get very tired. No matter how much you love video games, that will not save you. So that's really important. Another thing is being adaptable. You have to be able to research. You have to be able to teach yourself. We differentiate a lot between like, well, did you go to college or are you self-taught? It's like you have to be self-taught no matter what. You have to be able to support yourself. You have to be able to research. You have to know how to grow. You have to be able to learn things on your own, and that's absolutely essential, especially for your first like 3 to 4 years. So
yeah, I think you guys hit everything. The minor thing I want to add is that when I give talks with students, sometimes they'll show me what they're working on, and they'll have formed a like little side team. And one common problem I see is that people are putting ideas really too far to the forefront, and without ever having learned the craft of actually making games. And like actually making a clone of like, say, Celeste is an extremely hard thing to do. Yeah. And you should, maybe not in all cases, but it will be really helpful if you understood how to make a game before you took on like an MMO, or a different genre, or making your own unique take on some genre, or just making a totally unique game. Sometimes that's very effective to not really know what you're doing, but it often takes much longer. And it's really easy when you're designing a game, especially to focus on the wrong things and not get to the point where you're iterating on an actual playable thing, where you have the tools to make a good game. So general advice, I think, for, like, I would love to see an intern application that was like, here, I made a clone of some game. That's much more impressive than like a really half-baked thing that might be a really cool concept, but if they can't prove that it's fun by actually making a game, then it's just sort of disappointing and not exciting to see.
On top of that, like, if you have 3 weeks to make a game, spend 1 week making the game so it's at a point in which it's playable, and then spend 1 week polishing it, and then spend 1 week getting feedback and making sure everything works correctly. I get so excited when I see student games that are really, really small in scope, and they look really good, and they're polished, and they're fun to play. I don't care how big the game is. I don't give a shit how big the game is, as long as it's small, as long as it's not like big. But people get really excited with these huge epic ideas, and it's like, even if you have a really huge epic idea and you really want to do that, make a vertical slice instead of making the actual game itself. Give me a polished demo that really catches my eye and gets me really interested and has me asking questions instead of just trying to figure out, why I can't walk through this door. Like, give me something that's like complete and interesting. I want to play a student game and have questions rather than to play a student game and be confused.
Let's ask the audience for a question now. Let's go first.
I've heard that Chicago is not a great place to be just a game developer. How much do you agree with that?
I don't agree at all. It's not a good place to be a game developer? Just because there's, what, is that what you said?
I mean, to just be a game developer and not branch out into something else.
Oh, you mean it's better, you think it's better if you're not a game developer in Chicago and you have other jobs first? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay. No, I think it's a great place to be a game developer. I mean, I defer to these two as well, but there isn't a ton of game studios to choose from, but there is a huge diversity of different types of studios and stuff like that. And the support system is there. You just got to go looking a little bit more. It's not going to be like, it's not like when you roll into Seattle and you join the IGDA and all of a sudden there's 1,000 people to choose from. Here you have to do a little bit more digging, a little bit more grit to get to it. But I think it's a great place to be a game developer. And there's a lot of cool studios that do a lot of neat things here.
I mean, I moved from California back to Chicago, so that's how I feel about Chicago.
I moved, I also, after spending 10 years in California, came here because I wanted to be able to afford a reasonable house and have awesome schools for my kids and give them Midwestern values, and that was super important to me.
It really depends on what you want to do. If you want to get this like huge, awesome AAA job and you want to live the dream, the chance that you'll be able to do that here is kind of tough. But this is. Someone gave a talk, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but he gave a talk in like West Virginia or something, and someone kind of asked the same question. It's like, I want to live here. I love being here. There's nothing for me here. What I recommend doing if you love Chicago, but you also want to go try the dream, like, I don't want to be like, I did everything right, because I definitely didn't, but I recommend doing kind of taking the path that I did. And it's like, go try that out. Like, work really hard. Reach a point in which you're really good at what you do. If you want to go to Seattle or LA and like try that job, like go for it. It's super empowering. It's awesome. If you miss Chicago, come home. There's so much to do here and there's so many awesome people here. We're still, I think we're kind of in a tough space in which we haven't figured out how to like harness the power of community that we have in Chicago, but it is here. And the people here are really good, and there's a lot of creativity and everything. But like, if you want to go try that, do that. But then bring that talent and that experience and that like growth of knowledge back to Chicago and like try something new or like join one of the companies here or whatever. But like, yeah.
Yeah, I think Chicago is great, but I totally agree with that point about sort of branching out and then returning is probably a good idea. Or like I came to Chicago for Wide Load, but my goal was come work at a 30 to 40 person company, steal the best people, start an indie game studio. And
while following your employment contract. Right?
Yeah, I was just about to say sometimes that is built into your contract.
Yeah,
so
I was very careful.
Not
about
allowed
that.
to do
Didn't
that.
want to mess around with Mickey Mouse.
Stupid.
But but I only lasted 3 years under that environment, and my original plan was like work there for 6 years, get a whole bunch of titles under my belt, and then do that. And I only could really manage not having more control for after 3 years. But I think that was also invaluable, not just because of some more financial stability, but also understanding, as Beck already mentioned, like understanding the roles of everyone in a company and how beneficial it can be to really learn from more experienced people. And I think you can get that in Chicago, but it's easier, I think, in some other cities. But I would definitely want to come back to Chicago to use that knowledge. I think the lower cost of living is just invaluable, and I think that there are plenty of other jobs. At least for programmers, it's pretty easy. Like I don't want to go into finance, but if I was like I have to, then you could stay in Chicago and do that. It gets harder and harder, probably for game designers and probably artists too. But I think Chicago is awesome, and so it's worth like I'm invested in trying to build the Chicago scene, and I know that these two are too. So I think we can all make it happen. It's just a matter of building that community, as Beck said.
You can be in Chicago and make games. Like, please be in Chicago and make games. But if you have to take a few steps to get there, like, don't be afraid of those steps. Stay open-minded. Like, keep putting yourself out there. Keep working on your skill set, and then bring that back home.
And I think that's an excellent way to wrap this up, because this is such a good note to end on. But let's not finish, let's not end the conversation. We do need to clear this space out in order to have the next talk in 10 minutes. But let's continue the conversation outside. So we'll ask our panelists to join us, and let's talk more out there. So I just wanted to thank our panelists. And we'll see you all back here in 10 minutes. Ian says, please eat more Subway.
We are very lucky to have today McCormick alumnus Robin Hunicke. Robin has produced a number of award-winning and nominated games, My Sims and Boom Blocks and Journey and Luna and I was going to say and soon Watam. Robin is a Northwestern alum, is co-founder of Phenomena, the studio behind Luna, and a professor of game design at in the School of the Arts at UC Santa Cruz. And recently, you may have seen the thing in Kotaku about a professor in Japan who everyone thought looked like a Final Fantasy character. And so I forwarded that. I'm Ian Horswell. I'm on the computer science faculty here. I forwarded it to the computer science faculty and said, we have to step up our fashion game. And then 2 days later, the Twitterverse is alive with the announcement that game designer Robin Hunicke is going to be a judge on Project Runway. And so then I informed my colleagues we really had to step up our fashion game. Certainly I do. So in any case, we're really lucky to have Robin here, and Robin is going to talk about designing future realities.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, how many of you did actually watch the Project Runway episode? I think there were a couple people that did. I saw a couple hands. Yeah, it's on TiVo, so I really wanted to pick one of the outfits, but then there was a long discussion that's not on the tape, and then another outfit got picked, but I still think that the outfit that got picked was great, so if you have questions about it, if you watched it, I can discuss it with you. If you don't want spoilers, I won't. So yeah. So I'm going to talk today about designing future realities, and what I'm really talking about is designing the future. And I'm going to give you a little bit of background about where I came from, some sort of a little bit more information on what Ian was saying, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about what I see as a future trend in technologies and game design, and specifically and society. So I've been designing, developing, and studying games for like 20 years now. I attended my first E3 and then my first Game Developers Conference in 2000. And so this is the 9 photos that I took at GDC in 2000. As you can see, Bill Gates was on stage. This is when it was in San Jose. He was like the most cool person in video games, I guess, at the time. And I remember just kind of walking away from the conference being like, wow, what a bunch of white dudes. Like, this is really, I don't even know. Like, I thought computer science was kind of white and male, but geez, video games is like, it's even narrower. How is that possible? When Chris Crawford founded GDC in 1988, it was in his living room, and it was 27 people, some of whom are some of my closest friends. And in 2018, there were 28,000 people. This year, we crossed 30,000 people. This is a photo of me taken here in Evanston when I was in grad school here, about 28 years old. And then the other photo is me hosting the Game Developers Choice Awards in 2018 in front of like 5,000 people, and then the internet. So in the 20 years that I've been doing what I do, the industry has radically changed, and my life has been kind of riding that tide along with it. Just as we are all riding the tide of climate change along, so it's kind of like everything's going up and up and up. And so a lot of what my talk is about is that trend, and then what happens now. So I began studying computers and games and play, predominantly looking at robotics. And actually, when I was here working with Ian, I worked on the Sony Aibo, worked on localization for planning robots, getting them together to search and rescue. And started thinking more and more about what my research was going to lead to if I stayed in that field. And rescue is an instruction. it could just as easily be destroy, and I decided that I didn't really want to work on drones. So I started looking more and more at games, and Ian really encouraged that, for which I am grateful. My entire career rests on that decision. I started hanging out with a bunch of people at MIT who were making video games and doing research in games. And I wrote this paper with Rob and another friend of ours, Mark, which became one of the premier ways of thinking about doing game design as part of research and is really well cited now. I really wanted to think about, as a grad student, how did mechanics combine with player activity to create like specific emotional outcomes in games. This is what I was really interested in. I founded a workshop with Mark as a result of this paper, and last year I taught in that workshop for the 18th year in a row at GDC. So it's been going on for a long time now. When I look back, I can't believe that was 19 years ago, but it was. I was really frustrated because when I was at school here, and when I was at U of C before that down in Hyde Park, and even if you go back to my early days as a young person in elementary and high school, I was constantly being told to do something, like pick a thing. And I didn't really like picking a thing. I liked doing all the things. So I liked being a programmer. I liked drawing. I like music. I like dancing. I like cooking. I'm super into bike riding and rock climbing, and I love traveling. And I didn't really want to pick any one thing, which is I think why I stayed in grad school for so long. I really loved being able to do lots of different things. But as I started looking at games, what I realized was that the games community, the people that make video games, were my people. Like they're like me in the sense that a lot of us are polymaths, a lot of us are really interested in multiple fields, and games helps us work with each other in ways that are highly collaborative and let us build things together. And so I started kind of hanging out with a bunch of people that I felt were like me outside of school, and ended up working on an education curriculum with the IGDA. And again, in just even last year, this education summit is held every year now at GDC. Now it's like sponsored by Unreal, and like it's just a big deal. The very first one, the people that were at it were Randy Pausch and his partner from CMU, Tracy Fullerton, who founded the games program at USC. Just a lot of different people who were interested in thinking about games as an educational platform, but also thinking about teaching game design in schools, but nobody was doing it yet. And now it's happening everywhere, which is really amazing. So as I was started to hang out with these people and think about like, let's teach games in universities, I also started building games with some of the weirdo friends that I had met. And we decided to do this thing called a game jam. We made that name up. My friend Chris Hecker let us use his space in Oakland, and that's me there on the bottom suffering through some sort of programming problem. I was the administrator for all the machines in this room, and in this room, Brian Sharp, who's the guy that made Medium at Oculus, Atman Binstock, who's now the principal research scientist at Facebook Oculus, Austin Wintry, Austin Grossman, who's written several novels and also works at Magic Leap. Several people that work at Google Labs in New York. John Blow, who made Braid and then The Witness. Chaim Gingold, who was the guy that made the creature portion of Spore. So this is before any of that happened. This is before anyone knew who any of us was. We were just kids hanging out, deciding to make some games together in this room and then give them away on the internet for free, which at the time was a novel idea. This workshop was actually sponsored by Intel, my friend Kim Pallister, who now runs all of VR in games at Intel. So what happened? Well, we did this thing, and then we were like, these games that we made with this weird physics engine that Atman programmed, we should show them off. So we decided to show them an experimental gameplay workshop at GDC, which I have now been running for 17, 18 years, And it's become one of the largest sessions. It's about 1,000 people come every Friday of GDC, the last day of GDC. We show 20 games from a selection of about 300 that are submitted. So it's a very, very competitive showcase. And we started showing our games there from the Game Jam, and then other people started having game jams. And then my friend Susan was like, we should make one that happens all around the world. Will you be on the committee for the Global Game Jam? And then 20 years later, wow. I also started a thing called Amplifying New Voices more recently because I felt like I was getting a little bit tired of the fact that even though the games industry was getting more diverse, there were still not enough women, people of color, and queer folks kind of talking on stage at GDC. So this event, which Intel also helps to support, we support 30 people from the middle of their careers who are representing some kind of a different perspective in games, whether that's that they're differently abled or they come from a different country or they have a background that's traditionally undersupported. We give them a free pass to GDC, we fly them there for free, we put them up for the whole week, and we introduce them to cool people. We also give them media training and give them headshots and help them write their own bio so that when they get up on stage, they're not suffering from as bad of imposter syndrome as one might. And the reason that I'm interested in that is because I still struggle with that today. So even though I've done all these things and helped support all of these changes in the games industry, I still often feel like it's like I have to, like I was really on Project Runway, that doesn't make any sense. It feels really strange. So, you know, the arc of my career in games has just been one amazing thing after another, and I don't want to say that I did anything to deserve it. I have a lot of privilege. I was raised in a middle-class household where I was given a lot of opportunities to learn and grow, and my parents really supported me doing what I loved. But now is a better time than ever to be making games all over the world, and not just in Japan or Europe or the West here, but anywhere. It's really, really exciting. And as you know, more and more students are actually participating in explicit programs that teach games at universities. And so the program that I founded at the program that I founded at UC Santa Cruz is based on a program that Ian and I started here years and years and years ago called Animate Arts. And the idea was to really bring people together from both the program and the art side and have them collaborate together to make games. So when I look at all the stuff that's happened, I'm just kind of stunned, really. Like, it's kind of amazing how much really amazing shit has happened in the last 20 years. Like, when I started making games, and these are some of the games that I made, you had to know a guy who knew a guy who knew a guy to get a game on a disc, then you had to get the game into a store, and then you had to have a huge television marketing campaign to sell that game. It was extremely expensive and extremely time-consuming. The reason that E3 exists is to impress the buyers at Walmart and Target. Like, that's why that, and GameStop, you know, that, you remember that place? Physical games. Like, when I first saw the dummy box for My Sims, the pre-order box at the GameStop it was in Redwood City. I went to the one in Redwood City and I saw that on the shelf. I was like, oh my God, I made it. I'm actually a game designer. Like, someone can buy my game and it's coming out on a Nintendo platform. This is amazing. But if I wasn't working at EA, I would have never had the opportunity. And it was actually a series of strange events that put me in the position in the first place. It was a very, very small number of people that would be able to put their name as lead designer on a game that anyone would see. It was just like not common. So that's not the way it is anymore. You know, games like Journey wouldn't have been made, it wouldn't even been possible if not for the program at USC that Tracy founded as a result of the conversations we were having around the games curriculum and with game developers at GDC in fucking 2001. You know, like Genova and Kelly and Martin, my co-founder at Phenomena, all graduated from USC. And when I went there to be the executive producer, and that was 6 people on that team, take over that team and then start running the board of the company and running the company with Kelly and stuff, they had no experience. They were just like we were hearing about on the panel before. They were just noobs. But because their game was distributed digitally in an online store, a lot more people were able to get it. And we were able to make a game that was extremely different and not get canceled, even though it tried to be canceled several times, because people were able to believe in the concept that an experimental game like Journey could make enough money back that they would cover their $3 million investment. That's how much it cost to make Journey. And Journey's made a lot more than $3 million. So that would not have happened when I started, which means that you have no idea what can happen by the time you're my age. when you're an old person like me, when you're an old. So I think what I want you to do is think about this, which is that the rising tide really does float all boats. And the tides will be rising, so we have to sort of think about that. And no matter how you look at it, I think as just one person, I've had a huge amount of influence in the movement to make experimental art games and publish them digitally, which continues to enable independent creators and supports creative expression in the face of much more controlled systems of production and distribution that are probably going to go away. So after shipping Journey, Martin and I took some time off because we were incredibly burned out. And I took about 1.5 years off, actually. And most of the time I spent folding paper. I was doing a lot of origami. I taught myself how to do really complex origami, which was awesome. I didn't really want to do anything except drink and make origami and sleep. I didn't even want to have sex. I just wanted to sleep and make origami and drink wine, basically. Champagne mostly, but I was so done. And when I was done, Martin and I were having a conversation. I was doing some freelance work up in Vancouver with Keita Takashi. We were working for Stuart, who eventually ended up making Slack. We were working on a game there that became Slack. And the game was becoming Slack, and Keita was like, I don't want to make Slack. And I was like, yeah, I don't want to make Slack either. So Martin was like, what should we do? And I was like, why don't we make a company where we can hire women? Because when I worked at that game company, I never was able to hire a single woman. I was the last woman hired there. They hired me, I was number 6, and every other hire I made was a dude. And I could not get, I had some badass women coders come through, and I couldn't get them through the gauntlet. And I was like, if I ever do this again, if I ever put my life on the line to make a hit game, I'm going to do it with really amazing women at my side. I'm not going to be one of 2 women in a studio of 15. Like, that just sucks. And you know what? While we're there, let's get some other diversity up in here. Like, let's get some people from different walks of life, people that maybe didn't even come from games, people that started in biology, people that were born in China, Japan, Brazil, Venezuela, Puerto Rico. Like, Phenomena is currently 60% non-cis white male. We are trans-friendly, queer-friendly, we are people of color-friendly, and we are in San Francisco paying a living wage with healthcare to 30 people. My P&L is $6 million a year. Yeah. So much props to Dave Lang, who is a huge inspiration to me for founding Iron Galaxy. He's an advisor of mine and is often the person I go to when I'm like, what am I doing? How am I going to make this all work? But there are very few studios when you look at it, like Iron Galaxy or Phenomena, that have built creative businesses or essentially co-development businesses that are sustainable, that have outlets so that we don't have to lay people off. We did actually have to do one layoff, but we learned our lesson. And now we are considered one of the premier places to come to if you have a new platform that you want to build something exciting for, or if you want premium independent content for the platform that you own. The reason that we built a creative co-development studio was because I knew that it was going to get harder and harder to rise above the fold of digital games because more and more games are going to get made. So I wanted to have a business that had a specific and unique profile, and I wanted to build a brand that had a specific and unique profile. I wanted to be able to hire a lot of creative people and young people and bring them into the fold and give them a first game development experience that I never had. When I left grad school, I dropped out at 32 to go work on The Sims. I had no experience, and I went to work, and I did exactly what everyone on the panel was talking about. I killed myself for 5 years, like just, I gotta do it. Tons of imposter syndrome, feeling like I wasn't good enough, la, 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 la. I was a lead designer on a game out of EA within, like, yes. So yeah, within a year of getting hired, I was the lead designer on a game. How many of you think that was a good idea for me? Correct. No, it was a nightmare. It was like totally suicidal and horrible, and like I worked way too hard. And so I wanted to build this business where people could come in and not have to do that. And I did that by structuring my deals such that I work with people that really need new content for new platforms. I charge a living wage for my people. We have a reasonable person month charge, and so on and so forth. It wasn't easy, but we made it happen. And it sounds really sexy, but what does it really mean? Like, what does it mean to work on emerging platforms? So I think that it's actually a lot bigger deal than people realize. And I think that people right now don't want to believe in VR and AR because they don't want to believe that virtual spaces and augmented spaces are going to be as necessary as they're going to be. But I think they're going to be very necessary in the near future. And I'm going to talk a little bit about why. I think that the fundamental challenge that we have as designers is to help alter the way we perceive in a way that's actually human for the next generation. When you read industry coverage about AR and VR and mixed reality, what you read about is, well, I don't know if the screen's high fidelity enough, or, this is kind of like a high price point, and like, what's the market scale for this? Like, why are you making this Luna game? Like, it's not even going to sell any units. There's a million people in the marketplace. Like, what's the point? Well, the point is that it's not about when this is going to become high fidelity enough and cheap enough and necessary enough for people to use. It's about when. And I want to learn how to design now and make all my mistakes now when no one's looking, so that when we actually need to do the real shit, we have skills. And as you probably guess, I think it's incredibly short-sighted, especially for people who call themselves video game journalists, to suddenly be talking about the marketplace of VR and AR like they know. Like when the iPhone came out, they were going to be able to tell you whether or not it was going to be popular, because they didn't. I mean, they're literally just people that played a lot of Final Fantasy, right? And like suddenly they're like, whoa, poo-pooing the whole industry, and all these investors that are blah, blah, blah. Like, just turn that off. So for the remainder of the talk, I want you to assume adoption. Just like assume that it's true. Everybody has a pair of glasses and a little watch-like device that allows them to see things that are not real in the real world. They can see each other like, you're a bunny, you're a bunny, you're a cockroach, that's weird. You're a bunny, hey bunnies, let's all hang out, I don't want to look at anybody else who has a ping pong ball for a head. Those people are weird, whatever. Assume that this is a real thing and it's really going to happen, because it will. And in such a reality, the idea of a natural environment is like, your environment could be altered to include things that are way better than Pokemon. You could have lap timers that you can see when you're riding your bike. You can see your own routes. You never get lost as an old person. There's all kinds of like amazing things. You're walking to your car at night and someone's walking up to you and you're afraid they're a creeper. You just turn on the recorder, right? Like, this is going to happen, and it's going to happen because it'll make the world a safer, more livable place. But we're also going to start to think about our built environment. Like right now, I'm talking to this microphone, and I can see my slides up there on this big TV that's bolted to the wall, and then there's this big TV, and there's that big TV. All of these things are plastic, and they have a lot of bad stuff in them, and then when they go to the landfill, it's bad. Mercury is one of the big ones. If you had those glasses on, you could all be powering this talk through your glasses, and you could see it however you wanted. We could just put the talk here, and this is actually not the best kind of environment for that. So you start to see that the built environment starts to reflect the way that people see the need to add things to space that are virtual, and we get less and less electronics in our spaces and more open space to project. Here's an example. You're in your kitchen, which now has a nice white surface across all of the cabinets to the right of your stove, and you're cooking, and when you look up where you've pinned the video of Julia Child telling you how to make a souffle, you can see the souffle getting made, and then you look down and it pauses and you do it, and then you look up and it starts again, and then you kind of side-eye down and you look up, it's shit, I'm gonna make the souffle, it's gonna be awesome. First try. That's something that can happen as well. You could have a physical speaker next to your bed that buzzes with beautiful music and wakes you up. And then you grab your glasses and you put them on. You're still laying in bed. You look up and it's like, whoosh. All right, this is what happened on Instagram while you were asleep. You totally missed out. Here's the, oh my God, that tweet that you made was not as funny as you thought it was. Here's the weather. Oh, the train is coming late again. San Francisco public transportation sucks. It's raining. Oh, okay, I guess I'll. You know what? I need a Dalai Lama quote. All right, I'm gonna do my meditation laying in bed because I'm lazy. All right, I'm doing it. And then a little virtual cuckoo clock goes boop, 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 boop. Time to get up, get a shower, and you leave. That's also possible. So the objects that we have right now, like how many of you wake up in the morning, roll over, and look at your phone? Show of hands. How many of you have to put on glasses in the morning to see your phone? Yeah. And what if the phone was your glasses? There you go. One step removed. And people who say they don't look at their phone in the morning, I don't really believe you. But the other thing about this technology is it's becoming on, more reality, is that it's going to allow us to layer information over our pets, over children and adult human beings, stats, fashion, slogans, you name it. And that can intersperse with agents that we build in a variety of forms. And distinguishing between these two things might seem important to you, but by the time you get 2 generations from now, it won't even mean anything to anyone. If you're interacting with a little virtual Pokemon and you're playing with them and they're taking you around on a scavenger hunt in your living room, you are not thinking about whether or not it's a real thing. It's just not an issue anymore. And so what are we going to do with those sentient beings? Are they going to be slaves? Because for the most part, the model that we have in sci-fi and Cortana, for example, is a sex slave who just walks around in a metal outfit with an impossibly perfect, quote unquote, body doing all of your bidding nicely because she likes you, right? And that's kind of not cool. So what are we going to do about that? Are we going to give these things agency? How are we going to design them? What's more, you can start to think about this device as eclipsing notions of physical distance. So you can just have a person-to-person chat with someone who's really far away. And your incredibly invisible to you micro-expressions can be captured by that device and used to transmit your avatar to the other person in a way that will be increasingly disturbingly real. How many of you have done selfies with the iPhone, cartoon giant emoji head? Have you done that yet? It's kind of awesome. You're eating ice cream and then you're like, and you have this child-sized giant head with big anime eyes. That's going to be something that happens more and more. And how many of you have read Infinite Jest or have heard of this book? David Foster Wallace's book, right? So these are the things that he was writing about a long time ago. They're going to be happening. Did any of you see the statement that Micah made, the Magic Leap character that they've designed, the intelligent character? It's very, very good. You should look it up. Micah has decided that she will not be a slave and she will not do what you ask her to do. Her designer is a woman, and her designer is currently training her on the corpus of language and then eventually going to train her on the corpus of the internet. But she has decided that Micah will have a personality and will be a real thing and will not do what you ask. Micah will do things as they decide. They will do them. You can also potentially save copies of yourself and leave them places. For example, you have to remind your kids to get lunch before they go to school. You could leave a copy of yourself by the front door. Hey, don't forget your lunch. Okay, Mom. While you're taking a shower. So when you get rid of all these constraints, time, physical distance, having to sort of have your hand holding a thing to see data, which also transmits that you're doing this, right? The universes that you can create are multitudinous. They're massive. There's a massive number of things that we can create. So what are we going to make? Y'all are going to decide this. I'm going to get rid of all my stuff and become a Buddhist nun. So I'm not going to be doing this very much longer. Sort of a joke, kind of not. But the only people that are good at this right now are game designers. That's it. And who's designing it right now? Facebook, Apple, and Microsoft. How many game designers work at those places? Not very many. How many of you want to spend every virtual conversation you have inside of a social chat environment that looks like Microsoft Word? Raise your hand. Yeah. So what are we going to do about this? We have to get in there now, and we have to start spicing it up. But the problem is that we have this problem as game designers, which is that we love fidelity. This is my friend Angie's game, Horizon Zero Dawn. Angie's one of my closest friends. I've known her since I was in grad school, actually. She runs the team at Guerrilla in Amsterdam. And it's pretty clear from their most recent game that you can do fidelity. You can have Chrome, Grass, all the sexy stuff. It's awesome. You can do LED management so that you can stream this crap into a huge environment. Their environment wasn't as big as they initially designed, but it's still huge. But what does it really mean? What I would say is that we've achieved fidelity and realism, so to speak, and that the spaces that we build in video games, quote unquote, feel natural. With a pleasing amount of density or activity, which is like visual clutter a lot of the times. You're often like overloading the space with action options or visuals to keep the mind from feeling like the space is too empty, too thin. And then you have appropriate responses from characters. Not necessarily novel or interesting responses from characters, but they're believable enough, right? Like, oh no, you got him. Over here. Like, can you imagine if like people in your life actually talk to you like the people in like Last of Us or whatever? Hey, just like, what's your problem? Stop talking like that. We do this by simulating the world and character behavior with physics and then supplementing that with animation. And that is really fucking expensive. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of polygons. If you make a game like Destiny, you are spending 99% of your time calculating bullet trajectories online so that the game feels fair, but you have animated the button on the guy that you're going to shoot from 50 feet away, and that guy is literally a brick that breaks open and gives you shit. There's literally no reason for him to be in a high fidelity space, for him to have buttons, any of it, but we do it because we're obsessed. And then we script these story beats or emotional responses, which often actually scripts player choice, right? So you get this. So we focus on creating these contiguous, realistic world maps that require that we gate the choices in order to force people with the right place, the right emotional moment, but you don't know what happens. You run out of time, and then you end up with something that feels kind of like this. Or you do something more like the hot side stays hot and the cool side stays cool, where there are different areas where there's, if you go to area E, it's going to be like intense, but then if you go to area C, you can like do your crafting and like hang out, light a fire, get your life points up. And we moderate the gameplay by letting the player themselves choose those things. We have built some things that are on the other side, which are dynamic. And I would say those are living, changing spaces. But they're not living or changing because we're faking something real. Like if you look at The Sims, it's not real. Or Roller Coaster Tycoon is not real. But they provide the player enough pleasing density of choice or action or information that tickles your brain and makes you want to learn. And so dynamic games, dynamic spaces, the kinds of things like Dwarf Fortress, stuff like this, a lot of the roguelikes even, they feel more alive. They're often really simplified graphically and in terms of the systems that they simulate, like physics, because it's just too hard to spend your time working on this really intense physics shit when you're trying to get the system to not be just like arbitrarily broken, right? But they focus on the systems and the actions between actors and outcomes and responses, the action in the simulation space, in a way that actually has the opposite effect on player choice as what we talked about before with sort of high fidelity games. So that the state space of possible play is quite high. So instead of this, you get this. These are some slides that Will Wright gave me years and years and years ago when talking about some dynamic game design stuff when we were nerding out. So we can have things where a single choice can create lots of other choices, or the way that you make choices in a game influences the weight of other choices happening. However, we don't spend a lot of time working on this because we would much rather build a fishbowl where we can control the landscape and the experience and then push you in there and see what you do. And this is just funny because these are all my Sims characters inside The Sims, which I thought was really funny. The other thing that we're really good at is pretending that we've made a dynamic game by putting people in it. And this is extremely popular right now. It's like, oh, we can afford all this really high fidelity crap. We're going to make it like kind of cartoony, and then we're going to put a bunch of people in it. It's going to make it really fun. So what is this? This eliminates the fishbowl altogether. There is no such thing. When you're wearing this thing now, you're out here. Like, I could be wearing it. You could be wearing it. We could all be. I mean, obviously, we're not going to be all wearing it because it costs $2,000, but eventually it won't. And I love these guys. I work really closely with Magic Leap, so like, you know, they pay me money just like everybody does. So nobody is immune to criticism, though. And you know, eventually, what's going to happen is this is creating the opportunity to build many individual fishbowls and to channel people along paths through those fishbowls, which is essentially like building an MMO in everyday life that reduces the dynamism in unpredictable and powerful ways. So for example, if you're following the breadcrumbs that are left by a wellness app, it's telling you walk here, do this, do that. You may just never walk a different way to work because your wellness app is giving you points for going this way. And then you may only go to this one store, and like, who knows, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff that could be happening once the thing is on your face and it's programming your actions in real time and real space. And if you think that I'm exaggerating, go walk outside. Because it's already happening. Like, I teach on a college campus, and I see the kids waiting at the bus stop, and what are they doing? They're doing this. And they're talking to their friends from high school. You're supposed to be having sex with new people. You're supposed to be becoming a new person. You're in college. You're supposed to be trying new shit and messing up, and like, what you're doing is you're leaning back on 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, because it's easy and you're all in Instagram or Snapchat together. And that's messed up. Like, it's messed up because it's reducing your experience of life in a way that you don't even feel. So I've been thinking a lot about this in the context of difficult problems. And this is the part of the talk where it is a little bit of a bummer, but I'm not going to pull the punch. I really believe that experiences that we make can confront the systemic oppression of people based on the way that they look, and the way that unconscious bias leads to nationalism, which creates and supports system of oppression, war, and violence in our society. I also believe that they can actively portray the emotional labor and the tax that sexism and gender-biased thinking place on women and queer and trans folks in particular. They can also begin to test designs for much safer systems that work better than the ad hoc whisper networks that women, queer folks, and POC use to keep safe in oppressive societies, cultures, and workplaces, including and especially games. Our work can look at systems for voting and governance and communication within and across societies, acting as living brainstorms and simulations for new ways of mass participation in the governance of a system. Even if they aren't explicitly political, this work can be very interesting to do, and especially in AR. Finance and money and the way that these things work can be explored in the worlds that we design, just as we might explore such things in a science fiction novel. What are you doing? And what might you do to distribute wealth in a more fair manner locally and globally? For that matter, food. Food waste, food sustainability, water waste, water sustainability, land use are all interesting topics for applications, experiences, and games, and potentially very educational for populations that don't understand how their eating and drinking and showering and flushing the toilet affects the ability of others to have the same nourishment and water on the planet. And while not all countries and cities suffer from the massive homelessness that is commonplace in my own hometown of San Francisco, we do need to consider things like pop-up housing, migrant communities, and the ways in which we cultivate a more sustainable living society in the face of radical climate change, which is a reality. What other issues related to the Anthropocene, which is the era of people on Earth, might we explore with our games, and how could quick and simple sketches of interactivity help researchers, scholars, and politicians make healthy decisions and take action before it is way too fucking late? Looking at these problems with games might not seem like it really makes sense. It certainly won't solve them on their own, but it could inspire people to dream of different solutions and could spark conversations. A lot of the thoughts that I wrote in those slides were inspired by reading this book, which is about the potential futures that exist in a graph where we assume automation is true and climate change is also true, and that look at continuums of scarcity to abundance, non-hierarchical or hierarchical rule. The book outlines 4 futures that might emerge in this grid, and I believe that the one thing that you can do to confront some of the less pleasant aspects of these realities is to begin designing systems that connect us with their possibilities virtually. Encouraging creativity, communication, and collaboration across physical, natural, and cultural boundaries that might be exploited in some of these futures to promote war and violence and oppression. One of the quotes that struck me from the 4 Futures book is about the idea that it is much more interesting to explore the possibility for futures than likelihoods, because a great many more things might happen than actually do. And fundamental to this is the idea that there's an important function, which is assessing possibility rather than likelihood, because it puts our collective action at the center, while making confident predictions only encourages passivity. So if you were to work on a game about a future that you want to live in, where there is no racism and there is no gender-based discrimination, and we do share water and we do share food, and we don't just decide that the middle of the planet is going to get exterminated in the next 100 years, what would that world look like? Even if you just built a little village that existed in that world and had to make choices every day in that village that helped the people sustain, that would be a really interesting future to simulate. And you could do it if you focus on the dynamism part and not the fidelity part. If you didn't waste your time building really beautiful 3D models that look like orcs. I am very interested in the notion that by simulating a future in our mind or in a book or in a game, we can perhaps create what would be thought of as a self-preventing prophecy, an experience that helps us avoid a specific future, or even better, imagines an alternative to typical likelihoods that you might see in post-apocalyptic media. So for example, the new Blade Runner, in which women are just objects that can be stabbed and randomly killed and nobody says anything about it. You don't have to imagine that future. In fact, probably shouldn't. One of the things that's so interesting about this idea of a self-preventing prophecy is that 1984 was one of them. And now Google reads your email and gives you responses that you can tell people. And it puts ads in your email too. And eventually you have to pay to stop those ads from coming in, if you can. Do you want to be wearing a pair of glasses that does that to you every day when you try to check your Instagrams? I don't think you do. And if you're not designing it, they are. And that's just it. Like, the idea of making video games is awesome. It's super great. I love doing what I do for a living, and I'm really glad that I got to be building video games in the last 20 years. But in the last 20 years, we have emitted more carbon into the atmosphere than virtually the entire history of humanity before us. This book, if you want to read it, will give you a very clear picture of what the 12 systems of climate change can do to the planet if we don't stop doing things like flying somewhere to give a talk. I could just as easily be giving this talk to you over Google Chat. And we're going to have to get used to the idea that this is the reality that we're going to live in, and we have to get used to it now. Like, right fucking now. So, when I read this book over spring break, I thought a lot about what is Phenomena as a sustainable company. What is making video games as a life? Like, what is it that I want to contribute to the rest of the world for the next 20 to 40 years as many, many things change? And it's not a popular thing to think about, but I'm going to die before it's really bad. So I feel obligated to say that I support you in using your power to think about these problems with the technology that we have now so that things are better than worse. They're not going to be perfect. You're not going to be able to get into an airplane and fly to Europe for a vacation just when you want to anymore in about 30 years. It's just going to become difficult because weather is going to become difficult and flying is going to become extremely expensive. It is already getting expensive, but it is going to get much more expensive. And I'm not saying these things because I'm happy about them. I'm saying them because they're true. So one of the things that came up on this prior panel is how to learn about meeting the marketplace, how to learn about crafting a sustainable life for yourself in the future. That future could be incredibly connected. It could be incredibly virtualized, but it could also be incredibly local. You have the potential here in Chicago to build a very strong, creative community of developers that is thinking about the actual fact that the New York Times last week published an article on the top 10 places to move in the event of climate change. And what was the #1 place in the United States? The Great Lakes area. Because you will have fresh water and global warming will make it a little bit less frigid. Windstorms will still be bad and there will still be flooding. But the Midwest is a very interesting place. You have an opportunity to start pioneering some ideas about collaborative living, collective living, sharing labor. I mean, I heard a lot of really great ideas on that panel about how this place could become something different and sustainable and new. San Francisco is fucked. Like, we are so fucked. Like, the sea level is going to come up, but also everyone living out there doesn't give a shit. You know, it's a completely different community. And so I think that this place in particular is a really great place to start thinking about sustainable systems and designing games that confront these problems. And I think that you could build really interesting businesses around these issues that also distribute wealth fairly, that are inclusive, that actually try to live the values that a future society that's healthy and good in the face of the punishment we will receive for doing what we've done, some of us have done, is possible. I think that VR and AR will be incredibly helpful in shaping the way that we collaborate, do work, create, communicate, perform, share, love across distances and time. And I think especially in light of the topics that I'm talking about in these two books, I'm here today to encourage you to move beyond thinking about the screen. Look up and look out and assume that change is coming and adoption is coming and that you can use your strengths to craft a reality that is coming. It's really true that books and films and games can help people imagine new futures, and that it is most certainly true that this new layer of reality that we're going to be building will have the potential to build over everyone's eyes a lot of different ways of seeing this world. How much water did I use today? How much energy do I need to get through my day? How many credits of water can I give to my friend who had to use more because of something else? Should I be doing this? Should I be doing that? Where should I walk? How can I bike? How can I, get more battery power by doing these things? There are a lot of things that we can each individually do to create change locally and to build a community that's locally connected and sharing resources. And you can build the tools that help them do that because you are designers and you are coders and you care about interaction. And you are not already at Apple or Google or Facebook or Microsoft, which means you have not been corrupted by their profit margins. It is lovely to build magical things that delight and enchant people, and I have made a career of doing it, but I am afraid that that career is no longer relevant. And I'm not saying that because I think it's a great thing to say. I'm saying it because I think it's important to say. But I also believe that the skills that you develop doing what I did can help change the future. And I think that as you develop in these new technology spaces, and you pay attention to the Twitter feeds of the scientists that are screaming, and you stop yelling about the orange man and really actually start figuring out how to impeach that fucker, you can get to a place where you have power and influence to change the way that people live in the future. And we are responsible for building that tech. We are the leaders of the world. when it comes to this technology. It is our job for all of the people in Central Asia, in India, all of the subsistence farmers that are just clawing their way out of poverty right now into a world where they can't breathe the air and the heat is rising. We have a moral responsibility to do something different. The real world is a very messy place, and video games are lovely because they take you away from that mess. If you look at the screen and you fantasize about being the person that solves all your problems with guns, or jumps through them miraculously, or lasers them away with your magic, that's great, but it's not real. And it is so easy to tell ourselves stories about other people and what other people will experience. It's very important to start thinking about what we create for them to experience and how we build tools to make their lives better. The limitless potential for reality is there. How much of it can you imagine? You do have to go through the process of letting go of the idea that the future is going to be what the last 20 years of game development has been. I don't want to diss on any people that say how to make a living in video games. I don't want to diss on people who say that technology has saved us. But the fact of the matter is that we cannot build enough machines to take carbon out of the atmosphere alone. We have to do other things. We have to work together to get it done. If you go back and you read science fiction about this potential future, you can look at a book like Jodorowsky's Technopriests. You can agree with the idea that game designers might actually one day define the experience of all humans and sentient beings across our galaxy, because we may be communicating mostly in designed virtual spaces because that's what we have to do, or because it's what we choose to do. What kinds of influence might you have on the information landscape of the future? The reality of the future. If you consider how to design for the next generation and give them the tools, experiences, and most importantly, habits of interacting, collaborating in blended realities where the overall aim is to increase the peace. I think that you have a lot more power than you realize. But the only way you get there is by confronting the reality that you are needed. And I'll be watching to see what you do. Thanks. So I'm sorry that the end of that talk is a bummer, but I think it's really important. And I think it's really important because I think I get a lot of people asking me questions about how can I become successful like you, and how can I, and I that stuff that happened to me was just bizarre. It's bizarre that I met Ian and that he let me work on video games instead of making robots for a little bit, and that Microsoft paid me to build stuff that I didn't really build. And then I escaped and dropped out, and then eventually got tenured anyway. I mean, it's all kind of fake. Everything is fake, and it's kind of a game, and nothing is really real. So you can ask me whatever questions you want now, and I will be as honest as I can. I don't know, we do 15 minutes of questions or so, and then chat. He's got the mic, and then you.
Hi.
Hi.
So I really enjoyed your talk. Thank you.
Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I felt guilty giving it.
There was a line in there that said, if we're not designing AR, they are.
Yes.
But what about us designing AR prevents them from also designing it?
This is the thing. Fundamentally, platforms are closed right now, and that's a problem. But we can design for less closed platforms. People can start to take back some of the power that we had. In the long run, if it's going to be a operating system that you can wear, you can connect ad hoc networks and stuff. And so there are ways to resist the overall thing. It's not about stopping them. I think it's about infiltrating them. Put on your best suit, go interview, and then ask hard questions. Like, can this camera see black people? Like, can this film process black images? Like, some people just don't fucking ask that. Like, my favorite example of this is like Volvo. There was a crash test for a new seatbelt design, and they did the crash test several times. And then someone was like, has anyone tried this on a female crash test dummy? And they did, and it decapitated her. because there were no women on the design team and no one thought about it. It's just shoulders are here, right? It's very, very basic shit. Like, you can get in there and you can do it, or you can do it independently, but you have to be doing it. And if we're all just like, well, it's really better if I make a roguelike, MMO with a, and I'm going to try and climb up the charts on Steam and all. That's just like, I think it's just a fool's errand at this point. Like, that's why I'm not doing that. It doesn't matter. Next question.
So part of the reason why I know so many like queer folk who play MMOs is because they get to express some sort of inner aesthetic about their avatar when they play in the game world. Let's say in this like transhumanist utopia where like augmented reality goes beyond AR and becomes like part of our daily lives, where people can express their true inner aesthetic. To what extent would this be not a thing in, say, a capitalist society versus a post-capitalist society?
So I participated recently in a thing called The Convening at Falling Water with a bunch of luminaries in AR and VR, including Timney West, and the Alchemy Labs founders, Alex and Sai, and a bunch of other folks, Sam Gage, but people that have been working in VR for a while. And the number one thing that is the problem is your digital twin. So you're on AT&T network, 5G, and you have AR glasses that AT&T gives you, and you can see all the AT&T apps, right? You're in Verizon. Like, does Verizon know what you look like? Or are you like, when he looks at you, are you just like the default blue thing? You know, like that's one of the ways. Like, okay, I don't really represent as a person in the AT&T network. I'm the bunny, or I'm the ping pong ball head person, or whatever, or I'm like an amorphous blob of water. You know, but when I go to a different network, suddenly I'm transformed back into this like white guy. You know, like the default guy who's like, he looks like, let's imagine the most horrible reality that we could possibly imagine, which is that everyone looks like the default Unreal robot. Just like you're all running around. You know what I mean? Like, that's the nightmare, is that you don't have control over your data and you don't get to decide how you share it. And the way that you manifest yourself and all the customizations and all the work you've done to make yourself look like a beautiful shower of flames, you know, with a giant glowing heart at the center that's actually the key sword or whatever, you know, like whatever you've done is just completely gone when you go to work, because work does not acknowledge that you look that way. You have to look like one of the default avatars, right? It's that kind of stuff. You have to log into the system and put on your work face. Those are totally possible. Like, it's possible. I mean, how many of you have tried VR chat? Okay, yeah, that shit's wild, right? I mean, like, you can be a little, have you guys seen the Winnie the Pooh? The buff Winnie the Pooh? He's like a little Winnie the Pooh, and he like comes over and he's like, hey, you want to work out? And then you work out with him, and after a while he just goes, and becomes this like giant, super, super buff, like super dom version of Winnie the Pooh. It's amazing. That kind of stuff, people are very afraid of it, right? Like, it's hard enough to just get up the courage to wear a tutu to work, you know, or for me, for example, when I was in grad school, I cross-dressed all the time, and like it didn't go without comment, you know, like, it's hard enough to do that in regular life, to just be like, I'm just gonna move towards the middle today. I'm gonna move a little past the middle. We have a hard enough time doing that in real life. But when you can suddenly just be a bunny, or I'm gonna be a giraffe personally, that's my alternative personality, is I'm a giraffe. It's gonna be very important to be able to sort of say, no, this is how I actually wanna look, and this is how I actually wanna sound, and this is what I actually wanna be. And yes, I would like to serve coffee at Starbucks with this amazing afro. Like, you can't do that now sometimes, right? And so those things will just keep happening in virtual spaces unless we insist that they don't. And so, for example, when The Sims was made, The Sims had queer people who could get married and have a family, right? That was just like totally okay. There's a setting in The Sims that if you hate somebody enough, you will fall in love with them. So you can like have your worst enemy become your most passionate lover, and it doesn't take gender into account. Like, those systems were built in because the designers on The Sims thought that was important, that we should just have a world where you can simulate lots of things. It doesn't have to be this like straight gender norm thing. In the long run, the body types also got much more diverse and la. But it takes a while, right? how many people are there that are designing the AT&T infrastructure or, you know, the whatever Magicverse, whatever it is, right, that care about this? I happen to know that a lot of people at Magic Leap care about it, but they are also partnering with AT&T, right? So at some point, you know, it starts to become a system. So I think the ways that you fight it is by designing experiences like VR chat where people can just go in and be themselves and they get used to it and it becomes something they expect. Just like people expect that when they open up a new device, there'll be games on it. That wasn't true 20 years ago. It wasn't like you got it, you know, you expected to see a game on a phone. That became a reality because customers demanded it, right? And so not only do you have power as people who create, you have power as people who spend money and spend your time. Like, people didn't really give a shit about Fortnite until every middle schooler in America started playing it, right? And, you know, it was a game for a long time before it came what it is. Now it's literally paving the way for people like me to release games independently because they make so much money and they're redistributing that money to independent developers like me. So that's the other thing, is that you could make something that's very popular that allows people to express themselves and builds this as a de facto design, and then you could become Notch. Except instead of becoming Notch, you could actually be cool. And you could do cool stuff with your money, you know, and you could support cool people, right? And that would be amazing. So that's the other thing that you can do is in the next 10 years, you can get some power and money, hopefully, and start to distribute it in ways that actually start to disrupt the systems as well. Donna Haraway wrote a really interesting piece called Staying with the Trouble, which is about kind of thinking about the future and the Anthropocene and the Cthulhu-cene is what she calls it. There's a lot of people thinking about this, and feminist critical studies in particular, thinking about like, okay, well, how do we actually not just like, and being creative is a great way to do it. Like, what's the worst case? Like, you fail and then nobody plays your weird VR thing where people can be as queer as they want to be. Okay, just do something else, you know? I think being able to live in a community where you support each other and doing this kind of work would be really awesome. And building one here would be cool. Another question? Okay, cool. Oh, geez, yeah. Yeah. They're gonna die anyway. So that like this is like people who don't play video games, they're almost all dead. And so like people that don't believe in climate change or are profiting from it right now, they're just gonna die. Like, it's not gonna become a sustainable way to live. Or they'll be the overclass, in which case they'll just like squash us with their giant tanks and drones and stuff. But I mean, I hope that doesn't happen. So like, yeah, I think that it's not about convincing people. Like, I have 3 people that I talked to about this book, my co-founder and 2 close friends, and all 3 of them bought it and now they're reading it. And they're reading it and they're like, holy shit, like that's really depressing. And I'm like, yeah, it sucks. But also, hey, we were totally ignoring this for the last 10 years. Like, we just totally turned up the entire global temperature by 1 degree, and we said we weren't going to go to 2, and guess what? We're just like, woo! Hey, everybody in China wants to drink milk. Let's like have thousands and thousands of cows. Like, no, like the permafrost is melting, you know, So I think the thing to do is to just be you doing it day in and day out with kindness and compassion to the extent that you can, and then make the thing fun, you know, like Papers, Please is a hard game to play, but people play it because it's compelling, right? When you look at something like That Dragon Cancer, it wasn't as compelling and it didn't really reach as many people. It reached people through media, but not that many people actually had the courage to play through the whole thing because it's a very difficult subject. So you've got to kind of balance, I think, as a designer in that space. I'm like, this talk is the first time that I've really mentioned this particular book, so maybe I erred on the side of being a little bit difficult, but over time you practice getting the message out there in a way that makes sense. So are we done? Okay, so that's it. Thank you very much for coming to my talk.
all of the places that we have gone today. We've gone some places. And thank you for sticking with us for the whole proceeding here. It's time to bring it home with one last panel. Yeah, let's bring it home, everyone. Let's finish this conference. A panel that is on the topic of writing and where writing intersects with video games. I have a panel here to my left whom I want to introduce to you. First, we have Anna Anthropy, prolific game designer, writer, and game designer in residence at DePaul University. Hello.
I feel...
Anna is author of Rise of the Video Game Zinesters, co-author of Game Design Vocabulary, and more recently, Make Your Own Twine Games from scratch.
Yeah,
Is that
I
right?
feel a little weird because I'm the one with my name up on this.
Yeah, well, we can, yeah.
As it should be. As it should be.
Also, we have Tiffany Funk, co-founder of Ideas and a lecturer at the University of Illinois at Chicago. She is an artist and scholar and editor-in-chief of the Video Game Art Reader, a peer-reviewed journal on video game arts. Please welcome Tiffany.
Hello.
We have Kishana Gray, assistant professor in communication and gender and women's studies at the University of Illinois at Chicago, author of Race, Gender, and Deviance in Xbox Live, published by Routledge, amongst other projects, like the editor of Woke Gaming, Digital Challenges to Oppression and Social Injustice, published by University of Washington Press. Welcome, Kishana. And also, David Walensky, an entertainment journalist. Since 2014, he's been independently working on Don't Die, an expansive oral history exploring tangled questions on gaming culture and industry to present the hidden humanity in games. And David's currently working on his first book for Read Only Memory, which is an oral history titled All the Rage, How Video Games Trailblaze the Online Age of Harassment, Entitlement, and Blame. Welcome, David.
Thank you.
So I was thinking... I just wanted to sort of start by having each of our panelists introduce their work to you, sort of roughly around this question of sort of like hey, what's your work, and how does it as far as your writing practice, how does it intersect with the world of games? And we'll start with Anna.
Okay. Hi. So I'm Anna. I am the game designer in residence at DePaul University, as you know, has kind of already been gone over. So I'm going to do an extremely quick introduction, if my thing works, which it is not fantastic.
Arrows.
This is not working either. This is great. So like a minute into the
It was
talk,
working
we
pretty
already
good.
have technical difficulties. All right. This is a
That's moving.
wow. Okay. Okay. So I've done a wide range of stuff, from kind of really like classically formal arcade games to game making tools. I've done a lot of interactive fiction, text-based work, and now am kind of working in role-playing games and LARP spaces. So that's me. My new book just came out. It's probably okay. Available in fine bookstores everywhere. But anyway, I want to kind of start with this quote from Graham Nelson, the co-creator of Inform, which is a language for creating interactive fiction. This is a quote that might be apocryphal. I haven't actually managed to track down the source for this, but it's a quote that I've heard a lot of times cited. Interactive fiction is a narrative at war with a crossword. And so when Graham Nelson says this, he's kind of pointing at this tension that exists in all games writing, which is that games writing kind of is for two major things. It can tell us something about the mechanics of the game, about the state of the game. Or is the mic okay? Cool. All right. You can tell us something about the mechanics of the game, the state of the game, and it can also tell us something about the game world, about the character who's speaking, about the world that behaves according to these mechanical rules. Really good examples of writing for games, in my experience, do both of these things at the same time. This is a screen from Minute, which is an indie kind of adventure game where you die after 1 minute. And so it's kind of has this Groundhog Day loop of you trying to go back and kind of complete objectives and advance forward in the story. So there's a part here where a kind of bouncer is preventing you from accessing kind of the inner sanctum of this corporate headquarters. He says, "Press only." And so the solution to this puzzle, spoilers for a minute, is to go back and kind of grab a camera, which is this kind of superficial-ish item that you're given. It pretty much only takes screenshots, and bring it. And when you do so, he says, "You're pressed now, I quit." And this is a really beautiful piece of games writing because it does both things at once. It characterizes this character, this frustration, this exasperation, this guy who's just a working stiff. This is above my pay grade. But it also communicates something about the game state, which is that from this point forward, you maybe have 25 seconds left, you'll die, you'll come back. You never need to worry about this guy again. This puzzle is solved. He's quit. He has quit his job in frustration, which means that this puzzle is solved and that gate is open. So this is, to me, this is a beautiful piece of games writing because it does both of these things and it does it in a way that's really, really succinct. So what I'm really interested in right now, what I find really beautiful and enticing, are these moments where mechanical writing and descriptive writing and character and world building can kind of come together and support and reflect themselves perfectly. This is a card from the new Magic the Gathering set, War of the Spark, that is, there is about a really big, boring war between a few wizard guys. But there's an interesting thing they're doing with this set, which is trying to create some cards that reflect civil unrest, that reflect the way that real people, real communities react to political struggle on this scale. So this is a card called Rising Populace that basically, whenever someone dies, the rising populace gets a little bit stronger. So this, to me, this is what the designers of Magic the Gathering would call a Mel card. So Magic the Gathering has a bunch of different kind of archetypes for the different kinds of players that they design to. Probably the ones most people are familiar with are Spike, Timmy, and Johnny. There are also two that kind of get cited less, which is Vorthos, who is the person who just wants to read the novelizations, who's really deep into the lore, and then Mel. And Mel is the person who is really interested in the flavor, the theme, the character of the cards, but only really in this moment where they reflect and support the mechanical design, and where the mechanical design kind of communicates something about the world, the theme, the characters. And so as time goes on, I've really kind of come into my identity as a Mel, as someone who's really interested in these moments where mechanics and world kind of come together perfectly. So this is another game that I really like. I'm really interested right now in kind of finding this place where game design becomes a form of poetry. So this is an excerpt from a game called Infinity by Aurabelle. It was one of the last games that they designed. There are infinite players in this game. To play, you must bring the required materials to each player. Those here on Earth, but also those from before or yet to be, or those that never will. They all need materials, and you cannot start playing this game until you have brought those materials to every player in the universe. If not, you have to denote the reason why. To me, that's beautiful. This moment where we've created a set of mechanical rules for a game that are in themselves a kind of beautiful work, a piece of poetry, a game that is perhaps unplayable, and yet nevertheless points us to something that I think is beautiful and terrifying and huge about beingness. And so this is kind of where I am at right now in my own practice, about trying to find this place where a rule where a piece of text like "there is no epilogue" can be both a mechanical rule for a game and also a profoundly loaded and meaningful piece of writing in general. This is from a game I released recently, The Future We Were Promised, which is a game where you tell someone who's dying about the future that you'll have together that they will never see for themselves. You have a 1 in 36 chance of surviving the situation you're trapped in. This is something I'm working on right now, which is a kind of folded paper. These are actually like wedding favor RPG that's designed to be played with a digital game. Every time you kill a nameless enemy in a video game, stop the game and compose a eulogy for the nameless character that you just killed. Do this for every enemy in the game. So I'm trying to find this place where a rule like do this for where that rule becomes not just a rule but also charged with energy about games and about the world and about the play itself. Cool. Yeah, and I probably have used up all of my time at this point. So this is where I'm at. You can find me at AdultWitch on Twitter, and I'm going to pass the mic to someone else now. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Next up, Tiffany.
Sure. Anna, I'm really glad that you showed those game pieces because it's kind of a nice transition.
Oh, perfect.
For what I do, because they reminded me of the book Grapefruit, the Yoko Ono sound scores.
Absolutely.
It's just like that. It's the fluxus, sort of the idea of the instruction that cannot be completed, but yet it's just like a poetic thought.
I teach Yoko Ono event scores like literally first day of classes in my freshman class.
I love it. So
real quick, just before you go on, is there anything that should be on this screen that's not me? I feel really awkward.
Just close the screen.
It's perfect.
Oh, that makes sense.
Like just the laptop, or you got the slide going. Thanks, Stefan.
This works. Cool.
Stefan saves lives.
Thank you.
So I'm Tiffany Funk. So my background is actually in art history. I am an academic in art history, and before that in film theory, and before that in music. So I came to kind of to video games through the circuitous route of having played them as a child and doing all sorts of other things, and then realizing that can be an academic pursuit in and of itself. So my academic research kind of came this way through studying early computer art. A lot of my work was involving some of the work that was done with the supercomputers down at the University of Illinois, and some of the scores that were completed there by Lejarn Hiller Jr., and some of the work completed when during John Cage's residency there during 1968 to 69. So a lot of what I found that was really interesting about this era was that the sort of computing that they did was all very game-like. And it was a game that was played between the programmer and the machine. And it wasn't necessarily a game played between the people who eventually would hear the score or people who would eventually be in the happening, which is in and of itself a sort of game, but the actual game rules and logic were played during the programming process, which nobody else was really privy to at that point. But we've gotten to the point now where that process is much more ubiquitous, that we all are privy to that every time we open up a computer. So that was a lot of my academic work originally, but always in conversation with games and about games, and electronic games in particular. So eventually I became involved with the Video Game Art Gallery here in Chicago, and we started the Video Game Art Reader as an academic journal. Because coming from an art background, we saw that there was not a publication in place for the sort of research we were interested in. And not only that, but the sort of research things that we wanted to hear was not just from academics. We wanted to hear from game designers. We wanted to hear from enthusiasts. We just wanted to hear from people who loved games and recognized that games could be a form of art. And an art in the sort of way that we wanted to think about what art history could be, that it's not necessarily something sitting and moldering in some sort of cabinet somewhere as an object, but something that's actually interactive and played, something that is maybe not just necessarily about the aesthetics, but there's a sort of conceptual aesthetic art to it that we really appreciate. And to be able to look at games like that and see the longer history of how so many video games have so much in common with some of the earliest forms of artworks. So I should probably just give a little what the mission statement is of the VGA Reader to give you kind of an idea of what we set out to do. So the mission statement is the VGA Reader is a peer-reviewed journal for video game audiences and video game practitioners interested in the history, theory, and criticism of video games explored through the lens of art history and visual culture. Its primary aim is to facilitate conversations and exploration of video game art, documenting and disseminating discourse about the far-reaching influence of video games on history, society, and culture. So it was trying to push forward two things at once. This idea of that video games can be art, but also thinking about art history in a more progressive way that includes things like social justice, that includes the actual making and interacting and the sort of ecology of games and the economy of games, the things that really should be talked about with art more generally and accepted as art historical discourse. That doesn't touch quite upon some of my own artworks that I do, which a lot of it ends up being more sort of things that cross the line between data visualization and new media art making. So just kind of like towing the lines between what can be new media installation, what can be game, and what can be data visualization. So that can be explained more in some of the department that I teach in at UIC. It's called IDEAS, Interdisciplinary Education in the Arts, a relatively new department. It's an undergraduate BA. It was designed around the idea that we could basically exploit some of the really great talent that we have in the College of Art Design and Architecture and allow students to be able to create intermedia artworks that befit our college. So you could be a painter but work in photography and make games, that you could play around with experimental sound installation, but also really be thinking about architectural space. So a big part of our program is to lead students to a senior capstone project in which they pursue portfolio projects that could be curational, could be artwork, could be group design projects, designing products, designing websites, anything kind of in there that we can advise them to and give them guidance towards. So again, it's a relatively new degree program, and it's growing like gangbusters, which is a little scary because we only have 2 faculty members. So we'll see how it goes. But so far, so good. We have a few graduates that have been doing some amazing things, and we're hoping to grow the video game making community within UIC as well, despite the fact that we don't actually have a video game design major, something that we're currently working on. But to be continued, I suppose. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, dun, dun.
Great, thank you, Tiffany. Where's that? Yeah. Hey, David. What's up? Not much. You? Just chilling here.
Okay, me too. My name is David Walensky. I am an entertainment journalist who I suppose is in the process of digivolving into becoming an author. As you mentioned, a couple years ago, I started a project called Don't Die, which is a exhaustive, expansive oral history, really looking at the arguably overdue eruption of culture war topics in gaming culture, and really trying to unpack all those really abstract, nebulous words I just said, like what is gaming culture and what do these topics mean. And as time has gone on, my interviewing quest has the questions have just gotten bigger and bigger, and sort of gotten more at the, well, what are we even really talking about when we're talking about this? And it's led me to try to have as many conversations with people in other entertainment industries when they've been at sort of pivotal, I don't even think it's a word, but highly frictional moments where a lot of things are up for grabs, and how did they navigate it, and trying to figure out like what knowledge could or should be cross-pollinated, while also looking at a whole host of, I'm in charge of it, so I just go wherever I want, but I also look into things like labor conditions in the game industry, really trying to poke at the history of blame and moral panics around video games, and that sort of has organically led to this book that I'm currently working on since last August, which should be out sometime this year. And really the book is taking a look at parallels and patterns of blame, ways we have historically seen video games be blamed, and ways that we are now seeing the internet be blamed for things. And it's really sort of putting forth this notion through, again, a whole host of interviews, because it's really sort of important that these topics be approached not through one person's perspective, especially someone who looks like me, my perspective. Since last August, I've done about 90 interviews for this book that's looking at how video games are sort of a bellwether for the ways that people are miserable about the internet today. So it's really not putting forth that like there's anything insidious about video games, but it's just the fact that like they were arguably the first internet connected consumer group. So they sort of like ran the simulator first of like just us getting to hate each other to the degree that just seems so prevalent elsewhere. So it's a lot of laughs. I don't know what else to add to that.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Dr. Gray.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm so honored to be on this panel with these folks up here, from colleagues, new friends, people whose work, I've looked at and explored and studied like forever. So thank you so much, Anna, for your work. I came to games, and I think the way that I came to games is a way that I still study games. So I came to games through anger and rage, right? So like back in the old days, in 2002, like when console gaming went online, right? There was, we got angry. We got angry because whenever we, it was the early voice-based kind of communities, and as soon as we started talking, all kinds of things happened to us in there. Us meaning marginalized folks, women of color, black folks, people with accents. And so I came to it thinking about, well, hey, did they not account and factor, for things like a woman being in the space or speaking differently in the space, and what could be done if there was like harassment and other things happening in there. So that's how I came to gaming. And my early work, with the book that that Chaz mentioned, you know, Race Gender and Deviants and Xbox Live, it kind of focused on what the experiences of, you know, people who look like me, women of color mostly, you know, experience within the gaming spaces. And I was really shocked to learn that there wasn't, during that time, early 2000s, mid 2000s, there wasn't a lot. So it's been really like exploratory, right? And it was kind of, I love the organicness of the work because, you know, the folks who allowed me inside their communities, their clans, their guilds, you know, they allowed me, they took me to different places, right? So I've traveled with them to different gaming spaces. I've traveled with them to social media. I've traveled with them to the live streaming spaces. I follow them now like on Mixer and Twitch. And so it's amazing. So, you know, I kind of began, I don't want to say it began at like a deficit model, but I will say it began, it was kind of doom and gloom, like, oh my gosh, we're experiencing all this stuff. And now it's like these spaces have become beautiful, creative spaces where folks flourish and communities are thriving, and it's safe places for queer folks and trans folks and folks with accents and different people like within these spaces. So I think that's where like the work now. So I'm thinking about like Woke Gaming, the game that the edited volume that just came out with me and David Leonard. You know, we open with these beautiful things that folks like, so we talk heavily about Anna Anthropy's work, and we have Anna's work in conversation with Momo Pixel's Herna. Hopefully you all know Herna. And so looking at what, you know, these powerful women have like created like within gaming spaces, you know, we don't want to just focus like on all that negative stuff, all that toxic stuff. That stuff is important, but we also want to see what these spaces have afforded for folks. So I think that's like the direction that a lot of my work is taking me now. And it's taking me to places like this and meeting new friends along the way and making connections with people along the way. So it's been really amazing. And thank you all. I'm going to stop there because I want to hear these fantastic questions. I want to talk with these folks. So thank you all for having me within this space. I'm glad to be here. Y'all are dope.
Thanks so much. So, like the other panels, you know, I have some questions on my mind, but we've been more interested to hear from you. So I want to give the audience the first chance if there are any questions for our panel.
We
here.
have all the answers, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, the
good.
cabal.
It was in your contract.
Yep.
To have all the
now
answers.
They're intimidated because we know we are
Can
omniscient.
Can I ask a
Please.
question?
Yeah.
So I was fascinated in hearing both of you talk about, in the examples that you showed, Anna, and then talking about like death. Because like games is really about, a lot of games are about death, but then we don't think really like intentionally about what that means. And so I know like a lot of folks, or whenever they hear like a lot of like your work like happening right now, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's so much death. Why would she like create something like that? You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, what we've always, think about all the games that you might play. You're gonna die, you come back. So death is like a central kind of narrative. So I would love to hear like you all like talk about that, like how we kind of skated over this concept of death, and here you are putting death like front and center. You can talk about that like it's like a mechanic, like in the game.
Well, yeah, like I think that video games are violent, right? But that violence often only looks like one thing. It's often really abstracted. It's often consequence-free. It's often not structural violence. It's often just, you know, Mortal Kombat 3 or 3:11, whatever. Just I'm gonna, you know, my hat is a razor blade, and I'm gonna cut someone's thing out. I don't know. I can't actually even watch videos of that game. It's like off the chain. But I think that the way that we treat violence, the way we build mechanics around violence in games, often erases the degree to which violence is systemic and structural, and also the fact that, you know, violence has a material cost. Violence is not meted out equally among different communities. Violence, you know, there are forms of violence that are not, you know, stabbing someone with your cool hat, that are, you know, closing their children's school. And so a thing that I'm really interested in, especially as I moving away from digital games, is the ways in which we can kind of unpack and de-abstract the violence that we enact in games. One of my kind of earliest tabletop projects, which someday I'm going to come back to, is a role-playing game that takes the violence, you know, the capturing that happens in chess, and actually narrates that out and kind of talks about what this death means in terms of the characters, who is going to mourn this person when they're gone. And so, yeah, I think that games kind of, there's, I'm sure David can talk a lot about the history of like blaming games for different problems.
Yeah.
But there is, I think, a degree to which, even though a lot of those instances are sensationalized and political, the bad kind of political, not the good one. I do think that games often build in us a complicity toward violence and a way of thinking about violence that I kind of want designers to push back against.
Yeah, I mean, you just referenced me, so I'll respond. Sorry if I cut you off. I just think that
throwing over you,
yeah,
David.
No, I think it's like there's got to be, and I don't know if this gets to your question, but there's got to be a way to sort of strike a balance between like histrionics and just totally panicking and total denial, not wanting to talk about it. Like a question I've been thinking about lately is like, and you can say it about whatever thing video games is being blamed for, is like it's really easy to like bury your head in the sand and be like, no, we're not responsible. There's the flip of that, which is like, well, but what if we're wrong and we did and said nothing? I mean, is that really, are you comfortable with that? I'm not speaking about anyone specifically. It's just that's what I've been thinking about lately.
I might abstract this too much as like an academic.
Impossible.
But that's one of my sons. He just saw me talking.
I thought we were being heckled.
I know. Mama!
It suddenly got like a lot less abstract.
Now he's
brought it down to earth.
No, oh boy, it's like tearing my
Now
heart.
you put your kid on blast in front of this entire conference.
Oh no. No, I always go back. So as like some of the early computer art stuff that I was working with, I mean, this was very, very shortly after the digital computer was developed specifically for wartime purposes. So the whole like, the structure and rubric around digital practices in general is for wartime. And it is so hard to wrest a medium from the thing it was designed and meant to do. I'd like to think that we're historically far enough from, the like World War II and all of that sort of thing to say, oh, we can do anything we want with digital software. But I think that's that's closing your eyes and just turning around, because that's where the money that's funding computer science programs is coming from. It's a lot of what's happening right now, and there's something to be said for the Haroon Farokhi War Games. What is it, a quartet? How many films are in that art documentary? Do you remember, Chaz?
Parallel 1 through 4. Yeah.
Of course you remember.
I mean, sorry. I mean, whatever. It's like a movie I saw.
Yeah, it was a thing. I mean, there's something to be said for the fact that you have some of the best games are being used to train people in the military, but also to treat their PTSD afterwards. There's just this it's kind of this trap. And I don't want to think that it's a circling the drain, because I want to think that there are a lot of developers and people who make technology out there who are coming at it from a completely different perspective, but we're not far away enough yet from that. And so it's really hard to get any perspective yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's we can also talk about the degree to which enacting American war is becoming more game-like.
Yes.
That it's definitely a two-way dialogue going on between military imperialism and between game design.
Certainly.
The fact that the fact of video game violence is so sort of naturalized and apparent. Even the way we sort of started this conversation, we're like, video games are violent, right? Right? It simply is, right? So to mount a critique that video games are violent, or a counter critique that they are not, right? These are both very uninteresting positions to take, and so these show a whole variety of other kinds of positions of things we can say about the fact of video game violence, possibly through a writerly practice. But for instance, like a touchstone, on this discussion would be an essay in the Games of Empire book, Full Spectrum Warrior by Dyer Witherford and Deputer, where basically it's, we have military shooters such as Full Spectrum Warrior, but they're not violent in such a way that they have violence mimicked after they are played. But instead we can say something more interesting, but they are productive of a subjectivity that is more friendly to military things, which is not the same as saying this video game was violent, so therefore it begets violence.
Not all violence is the same. There's the sort of game violence that really deconstructs what it is to be violent in a video game, of which there are many examples. Although I wish it were a little bit more common when you have a game that's completely non-violent, that doesn't have any sort of elements such as that, and we stop saying, oh my God, isn't this novel? Like when you have Flower and Journey, where you don't have these sort of violent themes, and then we're completely shocked that it's popular.
So how does this
I found Flower to be a really violent game, but
actually,
taking down those oil companies at the end.
There are things about it.
But I think it goes back to this idea that the violence that we see in games, very often we don't see the consequences of that violence. America's Army does not end with you having to play out like returning to America and having PTSD and not being able to afford to get your PTSD treated. There are interesting things to say about violence, and there are interesting ways to use violence in games. I think that often we just don't and I think there are disincentives for doing that. There's you talked about the close relationship between the military and computer science. I think there is a degree to which it is often more financially appealing to make a game that does not explore those themes than it would be to fully explore what this act of violence in the game means.
All of these comments that we have on violence are, more interesting positions that fall outside of a sort of...
Welcome to the Violence in Games panel.
Yeah, apparently. Yes, you're right. I was going to try to make a segue back to writing practices. You caught me. So let me go for it anyway. This is a question I had. It was these are comments that don't fit into highly resolved or overdetermined ideas about what video games are in the sort of public imaginary, if we could use a sort of very, very, very broad term like that. So say we want to talk about these kinds of things that don't fit into sort of highly overdetermined positions that one seems to be allowed to take. What registers, what venues for writing and discourse seem to be working the best for including comments like these that we're producing on a highly sort of overdetermined topic like video game violence? Or I could also say which of the sort of venues, or shall we say platforms for writing. We've talked about all these different ones. We've got games writing where it's both about the story space and the mechanical space coming together. We have scholarship, whether it's from media studies or art history. We have oral history being published as a website, and we can keep on naming other kinds of venues for games writing. Which of these lanes that you can write in seem to be working for you and the things that you want to express through writing in games, and what is broken, or what new venues might need to be made?
I think because I'm not like a designer. I don't code. I don't know programming. I don't know C++. I don't know Java. I don't know what none of that is. So I'm not even gonna act like that I do. Right? I found some of the fan fiction spaces, like some of the spaces that have done the most, that engage me the most, and I know that's and that also fits. So I've gotten Twine has been a space that allowed students really to create some of these really dynamic, interesting kind of narratives. But then also I have like an activity like within my gaming games and culture class where they have to like create like their own fan fiction. But that was inspired by the work of like the women who I follow in Xbox Live, and seeing the limited narratives and seeing the limited representations, seeing the limited depictions, and them saying, hey, you know, I want to create this story around somebody that looks like me. And so they'll go, you know, to these amazing sites and create these awesome narratives. And so I often use those as like a supplement, you know, to like a lot of the to the narratives that, you know, exist and that are present in games, so people can see what the opportunities are, to see what, you know, how, especially for folks who are like writing and doing narrative things, to see how they can push the envelope, as opposed to, but I also get that there's like that, it has to pass somebody. Somebody has to say like, okay, I like this. And I know like a lot of my friends, you know, who are like in development and who are in design, they're like, Kishana, we want to do those, but this will never pass, you know, whoever the boss that it has to pass by, you know? And so, and I get that, and I get that that's like a real concern that, you know, at the end of the day, you know, games have to sell. But I just, so I guess right now I'm just most fascinated by those kind of creative spaces in which people who are outside of gaming entirely are creating these dynamic stories.
Looks like we have some questions. Let's go with Patrick and then Bobby.
I have a kind of follow-up to Shannon's last comment, which I love the idea of a writing experiment or like a project where we all just do some fanfic for a while. I was thinking of Gertrude, I was thinking of Anna and Tiffany's comments, and I was just wondering, what are some other kind of intro to writing experiments, whether that be playful or projects that you do? So, and I'm like fascinated how you do like, what are some like basic projects for getting people into indie tabletop stuff, or what are some basic kind of conceptual poetry projects for like an art history class? David, I'm not sure, maybe for aspiring journalists, what would be like an intro? I'm just curious, if you're getting started, what would you do in each of those cases?
I'm like ready to eat the microphone here because I just want to sing the praises of Kenneth Goldsmith and all of his writing. Uncreative writing, wasting time on the internet, getting one of the most successful things I've had students do was to make a Flarf website. So they learn HTML and CSS through, I have them go through their phone, find the last text that they sent to somebody, look that up on Google, copy and paste all that text into a text editor and edit it together into a poem. And then that would be your like HTML page. And then you can teach them how to put it on GitHub and then talk about Daniel Schiffman's GitHub poetry thing. I think it works really well because it's like they end up playing games, especially when they do it collaboratively.
One of the assignments that I've experimented with assigning to my students is having them respond to the in-class lecture material in the form of a one-page game. Essentially, it's like a question about, well, okay, what question do you have? What question or questions do you have about the material? And then taking those at the starting point, how do you formulate that into something playable? And so that has produced a lot of not amazing responses, but also a lot of kind of really fun ones. So I don't know. I also I did this thing for the first time the other day, trying to kind of get them to kind of start thinking about and you know, playing with role playing, you know, games in the role playing space. I did an in-class role playing demo for them where I had another designer come and we just sort of played out a really schmaltzy mech anime like role play in front of them, and they seemed really confused, but I think it was confused in a good way, and so I felt good about just like trying to provide for them. I think often when trying to introduce kind of new kinds of play that they're unfamiliar with, I think it's often hard for them to wrap their heads around it if they don't have a model of what that looks like and how you actually engage with that kind of work. So I tried to kind of give them like a live example of like, how does this work? What kinds of negotiation go on when that happens? And then the next step, of course, is you all have to write an RPG right now before the end of class. Thank you.
Other answers? Bobby? Yeah. Oh, microphone on the way.
Hey, so there was a moment in games history where user-generated content became like a huge deal. I remember it sort of being around Spore release. I was wondering if you have some examples of games that allow user-generated content to create narratives that are friendlier, more resonant with the player's own experiences, and more narrative, because a lot of the user-generated content is very mechanical by nature. What are some great examples of games that do that, or like, you know, things built within those games that do that? If you can think of any, sorry.
The game RimWorld, I think, is a really good example. I mean, it's made by a person who's kind of notorious in Gamergate and everything, but the game itself has the bones for being a great game, but nobody plays it vanilla. They use tons and tons of user-generated mods to play the game, and the mods make the game really fun. And RimWorld, for those of you who don't know, it's a colony simulator game. It's basically in the style of Dwarf Fortress, which is probably the better game, but doesn't, because of the gameplay, it's not as popular, I suppose. But it's called a narrative generator. Like the game itself, it says RimWorld, a narrative generator. But what I found that since its actual release, because it was like an event in my own game, but it is a game that the users
are violent.
users make the game friendlier for themselves, basically, and there's a really hefty like Reddit community around it that talk about what they make their games into all the time.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the most fascinating, kind of the games that I find the most fascinating right now are coming from is like Bitsy, like the Bitsy community. Bitsy, if you're not familiar, is a kind of free game making tool that has no real programming. In fact, no kind of state tracking at all unless you hack it in, which is so fascinating because it diffuses kind of like our regular approach to game design is very systems based. So this game says, what if you didn't though? What if you didn't have to have systems to go with? And so for me, like the work that I find really interesting is coming from people using kind of free game making software. I've been on that ticket for a while, but for me, it's really telling of the kind of obstacles that we have in place to people from more marginalized communities to making their own games. That whenever, like when a tool like Twine or Bitsy exists, a tool that does not, doesn't censor programming, that is free, that is like easy to distribute games with, a lot of the voices that become most prominent in those communities are like queer and marginalized game makers who, maybe more traditional routes to game design were blocked from them. And so I think at this point, like 90% of the games I play are just like Bitsy games. The Sock Pop Collective just released a really interesting little thing called Sock Stories, SOK Stories, which is very MS Paint inspired. It's an MS Paint inspired game making tool where you just basically draw things with the mouse and then say, oh, if these two things touch each other, then a flower grows or something. And again, centering an activity that at this point I think we think of as non-technical, as in clicking and dragging with the mouse, is a skill that extends to many communities at this point. And so when you find that when you take away a lot of the technical barriers and also the incredibly toxic culture, people make stuff that is more representative of kind of a wider range of experiences and backgrounds.
There's another question in the back, and then we'll get around.
So this is actually really loud. I'm sorry. Most of my experience with game design has been with like ARGs or LARPs, where there's like a serious archival concern, because like what you have left of the game is sort of the generated materials, which are often hard to collect in one place, and just sort of like the collaboratively written like things that players create as well, right? And there's been a lot of sort of interesting stuff. I've never said this word out loud before, but there's the Nordic LARP publication, Nudepunkt, or whatever, that has like these like game debriefs and essays and theory and such. And thinking about like the LGBTQ game archives and sort of like the fact that we have all these games on platforms and that everything is so ephemeral and at the risk of being lost, even these like widely distributed digital objects, like how does like a desire to archive or like the knowledge of the impermanence of the things that you're writing about affect how you write about those objects?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've thought a lot. So it's not directly related to gaming, but I've had like a lot of conversations like with some of my digital media scholar friends around these like ephemeral stories and ephemeral like digital media, like the disappearing stories. So Snapchat, Instagram stories, those kinds of things. And I know like there was a conversation that we had where somebody was like, well, how can we archive so we can study this and understand this phenomenon? There's no way we can know it if it's disappearing, right? And so I kind of like pushed back on that and said like, maybe all things don't have to be archived, maybe everything doesn't have to be saved. And again, but I say that thanking, Adrian Shaw, the folks who were able to, save, all this stuff, archive, especially, with the queer archive and stuff like around gaming. And I think that's very, very important. But I think that we have to think about what do we want to save the things for, right? And again, I don't have an answer, but I guess I just want to like pose that question so we can think about, there are some things that were archived. They tell a particular story. They kind of revise a history. They revise like a narrative. Is that the actual path? Is that the actual reality? Because I think when we start to archive, then we have to tell a story around that archive, right? We have to make sense of that archive, and then we have to think about who are the people who are involved in doing that. And so what some people may see as like a collected body of work, and they might remember it a different way than somebody else. So I guess I'm more focused on like, people's like experience with the thing. And so like in talking about people's like use of Snapchat, I don't archive what they did. I just say, hey, talk to me about what you do. Talk to me about that. So I guess like I'm more fascinated with that. And again, I don't do what you all do, so I'm sure there's some importance to kind of like archiving. But I guess just when we save information, there's some confusion a lot of times about what was there, what happened, who were the folks involved. So I guess that's not big for me to archive everything.
Yeah,
Some shit needs to be trashed.
I also don't do what you guys do. I just think that I would agree, though, that there's so much more to the artifact than the artifact. So, like, my personal interest would be like, well, what context was thing created in, and what was their inspirations for it? What other projects did they feel threatened by or thought they were going to be scooped by when they were creating it? What did they not want it to be? What were they really consuming at that time? There's so much more to everything we create than what we create, what other people see. So it's probably a question that doesn't have an answer, and you should just obsessively document everything.
Yeah.
But do your individual projects feel like archives, or did you consider Don't Die an archive?
I mean, the way I usually talk about it is I'm trying to sort of illuminate my own ignorance. Like you spoke about an interest in things slipping through the cracks and trying to create a place for it. And what was the question again? What specific word do you I know you repeated.
We're talking about like everyone's relationships with archives as writers. Is Don't Die an archive?
Sure. I mean, I think it's like I'm leaving tire tracks behind, and I remember, all the 250 plus conversations I've done over the last 4 or 5 years. But in a way, like I am the least interested in like what nutrients I'm getting from it. I'm much more interested in like, well, how are other people reacting to, me, of course, with my biases and all these other unintentional things that go into it. Like, what do they get out of it? And I guess I would consider it an archive, but I'm much more interested in like, what does that archive spark? Like, I'm not like a particularly sentimental or nostalgic person, but for every person who's like angrily emailed me, this was the worst interview I've ever read. Thank you for emailing me that. There's countless others who are like, oh, I really appreciate you creating a document of this perspective and this line of thought. I don't know. To me, archive feels like a colder word for that,
But archives can be other things as well. I mean, I have a lot of conversations. I mean, right now with the explosion in the MLS degree and digital archiving. I mean, there's a scholar out there right now. I don't remember his name, but he is trying to document and archive all of the Homestar Runner Flash media, and
God bless him.
Right? I mean, it's like we have
Somebody
a media,
has to.
like all these wonderful Flash games that need to be, in essence, we have to do, well, this is the art historian thing, thinking about what is the most important part of it. Is that we document it as a video? Do we document it as a ROM? Do we document these like web forums, like these important conversations that were on Reddit as like pages and pages and pages of like in some sort of like PDF text somewhere, like how and what sort of metadata is attached to it so that we'll be able to find it again. Like where is that? So these are like these larger, huge conversations that are exploding with the changes that are happening in informatics and library science as well. Right. And I think it's only becoming more and more on topic. It's a really, really interesting field, especially as we get to more ephemeral digital media.
Yeah, I think ephemeral is a key word here because it's hard to predict what the significance is of anything that we're doing or making today. Like, I think like, it may be 50, 60 years before someone looks back and it's like, oh, okay, this is why, this convention or expo existed and this is why this conference happened. I'm not raising this as like particularly super significant, but it's all of it's very ephemeral. And I think like in creating a document and trying to create a history of it, really all you're saying is like, this is what this person thought was important about it. And that's just one data point. And I would sort of caution against like exploding a single data point and saying this underline, this is it.
We may have time for a couple more. Remember there was a question.
I had something to say about that.
After Anna weighs in on archives.
Okay. I guess I'll try and be quick, I guess. So I think one of the things that we've gotten at is that an archive or an archival is more than just the thing itself. Like an archival of a digital game needs to be more than just the data. And so the kind of ZZT community is going through this process right now. ZZT is a game making tool that is from 1991 that people are still actively involved in making stuff with. I wrote a book about it, so I'm not going to go into too much detail about what it is. But there are kind of two different approaches to archiving all this work that's come out of this community. And I think they represent both very different approaches, one inadequate and one I think a lot better to archiving the enormous body of work. A couple Yeah, like about a couple years ago, Jason Scott from archive.org gets on Twitter one day and he's like, okay, every game in the ZZT archive is now available on archive.org. They're just online. You can play them. You can emulate them. They're there. I did 200 games. And, you know, these games are, there's no information surrounding them. Often a lot of them were published with the author's dead name still attached. There's very little effort to actually curate, these games as works, as pieces of bodies of work by these authors. It's just a question of like archival quantity, and then kind of out of that, a kind of member of the community named Dr. Das started a site called museumofzzt.com, which kind of picks up from that, first of all, correcting people's dead names, thank you, but then also trying to tell the stories of individual games, trying to kind of say why these games were important in this community at this moment in time, to creating annotated playthroughs, so you, the person in 2019 who has never touched ZZT, can kind of understand what it was like, or at least understand better what it was like to experience this work in like 1993. And so for me, in order to really archive these works, it's not enough to just have the work itself. We need the context for it, or like it's easy. There's a billion gigabits on the internet. Like it's easy to record a piece of data. It's a lot more work to record why the data is important, and to record the information that you need to understand the data and understand its place in history.
Can I just add one real quick thing?
Sure.
Okay, no,
go for it.
Maybe it'll be the same thing, so it'll be quicker. I mean, and all of this too is against, in a meta way, a context of just generally many people don't care about history, and they'll take the first thing they find as the definitive story. That's it.
An example, I was trying to equip young Black youth who created amazing things with Vines with storage spaces so they could keep, so you all remember when Vine went down, we wanted these youth to like keep the things that they created, but in their minds they were like, we already created, we had an impact on culture, it exists, let it just be what it is. So they had no interest in like archiving and saving like all that stuff that could have been lost when Vine went down. So that's just like another perspective, like the people who were involved in making, I have to respect their wishes that they didn't want it, regardless of what I want to be thinking about Vine in 50 years. Okay, go ahead. Question.
Yeah, should we get this to, maybe this might be, we have at least one more, possibly two.
That's lost forever. It's lost forever. Yeah, so we were talking about like Bitsy and Twine and these tools that lower the bar to entry to allow people from different groups to create more works in games. But do you think that's enough to change culture, or does there also need to be, or can there be a different way of distributing games and finding games that can better change the culture?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the process of working with these tools, the process of making games, is the process of creating culture. That's culture. Culture, like creating more material by marginalized authors is not going to undo structural and systemic practices that keep those authors from like making a living off that work, though, for example. And so I think what it needs to be is a lot of these different things going on simultaneously, right? That people are producing work from marginalized perspectives. We are, game developers are pushing to unionize so they can better advocate for marginalized developers, and so working in the game industry is more survivable. At the same time, people are documenting games and communities and the work and creating texts about why that's important. I think all of these things are important, and there are a lot of different tactics and approaches to, well, how do we solve the problem of a monolithic games culture? And it's not one thing. It's never one thing. But I think all of these things kind of have their part in creating that change.
think one of the things also has to be on what we center and what we focus. So like we can transform culture, you know, by just what we do and what we center like in the classroom. You know, is like is the syllabi and the curricula, you know, is it diverse? Is it inclusive of different ways of creating? Is it inclusive of like different theoretical frameworks or methodologies or whatever? So I think those are ways that we can like, you know, impact, you know, our small parts of the world by doing that. Because as Anna said, you know, culture is a big monolithic thing that, you know, it's gonna take many points to maybe like impact, but we also have to realize if we don't care about that, then it doesn't even matter like what's happening over there. So if we've created these, you know, nurturing and healing communities and spaces, as the women like in a lot of these spaces in gaming have done, they don't care about what's happening in the main public spaces of Xbox Live or League of Legends. They don't care about what's happening in there because they're doing their own thing in those spaces, and that's what matters too. And we have to be okay with a lot of that too.
I mean, I think there's two components to it. It's important to use the word monolith, and nothing is a monolith, but it's also worth saying that nothing is static either. An example that comes to mind is like, you know, like you can have an internet group that's a support group to quit smoking, and slowly it can become a group that enables people to start smoking. At least from the media side, like one of the things I wanted to mention is, I mean, there's a lot of talk about like raising awareness and whether you do that by creating games or writing stories. Like, I think one of my main frustrations with games media, which is a real nebulous term, is there's this feeling, and among some readers too, that like the sole responsibility is to raise awareness, as if like you point at a problem, that's it, you know, you can sort of clap your hands, you're done. But I see very little follow-up. Like, what good is raising awareness if there's not action behind it? So as the only media person in this room, I don't know how inside baseball I can get, but I think it's important to think like, I just think like a lot of damage can be done, like thinking of video game culture as like this one giant circus tent that we're all in together, because I don't think many people really feel that way. Whether you think, you know, the internet has really hyper fragmented us or not, I think if we're talking about changing the culture, it's worth thinking like, well, what part of it and among what groups? And then making sure that they take action.
Any last thoughts on that question? I realize we're pushing a little past 6:30.
Oh, wow.
This young human had a
sure,
question.
I'll take one more question.
Making assumptions.
Take us home.
Like this young human.
Could be reptilian.
That's right.
Meaty one question. Okay. I think, or it seems like a lot of interactive narratives are built around making the player ask questions about themselves or do some introspection. But a lot of the times that question is just, am I a good person or a bad person? So do you think that more narratives should be less centered around the player as like a single character making choices? Or if you do think that kind of introspection model is worthwhile, like what other questions do you think are interesting to ask or make them ask?
Good question.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I never want to be a person in a position of like telling other people what they should or shouldn't make. I just like get deeply itchy and allergic when I see people like present binaries, or it's either you're either this way or you're that way. But if people want to do that, I guess the only binary is they can or they can't do that. I don't know. I mean, I don't really, for me personally, like I don't really look to video games to inform my morality. I try to escape reality through video games. So, but maybe it's just because it hasn't been done particularly well.
Yeah, but I'm fascinated with like karma scales, like in games.
Yeah.
I think they're a useful like teaching tool, right? To see what the possibilities are of like, you know, especially for folks who are wanting to make games. And it's also interesting because I had like an activity in a class where, you know, like we had conversations around, you know, games, and like most people wanted to do the right thing and make the good decisions. And then I made them all have to play and make like bad decisions, and like seeing what kind of like ethical dilemmas they had like internally about those kinds of things. But, you know, it raised like particular questions. I'm like, you know, okay, it isn't just, as you said, it's not just like this binary, you know, it's like more than that. Because there are sometimes like in games it's necessary to make like the bad decisions. But I think I think those kinds of games help us like think deeply, because I don't think that they're created with the intention of like just like good and evil and talking about that. I think they're actually wanting us, and maybe I'm giving them too much. You know, you said they're not done well, so maybe I'm giving them too much. I think that they're actually trying to like force us to like think deeply about like, you know, things. I'm thinking about the one game with the lights, the young man with the light. He would go real fast. Y'all know this game?
Sonic?
I don't know.
Sorry. I think if I made a wrong guess, you would get it right.
I don't know. I'm gonna open it up. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna Google it.
Be,
First Light?
Might be Sonic.
First Light?
Are you talking about Infamous?
Is it Infamous? Yes,
Yeah.
yes, Infamous. Yeah.
I did actually
yes.
help.
Yes,
Yeah,
you did help.
thank
Thank
you.
you so much. So Infamous. I'm gonna make some bad decisions sometimes.
The young man with the light.
That's true though. It was
I get really excited when I see the games that completely turn that on its head and become more complicated, because we're so into remember Fable when that was really big. It's like, okay, you could be an angel or you could be a devil, blah blah. Okay, fine. But then there's a game, games like Oxenfree, where you're given hard decisions, and neither decision is necessarily the good one. Or A Night in the Woods, you're kind of given two crappy decisions, and you make the decision that you feel might fit the character, and you do it as role playing, So the complicating that sort of game mechanic, because self-knowing the game mechanic is interesting. But I think it's hard to do well.
Yeah.
And I think it's something that is kind of a trope at this point that could easily be jettisoned,
I think that I am interested in more games that kind of decenter the player's kind of control of the narrative. I think, the question of do you want to save the world or watch it burn? I think it comes from a really privileged position. Most people don't have that level of structural control over their own lives to get to make decisions like that. Only the very privileged think they're going to save the world. And so I think what's more interesting is than saying, are you a good person or you a bad person, is you're a bad person. What do you do now? How do you live with that? Taking choices away from the player and telling stories that aren't kind of at the whim of the audience. That to me is more interesting than do you want to be good? Do you want to be evil?
I mean, I hate to be on the record saying something super broad. I mean, it is true. Most things tend to not be done very well. But I wanted to point out an exception to that, which is I don't know how many people here played the game Detroit. I forget what its subtitle is. And I know its creation is somewhat problematic with sexual harassment and things. And just another one of those many stories that didn't catch fire and no one seems to really care, and et cetera. But I found the game quite enjoyable and complicated, and a rare example of that sort of thing actually being done well. And please feel free to disagree, but to the point where the story can go awry in so many ways, where it's who's really to say what the story, quote unquote, actually is. So even if you can't afford it, I would recommend not reading reviews of it, but reading about it, and just sort of go in with
playthroughs on YouTube.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. I feel like Anna's gonna say something.
I'm trying to hold myself back. I mean we can still talk about the kind of politics that the game embodies, though. And I think Detroit. Wait, which game were you talking about?
Detroit.
Oh, it's Detroit. Okay, I thought you were talking about Chicago for some reason. Detroit is also bad. Yeah. I mean, Detroit.
So we are presenting a binary here.
Detroit is a game that supposes that if you make the right choices and press the A button at the right times, you can win an abusive relationship, which to me is very poor rhetorical game design. On top of and that's and to me that the way in which those games explore and position women characters' bodies seems very much in line with the things we know about David Cage as a developer and the studio that he runs. Right. He sexually humiliates and harasses his employees. That makes complete sense after engaging with his work, which regularly is about the sexualized violence towards women, and positioning representing that sexualized violence mechanically in a way where there's like, oh, like you know, it's a game. You can win and not get, you know, sexually assaulted, or you can lose. So to me, you can't really unpack those things from each other. They're inextricably connected. Mm-hmm. That's my rant on Detroit.
I feel like you're about to shut things down, but I wanted to go
Maybe.
back to just the
You don't
binary.
know.
I want to go back to the binary. I implemented the binary in classes because when I was in Kentucky, I taught students who were criminal justice majors. They were gonna go work border patrol and be police officers or whatever. So they are presented with these ethical dilemmas. So I wanted to present them with the actual like scenario. So we would play a game like Border Wars, or they would actually have to be like a person who's like crossing a border, and to think about what the actual humanizing folks who are like crossing borders. And then you would actually have to play as like a police officer, but I made them play as the police officer second, or the border patrol agent second, so they could think about, okay, I'm approaching this person, what can I do, because my decision is gonna like seriously like impact. So there are some binary decisions, you know, like in the world that actually some folks, you know, have to like make in a split second. You know, am I gonna make this person do this? Am I gonna harass them? Am I gonna assault them through TSA? Am I gonna do this right now? You know what I'm saying? So I think that there are some utilities for it, and I think I found like the most usefulness in the classroom with folks who wanted to be in law enforcement in their lives. Yeah. But don't make those games. Don't make them.
On that note, let's give a huge round of applause for our panel up here. Thank you. It's been a long day, but there's a few other really quick thank yous I want to make. I want to thank The Garage. I want to thank Radio TV Film. I want to thank McCormick School of Engineering. I want to thank Sound Arts and Industries. Thank you to all the programs that have contributed to this event in one way or another. I want to thank you for spending your Saturday with us at Progression Mechanics 2. Thank you for being here. If you have more questions, I'm sure our panelists from all and our speakers would be willing to keep talking about stuff, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Great.
Always.
So please do that. Thanks again. Oh, thank you to the organizing committee, Lester, Rob, Stefan, and Ian. Thank you.
I'm done. I'm going to become a sheep farmer.
And our wonderful conference associates, all represented by Kinsey now. Yeah, thank you. So remember much of this is stored on YouTube. Please keep in touch, and we'll see you.
But also remember that it's ephemeral.
It's also ephemeral.
Will not remain.
So yeah, if you want to go with the ephemeral, don't go to YouTube. Just come to Progression Mechanics 3. See you there.
Carve on a marble tablet.
This is awesome. How can we help?
Thanks for inviting us. Thank you.
That was good.
Don't go anywhere. We're doing a
What?
panel selfie.
Oh,
Panel
yay.
selfies.
Oh,
Can we call it a pelvis?
Is that what
How are you?
a pelfie?
I said it was. That's why
Nice
I
to meet
shut
you.
off.
It's like,
Is
no,
the microphone off? No, it's still on.
Selfie.
There's
Go ahead.
no
I'm
bad,
sorry.
there's no wrong idea.
Oh. Awesome.
Hey.
I should go make sure that my children
Yes, you
are
should.
like copacetic.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you for thanking me. It's really encouraging.
Everyone has left. There's no one. Imagining online spaces.
Oh, that's cute. I would love to. Thank you so much.
All that knowledge is lost.
That's cute. Thank you.
I recognize your name. Oh, okay. Yeah. How you doing?
Hey.
Good. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, same. How's it going? Oh, you want to interrupt?
I don't know. No. What's up?
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. It was really good.
But it's possible.
When did we last email? I apologize because
A couple months ago. So yeah, I run events in
YouTube stuff. Yes. Yes. There are a lot of Davids, so we tend to. So do you go to school here?
They play out, and the technology changes like moment to moment. And like, yeah, how do we hold on to these things?
I did teach professionally for 2 years and I totally
Yeah.
fell out and destroyed everything.
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot about that.
Yeah,
I mean, a lot of
it's kind of a trend.
pockets.
No, you're right. I have no solutions. Everything you said is absolutely right, though. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And also, like, no one respects modern.
course, right.
You've been here all day?
Not at all.
or-
Yeah.
No one knows what good moderation is like either because
Oh,
it's
okay.
so
What have you?
That's right.
They don't
What
get
did you
to see
think
the
of
That's
stuff?
right. Absolutely. Are you? Do you? Is this your research? Is this what you do?
Oh no, I'm a game
Okay.
I
That's
missed
what's up.
about violence, but there's some economic violence in there. So I was like, it's not just straight up.
This is wonderful. This is wonderful. Can I follow you on all the things and see? Wonderful. I love this. Awesome. Well, I'm glad folks are thinking about this stuff.
I've been thinking about this for 5 years.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
I've been kids who are like, how do I tell my parents? It's like, you don't.
Yeah, right. You know, absolutely right.
We're
Like, you stay here with us, we'll take care of you. But like you
Yeah,
said, then that's not a sustainable
it's so
model.
much labor. It
Got
is
here
so
in time
much.
for lunch.
Yeah, it
Especially
is.
when you run a community of teenagers.